Welcome, everybody, to Chapter 8 of Blades in the Dark, The Inside Job, Part 2. It has been 3 days since your robbery of 4 Imperial Military sailors outside the docks menagerie, which resulted in the abduction and murder of one of their members. You procured 4 Imperial military uniforms for your upcoming heist of the Red Sash Vice Den, but were too busy, injured, or otherwise preoccupied to make your planned repairs and alterations. Also, critically, you were unable to secure the Imperial issued weapons that our cache had requested of you. Additionally, Emmeline, evading demonic notice by hiding among the Dimmer sisters, has gone missing. Still, the plan is to push on ahead. You reached out to Arkash the other day, and he told you that when you were ready to mount your assault, you were to head over to Vreen's Hound Races in the center of Night Market. Once there, approach the bookie and use the coded phrase, "I would like to place a large bet on Bright Harbor." The bookie will then provide you with the location of the Red Sash Vice Den, and you can hit it at your leisure. The ink rakes have been busy these past few days, and surprisingly, reports as to what happened to the Paragon sailors have been buried deep within their publication. A more prominent report disclosed that 3 incarcerated members of the Billhooks, each serving consecutive life sentences at Iron Hook Prison, have just been released on parole. The citizens of Crowsfoot, in particular, have taken to the streets of Charterhall to protest the overt corruption rampant in Duskfall's criminal justice system. Another reported unrest in Brightstone, where militant fanatics of the Church of Ecstasy have begun violently purging their own congregation, dragging parishioners from their manors and incinerating them in electroplasmic pyres hastily constructed around Unity Square. Where were the Bluecoats then? The front page reveals the most dire of portents. The refined Leviathan blood surplus has run dry. Soon the lightning barriers will fail, and without them, society as we know it will collapse. So I'm going to go ahead and take us over to the faction clocks here for a minute. Um, and you might remember in session 0, I talked that some clocks are kind of innocuous and they're trying to rise in tier or gain territory, and some are game ending events. Um, and this is going to be one of them. So I'm starting a doomsday clock. It's going to be an 8-sided clock. And if it fills up, it's game over, friends. And from there, as players, we can discuss how we want to proceed. If we want to start a new campaign, if we want to play a different game, whatever the case. It's going to be the second Leviathan Hunter clock here, and I'm going to allow everyone to be able to see it at all times. And it's going to be simply uh, total societal collapse. Make sure I spell that correctly. I'll come back to that when I have more time. But so here's the deal with this. Yeah, if we fill up that clock, it's game over. But you guys have put in some work to prevent this from happening. So critically, Lord Strangford received the map of Divine Leviathan uh, breeding sites, and he is currently out trying to catch them. So the Leviathan Hunter 1 clock is this reestablished surplus of Leviathan blood fuel. If this fills up and they're already 1 tick ahead, it'll cancel this doomsday clock. Likewise, the Spark Rights down here have this develop an alternate fuel source, which they are damn near close to completing. And if this fills up, it will cancel the Leviathan Hunter clock 2, this total societal collapse. Though, as you might remember from their discussions at Strangford's party, the Spark Rights have gotten close to developing this fuel a few times in the past, and each time it seems that they have become sabotaged. In terms of gameplay before the eventual result of this clock. As this clock fills up, the lightning barriers will get more and more strained to the point of failure, and ghosts and the denizens of the Deathlands will become a more ever-present threat in our games. So something to kind of keep an eye on and to watch. But listen, that's not what we're here to discuss today. We got a job to do. Um, if the
Yeah,
world's
that's
going to
the deeper
end, we
problem.
might
Right
as
now, we
well
need to
end
make
it
money.
as rich as possible. So, um, yeah, uh, you are you know what to do when you guys are ready to go after the Red Sash Vice Den, um, and you can kind of do that at your leisure. Um, so let's say like you guys will probably meet up beforehand, obviously to discuss how you want to do things. But before that point in time, let's go ahead and check in on some individuals kind of earlier in the afternoon. And I think being that he was absent from the first part of this heist, let's check in on Cole, get his downtime activity kind of sorted, and see what he's been up to and what he's doing.
Awesome. So Lysander Colburn has been he spent the last several uh, days, if not close to a fortnight, uh, working with Bear, our newest cohort, um, and recruit. Uh, Bear's condition to calling off his war and to officially merging the Foghounds, disbanding the Foghounds, and becoming a subsidiary of us, was that we provide him with the Foghound to captain. And so what I've been doing is I have been doing like small jobs here and there, kind of a shakedown cruise, just making sure that he is comfortable with what he has. Um, that I recruited a team of Scovelander refugees previously, and they are going to be available for this job theoretically, but they've been kind of with me last several like things, and uh, I think actually, um, one of the things that I'm gonna do is, uh, I am actually going to go talk to, I've kind of had talked with Silas about what this job was, and let him know that I was going to be gone. For at least this first part. I was going to try to make it if I could, but if I couldn't, then I would, depending on how things with Bear went, and that I was going to do some stuff on my own. And so I'm actually going to, once I finish up with Bear, I'm actually going to go talk to Sarah, um, and uh, try to use some of my contacts and my kind of commanding presence as someone who used to wield Imperial issue arms, to see if I can't secure us a small cache of these arms.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Sarah is an arms dealer, and she's your crew's contact. She's friendly towards you, so she'll do what she can to help you. Um, Probably so long as you're not acting directly against the hive, because there is some, who answers to who in this relationship. Where do you think you meet Sarah?
Very likely in Night Market. I think Sarah does a lot of business in and around Night Market. Um, and so I think I don't know if Sarah has like a shop that they frequent. Like I think don't they have a tea shop that they end up at a lot?
That's Maha does.
Maha does, yeah.
Yeah, let's say that like you walk into the bazaar of night market, the actual kind of open market that this district takes its name from. um you kind of uh walk through the electric lights that are just a riot of colors that are advertising market stalls and vendors. You pass through some creepy hooded acolytes who give bows and silent prayers to the statue of the Night Queen, this forgotten god that has been adopted by the district as its kind of patron. Um, you kind of walk along multi-level wooden platforms that kind of overlook the landscaped parks of petrified trees that have been reclaimed from the Deathlands, and kind of going deeper and deeper into the heart of Bazaar, you kind of start getting into the black market area where Sarah does have kind of a set-up shop of illicit arms and armaments. Um, and that's kind of where you see her and kind of her crew, as it were, kind of setting out the goods, looking for clients, making some deals and stuff like that.
So I'll walk up to Sarah and take their hand and good evening.
Cool. Good evening. It's nice to see you. Wasn't expecting a visit from any of you tonight. Is everything all right?
Everything is fine. I've been doing some work with Bear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did hear that that whole situation was rectified.
Yeah,
I guess I'm glad to hear that it worked out the way it did.
I
Uh,
agree. I was looking for some information though. Maybe may not be something you have on hand, but I'd be looking to know where I could get my hands on a couple of uh, unique items, or not unique, but necessarily actually not very much not unique. They're very much standard issue across some places, I think.
okay. If they're so standard issue, I guess I'm not entirely sure why you've come to me and not your local corner shop.
Because they're heavily regulated, you see.
Oh, okay. This is making more and more sense. What exactly are you looking for? And she's kind of leading you away from the rest of her crew. Not that she
Exactly.
doesn't trust them, but like, okay, now it's a business
We
talk, right?
Yeah, we're kind of I think we're stepping back into the shop kind of thing, as opposed to like standing out on the street where people can overhear us and whatnot. Which is why Cole wasn't just like, hey, I need weapons. Uh, Even though this is an arms dealer, very clearly. Yeah, so it's I think we're going to be needing. We're not necessarily looking to use them, but I need half a dozen regiment issue rifles. Sidearms would be good too, but basically anything to look like a full squad of regiment was ready to go.
Awesome. So it seems like this is going to be an acquire an asset downtime activity.
Yes.
Um, and here's what I'm thinking. So I think like among your friends, right? There are plenty of firearms that people have left over from like this first war, but
Hmm.
I think there has been a little bit of a technology change, like this pre-war period, like between World War One, World War Two,
Yep.
where like some of the equipment they have now is a little bit different, and like uh, a scrying eye might notice like why are they using old stuff, but we'll see how well you do. So we're going to do this correctly.
Hmm.
And what I need from you, I'm going to set the weapons of the Imperial Military, such as they are, as a tier 5 asset.
Okay.
And so what I'll need you to do to acquire an asset is roll your crew's tier.
Hmm.
And the result you get will determine how much you uh, can maneuver. Now, as it stands, even on a critical, the highest you could get is tier plus two, which would be tier three. So even on
Hmm.
a crit, you're unable to get that. I will say, um, because Sarah is an arms dealer and she's helping you out, you can add plus 1D to this roll,
Hmm.
and you can spend 2 coin to raise the result beyond a critical to plus tier. So if you get uh, a or a six, you could spend a coin to upgrade that to a critical, and for 2 coin more, you could upgrade that. So you'd need to spend 4 coin plus a critical. on however many dice you're rolling.
We've got rep. You could spend. No, that's only for extra actions.
Now, I will
Right.
say, I think a failure here wouldn't
Mhm.
necessarily be like you don't get any guns. But as stated, I think a failure here might be like you get some of, or maybe not a fail, like either a failure or success with a complication. We can kind of discuss, but it would be like you get guns, but they're kind of that older make. Like
Right.
someone who knew history, someone who knew what they were looking for could be like, these aren't quite right. Something is up here. But if you get the crit and you spend the coin and get those things, it'll be like, nope, this was a hit by the military. These are exactly what they use.
Okay. Excuse me.
Think of a devil's bargain.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a devil's bargain. Okay, so we only have three, or how? I only have one coin, and I didn't actually record down how many coin the crew has. I believe we have
Yeah,
2. Okay,
we have two.
so we have three total. Um,
Can anyone else spot him a coin?
Yeah, and I will allow you because this could have been like, hey, I'm going to go see about this. I might need some finances? Could someone spot me something?
All right, I'll spot your coin.
okay.
But like, don't spend the coin to upgrade it if you roll like.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and then so I'm
Yeah, the
rolling.
messenger will spot you.
What's that?
Silas was like about to like get some coin for you, and then oh yeah, the messenger's got it.
Waited that appropriate amount of time until someone else kind of spoke up. It's like, oh, okay, we're
Well, I mean, if you have 2 additional coin, we could always use it. Because
Oh, I think this will be good.
okay, because we have right, because we're rolling 2D right now. I have to roll double 6 to even have a chance, uh, essentially. And actually, even then, with 4 coin, we only get to 4. Or we get +4, so that would actually get us there, I believe, right? So, but that's a perfect roll. So, I am thinking of taking a devil's bargain. You know what? This is pretty bad. So we'll go ahead and take it. Kyle, would you accept a devil's bargain in which I personally, Cole, am like known to have acquired illicit Imperial arms?
yeah.
Oh
There's
no!
been a lot of Cole being like, it's personally known. I did this. I did this.
Mhm.
There's going to be a time where you're going to need to cash in those checks.
And
Uh,
so my devil's bargain actually was going to be that you start a 12-sided clock
mhm.
for Cole to be picked up.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Let's make that 8 segments. How do you feel about that?
What if we make it 12 with 2 filled in?
Okay. Okay.
That was a legitimate devil's bargain right there.
Yeah, Silas approves.
And so yeah,
As long as it
I'll.
doesn't come back to Silas.
I mean,
Hey.
Cole might end up in prison, but the world might end before that because who knows. But I also think, and for the fun of this, this means that if Cole continues to do this, I'm seen doing this thing. Instead of it having no consequence, it starts filling up those, or starts rolling on that clock.
I think other things are going to be hitting that clock too.
I agree,
Mhm.
but I think that's also one of the key things. Okay, so that puts me at 3 dice.
And what did you call that? It was like Cole gets picked up.
Cole gets picked up. Yeah. Um, I left it ambiguous. It could be by the blue coats. More than likely, though, it would probably be by the actual Imperial Military.
Cool. On our downtime clock, so up. 1, 2. Blink. All right.
Excellent.
That's we'll give you +1D.
Okay. So that puts me at 3 dice. Is there anything else that I can do to make this to give us a better chance here?
I don't think anyone else can do an action to set you up. Is
Right.
the thing. You're already getting a die of help.
Well, this is his downtime too, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
this is my downtime. No, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that I can
Wait a minute.
do.
Wait. if we're in the phase of doing downtime activity, can someone else spend a point of rep to
No,
do a downtime activity?
so Cole is getting this specifically since he missed a game.
Right.
Sure, but we could have last time done something to set this up. So how about a rep and a stress, and it's a downtime flashback?
Okay, I'm listening.
That sounds like devil's bargain territory
Have
too.
my attention. Yeah.
So right, a downtime and a rep. This is, or excuse me, a stress and a rep. To do a setup. Now, how would the messenger set him up? I guess it's just having an eye for guns, because like we're gonna go in there with Imperial arms. Cole has used them, but Cole's much more the bayonet charge type,
Mhm.
and I'm sure he knows how to handle the rifle. But looking for arms that could be
Well, what you could do too, Messenger, because you are an academic, so pulling from that background, you might have some history sense, right, of
yeah,
where firearms
okay,
were versus where they are now, right?
right. Let's make this a study roll.
Yeah, so actually, I really like the idea of because the Empire seems like the type of entity that would keep records of which arms were manufactured, where they were, who stamped them, when the Port Authority took possession of them. All those records are probably in a library somewhere.
Mhm.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
and the library has certain things, perks, if I recall.
Well, I mean, okay, that
If you
yeah,
want to
okay.
use Charter Hall Library, you can. That will give you. Generally, it's for gathering information, but I'd allow you to take a +1D to this setup roll in exchange for 1 heat on the crew.
Where are we at on heat?
We are currently at 4.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a high heat thing. These people are going to die.
Hmm.
Okay. What would my position and effect be before I choose
I think
whether
your
or not?
position is controlled. You're an academic in a library setting. Your effect here, I think, would be a standard effect.
Cool. Yeah, let's do this on 2. It's not too bad.
Okay.
No, you know what? F it.
Okay, so everyone take a heat.
Heat, rep,
Okay.
and stress, because I want
Oh
the
yeah,
guns.
-1 rep, +1 stress for the messenger.
Which puts me at 6 stress. And all right, you little fucks love me. That's love.
A 6, flat success. Yeah, so the messenger sets you up, which would improve your position.
Effect.
Effect, right. So
Because there's no real position for
effect
downtime.
+1. Okay, so on a crit, your tier +2, which would be 3. The messenger just gave you a +1, so on a crit, you're at 4, and then you just need to spend the 2 coin to get to 5.
Or he can get to 4 if he just gets a 5. Right?
Yeah, 5, and you spend 1 coin to bump it up to a 6. A 6, you need to spend another coin to get it to that 6 to a critical, and then
So things are just more in reach.
So
Various things are more
basically
in
now I need to roll a 6 on 3 dice, spend 1 coin to get a crit, spend 2 coin to bump it up,
and we
right.
have something close.
and we'll have something at tier 5, I believe, at that point.
Yep. And I'll say if you achieve that, that is you have you have the perfect thing for the job, right? You have the guns of the Imperial Military. A success with a complication will be you have Imperial issue guns, but they're like a decade old.
Yeah.
A failure will be like Sarah, they're too regulated. Sarah can't get her hands on it.
And now you have 3 dice.
Yeah, and I have 3 dice.
We've done what we could.
I think we've done what we could. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna roll.
Drum roll.
Right.
Now, do you want to bump up that 3 to a 4 to at least get something for a coin?
taking my coin back. Honestly, I'd give you the coin to bump it from a 3 to the 4 if you're going to be stingy about it.
No,
It's
no,
like
I'm
that.
not gonna be stingy about it. I'm just trying to figure out if there's.
You can bump it from a 3 to a 4 and from a 4 to a 5 just because special adjust, but that's still no different.
Man. Some days
Four.
the dice are just not in your favor.
Yeah.
And statistically speaking, that was like was it a 50% chance of getting something above a 3?
Right.
For each die. So this is
Yeah.
this is a 1 in 8.
Yeah.
All 3 would fail.
I mean, I have a bad. I guess in this, I'd like to have had a conversation with Silas of like, how serious is this? Like, do we? Is it a showstopper if we don't have these guns?
I don't think so.
It sounded like it was a fucking requirement to walk in the door with it. Yeah.
Arkesh thinks so.
Arkesh thinks so, but
Worst case here, we're at war with the Crows. Worse than worst case, we're at war with the Crows and the Imperial Military.
Right.
At which
Red
point,
Sash is who Arkash. Oh, but yeah, he pays up to the Crows. So who could be at war with a lot of people.
I'm not really worried about being at war with the Red Sashes. They're run by Arkesh.
I suppose
Right.
something instead of nothing would be beneficial.
Something instead of nothing. All right, I'll see what I can do. Okay. Kyle, would you let me spend a rep and take 2 stress to push myself, essentially, to re-roll that 3 roll or the 3 dice roll there?
A rep and 2 stress. For a reroll, that's a bit of a tough ask, but rep
Totally
is something the crew
generates.
we all have that together. We're all in that together. If the crew wants to spend that rep, I'll let you take the 2 stress to try to reroll it.
I think this is stepping outside the mechanics of the game,
It is.
but like that happens. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's still a bargain with the, I think it's not. It's in the spirit of.
Like alternatively, I'm happy to if we're concerned about the rules in that, I'm happy to instead have the worse of this, which is instead of starting this with 2 stress, I will be happy to take 2 more pies on that 12 pie chart to say that I'm taking the devil's bargain's actually in effect an 8-sided bargain or an 8 chart, which is what your initial request was, and spend that 1 rep. Basically, spending the 1 rep as if I'm getting a second action.
Yeah. So here's the thing. So when someone misses a game, they get this free downtime action for however many games they've missed. So if you miss 3, you get 3. But what I'm not allowing is to spend extra gold during this time for extra
Sure.
actions, or spend extra rep for extra actions, or use like certain feats, right? Like calculating to get extra, because this is something that's not in the rules. This is kind of added on to make people who miss games feel like they haven't missed much. They still get to do something.
Yeah.
So I don't want to set a precedent for that. But this idea of you going into the game with some stress and the crew losing rep, because we'd be down to 2 rep. That's something on a one-off kind of a bespoke agreement for the purposes of this game, I would be happy to consider.
Okay. I'm happy with that. If everyone.
But whatever happens on this reroll is gonna stick.
Yeah.
Is everyone okay with losing a rep? Because we're all in that. It's all ours. Okay.
I mean, we're strong, right?
We currently are. Yep.
We are a stronghold. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not worried about rep at 1 strong.
Cool. So we're down to 2 rep.
Mhm.
And then go ahead.
I go ahead and spend a coin to upgrade to a critical, and I spend 2 coins to raise the tier level. So puts us at tier level 1. We get the +1 from the messenger to begin with. We raise to a critical to get us to 4, and I go
Excellent.
ahead and spend 2 coins to get us to tier 5.
Yep. Awesome. So because we had to do this kind of rigmarole, I am going to say there is a bit of a complication here, and it's going to take
Totally
Sarah
fine.
some time to get these things. So you kind of let her know the things you want, and she was like, "That is a big ask." She's like, "I could get you the old stuff pretty fine. Like there are soldiers who are now working in taverns who just have their old firearms, above their fireplace. But to get the new stuff is going to be difficult. But Sarah is incredibly good at her job. There's a reason the Hive employ her, and she's like, I think I can do it. It's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be quick. How soon do you need these?
And just so we're aware, like when in the since this is the downtime action that's happening, is this before the 3 days ago? Is this during the 3-day period? What is that?
I'll let you decide that. It would be sometime after the rest of the crew took their downtime stuff, right? So not immediately following last game score, but it could have been
Okay.
so probably between like 1 to 2 days ago.
Yeah. So what I'll say is that it was 2 days ago, and basically after the crew did their first half of this, that's when I stepped in with and had my conversation with Silas, understanding that they did not have the weapons that Arkesh thought we needed. So I'll tell Sarah, when I give her the 4 coin or the 3 coin for this, so I actually don't spend the messenger's coin. I give her the 3 coin. I say, I need it in 2 days.
Okay. I'm not 100% confident I can achieve that, but I will put all of my best people on accomplishing this. And if I'm as good as I like to think I am, you'll have crates of Imperial issue weaponry on your stoop 2 days' time.
I'll look forward to it. Always a pleasure, Sarah.
And with you, good luck and be safe out there.
You as well. Head on my way.
Sounds good. So let's flash forward 2 days from that point. And yeah, let's say you're arriving to the lair in the underground grotto beneath Phantom Imports, and true to her word, um, or let's say there is a crate of but sealed, but on it is just a plain um, kind of folded parchment that when you open it up, it's like you have no idea how difficult this task was, but true to my word, it's done, Sarah. And open it up. Yeah, these are, these are firearms that you could only wish you had in the war. These are like your equivalent of like the BAR, and it's a pretty heavy duty equipment.
I look over at the Scovelander refugees. I'm like, okay, boys, let's get this in the lair here.
So you've gone from getting like a bolt action rifle to like a machine gun, basically.
Well, a bar is not a submachine gun.
Yeah.
Bar is a
Yeah.
machine gun.
Yeah.
It's not a mini gun because
Right.
those aren't realistic for man portability.
No.
But it is, yeah.
And
So
now
I,
we're just doing season 1 Peaky Blinders. No, I'm just kidding.
a little bit, yeah. Actually, so yeah, I think Cole grabs once they get inside, he'll go over and he'll Peter's tool bench. He'll grab off of Reese's tool bench. He'll grab a crowbar and he'll just go and he'll start prying open this crate, and he'll pull out the straw and everything, and
And I'll say that this won't impact other people's ability to have their own scenes, but should anyone want to be at the lair at this point, feel free. Jump on in.
I'll be the lair. That's
so
the
yeah,
Nighthawk.
You
Yeah, I
see,
think I'll be there as well to see the goods. And I probably was upstairs for a bit, and I'm coming down while he's cracking open the goods.
yeah, you see Cole like lift out the BAR and like clear the chamber. Very, very, very. Man, Cole is very happy right now.
He's acting with reverence.
Mm-hmm. Because I assume these are essentially brand new, right? They fell off the back of a
Exactly.
boat
Yeah.
/ truck,
Yeah.
and so they're still in their casing. They're oiled really well.
They got
He's
that
like-
new gun smell.
They got that new gun smell, and so he's going through it. I assume they probably don't come with a lot of ammunition, just whatever like there might be in the box, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah. There's like a crate to
Yep.
go between them. Yeah.
We could
Uh-huh.
probably sell these.
Silence.
We probably will. We can't keep them forever.
Oh no, these! I'm telling you, these. If anyone found these with us, this is some fucking hot shit here.
Well, then we use them, we sell them,
We could also dish out some.
we
justice.
buy a mansion.
It,
I mean, we could potentially sell them back to Sarah and see what she
yeah,
wants.
at a
for 'em.
loss. At a loss.
Oh no, it'll be at a loss, but it'll be. I mean, once used, like I've already fucked it. I broke the crate open. It was sealed. And I point over at like the Imperial like wax seal around the top it had and everything. This shit
took-
is good.
You took the do not remove tag off them.
Mhm,
We could
mhm.
probably get more from someone else.
Oh yeah, we could definitely get more from someone else, but but the problem is we could get more from someone else, but might be tracked back to us. If we sell them to Sarah at a loss, we know it'll never come back to us, at least, right?
Be interesting if we
Figure that
sold them
out
to
at
the.
when the time
Be interesting if we sold them to the Spar crates.
It'll
I
all
don't know
work
how-
out.
anyway.
We'll be rich.
It'll all work out. Okay.
Hmm.
I fucking wish I had these 10 years ago. Like fucking.
Would have done us much better in the war.
Shut up, Silas.
All right, so I put one down. Well, I think I've done my part.
Yeah.
He cracks open what's the remaining bottle, like what's left of the bottle from the club that he got,
yeah.
Scovelander, and he just takes a swig of that. He's like, let me tell you how stressful it is. This is why I'm not a fucking arms dealer.
Well, we could change businesses.
I don't think Emlyn would like it very much.
Well, we'll discuss that if and when we find her.
Yeah, that's a concern.
Because right now, it wouldn't do well to traffic in the weird when one of our main core members who deals with that subject matter is absent.
You don't have to tell me twice. I'd be very happy to not have to deal with that shit ever again.
Oh, but it's
We
so
know. It's cool.
So what's the plan?
Well,
The plan is that we're going to hit this place. Or rather, you are.
Yeah.
We'll have 4 people. Our 4 close combatants, probably you, Reese, Nebra, and whoever the
Nighthawks?
least no. You want to send Batman dressed as a cop?
Oh no!
Like
no.
you picture Batman
Oh,
with like
sorry.
a cop's uniform over that.
I
Oh,
do have
excuse me, it's not a cop's uniform.
What's happening?
I do have an interesting question though, because I was curious about this myself. Are there in this is this military like are there any like special forces that use any kind of like face coverings like gas masks or something that like that's part of their uniform?
Yeah.
I ask because it does seem on theme like
Yeah. I mean, anyone operating in the Deathlands will need to wear gas masks in order to prevent harm from the miasma that is so prevalent out there. So those regiments that are acting out there would need some. As far as like Imperial Navy sailors, they probably have some if when they need to do like an amphibious assault, but um, for the most part, the perils of the Deathlands do not extend to the seas, and you're actually more relatively safe from predation from spirits and other crazy stuff out on the seas. So
Until you run into a Leviathan.
yeah, but that's why
And
you have
kill
the
it, and we don't end the world.
but
So-
it would look weird if he had some kind of face covering as a in these uniforms?
I'm not sure. It's difficult to say, and I'll say I'm not sure Virgil would know. Like he doesn't have, Virgil / the Nighthawk, right? You don't have that military background. Those who do, yeah, it'd be difficult to say. It might be a little weird. Would it be weird enough to raise some eyebrows? Who knows? Because the average citizen might have the same knowledge as Virgil, right? Like, who knows what they do out in wartime,
Or would
right?
probably have to be the others and not me and Virgil.
I
No,
mean,
no. I
ultimately,
think, well, not me. Those uniforms aren't going to fit.
no.
Oh,
But that's fine. I'll stay back in Overwatch.
Because the other idea I have is bringing in Virgil because
oh,
he
Right?
owes
No.
he owes us.
I love the idea of like three people, 4 people dressed in the gear. One of them's the big guy, one of them's the doc, one of them's the lurk, one of them is this freak in a mask. Like that's definitely, you see people like that, you're like, oh, those people are main characters. Watch out.
Yeah, I will say we're moving a bit further into planning. I would like to come back to this a little bit later.
Okay.
But I think like it's perfectly fine. You guys kind of talk some some prep work, some preliminary conversations. But looking specifically at this time before we move forward, Cole, is there anything else you want to accomplish before, um, you know, the go sign goes and you guys head to Vreen to get the information?
No, I think that's good. Like I look at the uniforms that they acquired, because they said that they weren't all
They needed some tailoring.
Yeah, so
right, but we didn't
they're
get a
all
chance to.
like they're all cut up and scratched open because they were essentially skinned off the people wearing them
Mhm.
during a brawl.
Mhm.
Buttons had been removed, so um, I know Nebra wanted
right.
to do some tailoring on them during the downtime, but unfortunately, with how stressed and injured everyone was, it didn't come to be.
Okay. I look for what is the are there any ranking signifiers on these?
Mm,
Um,
there
yeah,
were.
yeah. So the major like campaign badges and stuff like that, because Reese actually took notice of this, that these uniforms were not your average run-of-the-mill sailors. These were special forces, and specifically like suppression force. Like these guys would land in some place that they meant to conquer, to subjugate the citizenry, right? um, uh, and so there are ranks. At least one of them was like a high-ranking NCO. That is the one who was murdered, and the others, while not like you run-of-the-mill seamen or like petty officers, are like mid-rank NCO.
If it fits, Cole will snag whatever is the high-ranking NCO. Since he kind of assumes that is the role he'll end up playing in this,
Mhm.
since it's one he's turned out played before.
Cool, awesome. All right. So it sounds like Cole has thankfully been able to provide us with the weapons we were sorely missing, and he's kind of getting ready, checking things out
Actually,
back at the
so
lair.
What Cole does do is you see him take out his knife, and he actually goes over to like the sink, and he lathers up, and he starts to shave his beard off.
Nice.
So he's because Cole, very much like the picture, has very long hair, has a long beard, very scruffy. Um, but he's taking his razor and he's shaving off his beard. He actually is cutting his hair to be really short. So he's not shaving his head, but he's definitely cutting it really really short as well.
Excellent. Yeah, and I like to think it's probably like this small piece of glass, mirrored glass, up
Yep.
against the wall, a small tub,
Yep.
Hell yeah. Awesome. So Cole's getting ready. Who would like to check in next?
Anyone have a tailor in their or in their special friends?
I have a corpse thief. Does that help?
I have it for my vice.
Well, I have a jailbird. but he might have
not-
learned to sew in prison.
Would it be
Silas does
poss-
know some tailors.
Yeah, I do
Silas
know some. I
does.
frequent, and I've taken Charles there. But
That was-
there, you know, I'm assuming you need some under the table work done, and I don't know that that would be the
That's
best place.
cool. Don't bring your luxury tailor. Just get their apprentice and offer them something you can offer as a purveyor of luxuries to get them to stitch this stuff up
All right, I can
For a
I can do
costume
that.
party.
for a fancy dress party. Exactly.
I can do that.
All right, so do you want to check in with us, Nate?
Yeah, sure. So I think that was we discussed with folks about we need to get these fixed up a little bit, and I was like, I'll see what I can do at Dunridge and Sons, and so I'll head there and see if I can get a side conversation with someone to sort of like, hey, can I hire someone for a special private gig?
Yeah, so let's say like you walk in the doors of Dundridge and Sons, which is, a pretty fancy establishment, kind of what you've seen like of tailors, like high-end tailors in movies where you have kind of a podium in front of mirrored walls where, the tailors are adjusting people's fits. And not Dundridge, but his titular son is the one who's working there today and sees you. And of course, you've spent a fair amount of coin there previously, are known as something as a bit of a high roller, and he sees you come in. He's like, "Oh, Lord Netherton, is that the correct thing to say?" No, it is
Eventide,
not. Lord
Eventide.
Eventide, thank you. Not in character. That was a GM
Oh, okay.
brain
Go
fart
with, like,
there.
Guys, peace, I gotta leave.
Yeah.
Job is your own
Please,
now.
please come in. Can I get you any beverage or perhaps an assortment of fine cheeses?
Absolutely.
And he kind of snaps, and someone kind of working at the desk kind of comes over, and it's very like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman, where they're pampering you with probably
Drink,
in this case kind of whiskeys or bourbons, and a silver plate full of cheese and crackers, the type of stuff that the messenger would have to steal from the Ministry of Preservation.
It's like a cheese plate and then a flight of different whiskeys, right?
Right, yeah. Ah, yes.
I was like, "Excuse me, forgive the wait, but we'll be right with you when we're done with Lord Dunn here." Done with Dunn. And then another one's like, and they just kind of have a discourse of laughing between one another at their seemingly funny joke.
So, this is you always have the best selection.
We like to ensure that our clients are well taken care of.
Yes, I know you excel at that. And speaking of, I would like to see if I could hire you. Am I talking to a son?
His son, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is still like one of the
or an
owners.
apprentice here for a private tailoring project that I'd need hopefully done. So how many days away are we from the?
Well, so you guys are, so we're at like we're like caught up on the timeline, and you guys can
Okay,
hit
so-
it whenever you want.
Okay. In fairly
Well,
short order.
You should probably pitch this at like, this isn't your needs, because your needs, they would never want to have their apprentice work on your stuff. Like, that would be bad for them. This is like, I have some lesser friends who I'm trying to help out with some tailoring work for a group costume.
Yeah.
Like you met Cole. I have a
Yes. So
Yes.
I brought a friend here recently who you indulged, and he quite enjoyed it, and so I'd like to hire potentially an apprentice to do a private tailoring project for my friend Cole and some of his other associates.
Oh, I see. A little bit of a public outreach.
Yeah,
helping
yes, I
those a
like
bit less fortunate.
I like to try and make other Skullblanders and the other. I'd like to treat them.
Cool. Yeah. How about you roll me for that, Nate? It sounds probably like a consort or a sway.
Yeah, consort. So this is controlled.
Yeah, these guys like you. A controlled
controlled
position, standard effect. Yeah. 6, great.
They like me.
Uh, of of course. We could send our apprentice over. Uh, are you doing this at your place of business? Are you working at
Yeah.
a
So
shelter?
yeah, at the place of business at the Phantom first one.
Imports is the first one. Exports is the second.
Yeah, at imports, please. Yes, at Phantom Imports.
Of course, and for you, Mr. Eventide, we will send our best apprentice. We wouldn't want your name besmirched among those less fortunate who are receiving your favor.
Oh, thank you very much.
Uh, should we settle accounts now? I'm sure we could get this done for the tune of a coin.
Yes, absolutely. And I
Cool.
will spend one of my coins. Bing.
Cool.
And
So
it's one
they
of my
kind of write up the
personal.
receipts, and they're like, we can send a cipher. Our apprentice is out currently, but we can send a cipher to them presently. How quick do you need them?
I would like them as soon as possible. Either later today, ideally later today.
Of course, we could have them over by this afternoon, Lord
Excellent.
Eventide.
Eventide.
Thank you.
People have been confusing me a lot lately. It's very strange.
Yes. Sorry. A lot of clients and
And it doesn't
sometimes
help
it's
that
the
there's a
last
region of
name.
the
We
city
want to
that is
make sure we get the titles correct, you see, and sometimes
Yeah.
it's there's just so many names running around. But
Well,
please
and the
know that
fact that Eventide
that
is
doesn't
also a
that
region
has
of the
no
city,
that doesn't mean that we don't value your patronage. Yes,
or
we'll
know
send our
anything about my
apprentice.
history.
We'll send our apprentice over presently this afternoon.
Excellent. Ah,
And yeah, so right in that 6,
this
you
is
paid the coin.
and I
We'll
back him
say
for
that
like
this apprentice tailor, when he comes, will be able to do any alterations for your fancy dress party.
yeah. 'Cause that's what it'll be. I'm like, oh yes, these are special. I got these secondhand. We need them to look nice for a party. That's why they're military. It's a fancy, and it's very pro.
I think the apprentice
Empire.
he's probably working in like the upper levels of your shop,
Yeah.
not in the lair for this, I would
Yeah,
assume.
yeah. Oh, it's certainly
Uh,
not the lair at all. Like he's nowhere near the lair.
yeah, and he's like, "Sir, you pay my employer not to ask questions that we don't need the answers to."
We
I'm
got
just,
them
I'm,
used.
I'm just very excited about this party.
He's like, I don't want to know. I don't
I
need to
love
know.
nothing more than treating my fellow Skovlanders.
Indeed, my lord. I hope all the best for your party.
And he's just like, shut up, dude. Let me work.
Cool. Anything else, Silas, that you'd like
I
to see
think
done?
that's the big thing for him. I think he also probably, before the guy showed up, probably spent like an extra hour or two just enjoying the amenities of
Mhm.
Dunwich
Yeah.
and Sons because he paid the coin, so he can just kind of, I'd like to enjoy the ambiance if I would. And
It
they're
took
like,
you
yes,
10
of course.
minutes to make the deal. You spent 2 hours there, and you're like, oh
Yeah,
no, that was
exactly.
tough. A lot of
Super on
negotiating.
brand. Yeah.
Excellent.
So that'll be Silas.
Cool. Who would like to check in next?
All right. What is the where is the place we're looking at? This warehouse?
So we don't know yet. Our cache said that in order to get the location of this vice den, we'll need to go to the center of Night Market to Vreen's hound races and kind of talk to his contact there, who will give us the information.
Can I do that as part of my free play?
Investigate Vreen's or
No.
go to Vreen's.
Find out, make the connection, and find out what's up.
Sure. Um, yeah. So let's say you head down towards Vreen's hound races, which, as stated, are in the center of Night Market, um, along Regent Street, and all of you who live or work in Night Market know that Vreen's Hound Races is the premier hound racing track in all of the Imperium, or at least that is according to its owner, Master Vreen, a con man from the Dagger Isles who swindled a small fortune from gullible investors who have yet to see any returns. Though the racing of specially bred hounds is currently in vogue among Duskfall's upper crust, so any day now, those that coin should be pulling in. So Messenger, as you are heading there, um, from Phantom Imports, uh, you kind of uh, get near towards the Prizewater Canal, which kind of runs on the northern edge of Regent Street. And from there, you notice a hooded individual pulling up towards you in a gondola.
Okay. Greetings. Say, how do the gondoliers like to be addressed? Greetings, gondolier.
The creature that approaches you is tall, gaunt, probably an Akarosi man of indeterminate age, Charon-like in his guise and demeanor, like others of his institution, wears the long black cloak that shrouds most of his face, and as he speaks, it is nearly a whisper, and he'll say, "It has come to our attention by our accounting that the Nighthawks, it would seem, owe us some coin. By our counts, 2 for your engagement with the billhooks outside of Tangletown, and 2 for the kidnap and transport of an Imperial Military naval officer. I will give you all the benefit of the doubt and assume you were simply delayed en route to provide us with this payment. I, however, have been talking with Isley, and perhaps we could come to an accord where we could see your debt, and indeed any debt accrued for the rest of the month, forgiven."
Tell me more about this accord. And
Go on.
you are very correct. The business is not complete. Our intention is to settle up when the business is complete.
And I think, Messenger, because you spent some time in the Hooded Proprietor, who were obviously in love with the gondoliers, and they made mention of a particular individual who I think by reputation you now realize you were speaking with.
Right,
This is Griggs, the chief whisper among the gondoliers. He will say, "We are after a book, a relatively recent publication that might be helpful in resolving a problem we are currently looking into. This book is titled Principles of Oblivion. It was written by Preceptor Dunville of the Church of Ecstasy and Ephraim Shields, a doctor of philosophy, and details the cult practices of a group of forgotten god worshippers known as the Empty Vessel. Copies of this tome have been mysteriously vanishing from libraries and public collections around the city, but I know of one copy that is currently being held in the stacks of the Hooded Proprietor." And because, if rumor is to be believed, books are incapable of leaving that premise, I assume it to be rather safe. Unsurprisingly, the gondoliers have no interest in stepping foot in that establishment. And we would like a third party to retrieve the tome for us. There are 4.5 weeks left in the month of Ulsavet. Should you and your crew acquire the book before the 1st of Volvanet, all previous canal fees will be forgiven. Should you fail, in the allotted time, we will come to collect with 20% interest.
That's very generous, but what? They love you. They love you in particular. Have you considered just asking them? I don't know if you know just how much they'd be willing to give up for a moment of your approval. I mean, you could get a lot more out of it than that. Do you like hugging?
No.
Well,
And
I don't
this
know.
is
You like
part
something, don't you?
we like performing our duty. That sacred oath that we fulfill nightly, the one that our order was initially formed to pursue.
Okay, but there's someone in your order who maybe likes some other things too, right?
As a rule, no.
Well, that's it's
We do not like dealing with the living. This is why the most social the majority of us can get to having a relationship with the living is the time it takes to ferry one across a canal. This is
Okay.
enough to sustain us for our lifetime. The fact that these individuals have seemed to latch on to our culture and what it is we do sickens us. To be in their presence would be abominable.
All right. Understandable. I'm just okay. I'm sorry. Can you paste the title of the book into
Yeah.
or maybe it's a already a thing. Anyway. Yeah, okay. We all have we all have our burdens. You want a book from the hooded proprietor, don't want to talk to them, don't love their love. That's noted. Is there anything else I should know? Or
Yes.
do you
We will require a physical copy of this book. A reproduction will not suffice.
Okay. Is there a ghost in it?
There shouldn't be, though we can't be sure that there isn't. It is odd that they have been disappearing even behind locked cabinets in private collections.
Yeah, that is odd.
If these rumors are true, which I believe them to be, and books are incapable of leaving the hooded proprietor, this will present a problem for you and your crew. But as I understand it, you're known for dealing with the weird and the strange, so Isley and I are confident that you will find a way to overcome this particular setback.
We appreciate your confidence and your generosity.
I look forward to talking to you again and retrieving the book in question. Unless there's anything else, the messenger, I will leave you about your business.
Thank you. Have a nice time.
I will have a time. Only the Forgotten Gods will decide whether it is nice or not. I bid you adieu.
Adieu.
He just starts rowing away down the canal.
Some people just can't do things the easy way.
Okay, so you don't love love.
Well, it's there to say.
But yeah, after that interesting encounter, I think you can make it to Vreen's hound races, no problem. This is kind of a circular track um, in the middle of Night Market, and it's several stories up. You have kind of tiered seatings looking out into the track. I mean, if you've seen like a Greyhound track, this is kind of how it looks like.
Yeah. Great. So I'm looking for a contact. Well, no. I'm looking for an ambush and a contact.
Yeah, that sounds like a survey, perhaps.
All right. What is my position?
I think it's controlled.
And standard effect?
Yeah.
It's not there today. I guess it would be no effect. Not in the fun way.
All right. Well, the first
I'm
thing
bad at
is
this.
you spot no ambush. And
Uh-oh.
as far as the contact, like as you kind of walk in, the place isn't crowded, but there are some kind of well-to-do people, and even like it's kind of a mixture. You do have some kind of low, not well-to-do people or people who are down on the luck. You definitely have the people who like have spent all day at the track trying to win back what they lost, But you have some nice carriages pulling up as people are getting out. But there are several bookies. There's like a window of 3 people taking bets on the next race, which is set to start in about 5 minutes' time.
Right. I'm not finding my connection, but I'm also not finding an ambush. Okay. Well, I'm study the hounds.
Yeah. So you see some interesting breeds. Like obviously with redress, you have a slick hound here, and while there are no slick hounds participating in the race, you do notice that probably some have been kind of crossbred with slick hounds or other such wild dogs that are found across the world. I think most prized and the ones that are like favored to win are the Severosi hounds. Um, and there's a lot of conversation around the bookies with people contemplating where to place their bets of, oh, the Severosi hounds are probably the easy win, easy money, but like we're not getting that much on our return. And one guy's like, I need to win back a lot. I'm voting on the Skovlander mutt.
Yeah. Oh. All right. Safe bets are the Severosi hounds. Long shot is there's a Skovlander hound in there for some reason, because of course there are. These people just have no judgment. Let's go find another way to fail. Um, anyone out of place? Anyone? Dang it!
On the 3, no. I mean, not that you can identify.
No, I'm not going to get anything out of a survey roll. I mean, the other thing I can do is wait for them to find me. So just get out there and be visible. But
Well, you do know, I will say, Arkash did say the person you're there to talk to is one of the bookies, so that narrows it down to 3 people.
all right, let's place some penny bets. Yeah, we'll put some money on the safest bet.
Okay.
Just not a coin's worth, just small bets.
Yeah, just some silver.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. All right, so you walk
Whichever
up
one.
to.
I'm going to pick out one that I think looks the best, like in my sense of animal judgment. But yeah, it's still.
Yeah. So you walk up to one of the bookies, you place a small bet, and in about 5 minutes' time, as stated, the race begins. Um, yeah, and you kind of hunted a long time. You kind of have a knack for what to look for in animals, and while a lot of people are placing their money on the Severosi hounds, um, that's all well and good, but there's a hound from the Dagger Isles, and what a lot of people don't think of and they don't put two and two together is the Dagger Islanders live outside lightning barriers. So the animals that they domesticate almost have a second sense, almost a skitteriness when it comes to them. Their muscles are like whips cracking, So you put some money on the Dagger Islander hound, and while it does not win first place, it turns out the Severosi dog was the safe bet. It did uh, place within the bracket enough to kind of break you even, or even make you a few silver coins on top. And you're still confident. You're like, all right, the Severosi Hound has the training, but this dog, if like, and maybe this is a side gig that the messenger wants to look into, like with proper training, if this dog had the training of the Severosi Hound, it would be a clear winner. So if ever you want to get into bet rigging, you have a good idea of what needs to happen.
Absolutely fantastic. Anything to show up that's no. All right, but I'm not. None of the bookies are responding to me any differently.
uh no, again, there was this coded phrase that our cache said to use with the appropriate bookie, which was that you would like to place a large bet on Bright Harbor, uh, apparently the name of one of the dogs. But
I'm
with
sorry,
just
I missed that.
yeah, with just putting some kind of small coins on how no one kind of perked up.
But I did use that phrase.
No, well, I didn't think you did.
No one. Sorry, those are two separate things. All right. Yep. Let's go ahead and put a coin. I'd like to make a large bet on Bright Harbor.
Yeah, so let's say you go up to one of the uh, uh, bookies and you do that. And he kind of gives you a strange look and he's like, I'm sorry, sir, we don't have a dog by that name. And the bookie next to him kind of pushes him out of the way. He's like, I'll handle this. And he was like, excuse my partner, I can take that bet for you. And he processes your bet and slides you over your ticket.
So this did cost me a coin,
Hmm.
right? I have a ticket.
Now this ticket, as like the first bookie was right. Like looking again through the list of dogs that are running, Bright Harbor is not a dog that is on the list, and this ticket is essentially a dud. It is not a bet, uh, but on the back it does give you an address with no other uh, description, and it is for um, a location in the docks, specifically a location down the end of Bottle Screw Lane, which is kind of a dead end alley in the Daggertown neighborhood of the docks.
Oh, good. It's at the end of Bottle Screw Lane,
Yeah,
back of
so
that cul-de-sac.
yeah, and this you've been in the docks. Like this is where you made your famous shot. This is where you mugged the sailors, and like Bottle Screw Lane uh, is kind of an alleyway that runs downhill. Um, so it kind of forms this valley with the buildings on either side, and that at the bottom, this kind of cul-de-sac area is kind of like basement levels of taller buildings.
Great, great. Okay.
So I'm not going to say it's like a perfect kill zone, but
Also, we could just come in through the back from Flotsam Avenue there. Honestly, with the way the canals work, there's probably openings on both sides of that building. so that they could unload things directly onto the canal.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, and you haven't investigated it yet.
Sure, but I'm
But
gonna go
you,
do that.
yeah, yeah, cool. We can handle that when you get there. So you're heading down to Daggertown to check it out.
Yep.
Cool. Um, so yeah, what you notice when you get there is this address that was given to you on this ticket is for a location at the bottom of this bottle screw lane. Um, uh, there is a door in the facade of kind of the brickwork of the foundation of this building, made out of hammered iron, which kind of is out of place with all other doors. And there is a slide window built into its upper third, so kind of very conspicuous that obviously something's going on back there. Um, what it appears like to you is that the building that sits above this, because this is kind of at the foundation level, looks like this is probably legitimate business or used for some other purpose, and that this basement is rented out to a third party, and who you can probably assume are the Red Sashes. And you're unsure if there's any access to this basement from the upper levels unless you're like legitimately digging through the floor, and that's probably something that the Red Sashes were looking for when they got this building.
Right. Okay. Well, that will be a complication. We can deal with that. We have a leech. Just blast through the floor. Okay. So that's what we're looking at. How much more can I do with the free play?
What is it that you're looking to do?
Maybe find something in the Pearl. What is the Pearl, by the way? What is that neighborhood?
In the docks, or
On the
oh
Brightstone
no,
side.
in
The other side of what is this? The Great Canal? Because
what? Sorry, what district? Brightstone.
the Brightstone district right across the Great Canal from Daggertown looks like the neighborhood is called the Pearl.
Yep.
What is the Pearl?
This is mostly residential manors of the rich and wealthy of Duskfall.
Okay, so poking around in there is going to get me in trouble fast. Probably can't find a good perch in there that would give me a nice clear shot down Bottle Screw Lane. What I want is an overlook place where I can see the whole length of Bottle Screw Lane. It'd be preferable to be further away.
Yeah. So I think,
And if I could do that from the top of someone's like manor wall, that's fine.
yeah, you could probably climb a manor wall to be able to take the shot. I will say and you can kind of gain this for free. I mean, you're a hunter, you would know this. Like, as if people were to go in, as soon as that iron door shuts, like there's no way you're getting a shot in that building, right?
That's fine.
So you'd only
Overwatch
be
isn't
able to protect during that descent down that kind of crevasse, right?
Overwatch is for causing trouble when reinforcements show up. Overwatch is for letting people know that reinforcements are showing up. That kind of thing. And if this is the only approach, because I do want to check the backside of the building to see if there's a way from the other side, but the backside of the building accesses the upper floors,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
And from what I
And
can
that
tell,
looks like a completely different like you see businessmen, like these probably have to do with like shipping permits and stuff like that.
right. They're far too good people.
Yeah.
Far too good of people to deal with our cash.
Though their landlord is renting out their basement to known gangsters, but such is the way in this city.
But it sure, okay. Yeah, if I can find a place to perch and look down that lane, then what's the state of wireless communications?
I think there is think like Titanic era, maybe like telegraph communication type deal.
But it's a whole room,
Yeah.
kind of thing. Okay. So cool. I guess my signal will be shooting the door because it looks like it'll ring pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll say, like, you're able to find a manor house roof that you'd be able to take your shot. When we get to that point, I will have you require rolls because you're going to be trespassing on some fancy private property. A lot of these places look like they keep their own hounds and stuff like that. Though I will say there's not much yard in a lot of these places. These manor houses are very close together. Think kind of like Washington D.C. brownstone housing type deal. So like a lot of it will just be like I probably need to climb up a wall and make sure no one sees me from a window. Um, but we can accomplish that in rolls later when we're on the score. But yeah, you can get a good shot from there.
All right.
I will say too, and the messenger's paranoid, so I get it. I do. But if we're to believe Arkash has the best intentions, right? He was taking this opportunity to make sure his best and brightest, those who might put up a good fight, were removed from the premises, right? That's why he needed some time himself. Uh, so if everything's gonna go according to plan, there really ought not be any reinforcements. But that's putting a lot of trust in Arkash, which maybe the messenger isn't ready to do.
Well, I think I might have described last time. Trust has two dimensions: intent and at least two. Two I'll talk about right now: intent and capacity. The messenger doesn't fully trust Arkesh's intent. The messenger does not trust Arkesh's capacity at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no, he might absolutely think he's, got this down and everything's going to be smooth and like it's going to be fine. He is a fuck up.
Excellent. So with that, do you want to start heading back to the grotto then?
Absolutely.
Awesome. All right. Well, since Charles and Nate have already gone, I think we can go ahead and continue on. Who would like
I'm already
to
Oh,
touch base? Shut up,
I,
Nate. No, I'm just kidding.
I can go next
Who
if
would
you
like
want.
to go next? Oh
I
yeah,
can-
Nighthawks / Virgil. Yeah. Whereabouts are you at, and what are you doing? This obviously could be any time before or after. I mean, probably before you
Yeah.
got to the lair talking with Cole, right?
So I think I want to get a kind of because these are special forces uniforms, and there might be certain kinds of like toxins or gas masks they use when they're trying to secure, subjugate people. I want to get the subjugator issue model gas mask.
Gotcha.
Acquire one. And
Cool.
maybe we can just say as an excuse, it's like, oh, he hasn't taken his mask off. It's our last engagement. Something happened out there. He's a little.
I don't think we'll be talking to these people.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm thinking that like generally that's an acquire an asset role, which is kind of a downtime
Yeah.
activity, not really something for free play. But I get like that this is probably something you kind of want for like role play purposes to
Yeah.
kind of still hide your face. So um let's say um
And I have someone within the what is it? Is it the Greycoats?
I don't
The
think that you do.
That's someone I was going to talk to.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Nessa's the leader of the Grey Cloaks, and you found out some stuff about her last time.
Right, as Virgil. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I was thinking of maybe talking to her, and then maybe seeing if she has some surplus.
Okay, yeah. Cool. So let's go forward with that. So, uh, yeah, you head down the haunted streets of Six Towers towards an apartment complex above an old tobacconist shop. Um, and outside, you don't see Nessa, as kind of is her MO. Instead, you see someone who, and maybe you and Cole have talked and you got the name from him, but you see Hutch, who's kind of standing, leaning against one of the pillars that kind of supports the stoop, and kind of rolling up a hand rolled cigarette.
Nice. I'm dressed as Virgil, I think, in this case.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Okay, and so I will. Excuse me. How is this evening going? Would you like a cigarette?
He licks up the paper and kind of folds it over. It's like, yes, I think I would.
I
And
will
he-
offer. Yeah. I'll offer him one of mine though.
I mean, he kind of shrugs and he takes it and puts it in his pocket.
Okay.
He's not one to turn down.
Yeah. But so uh, and I think Virgil will try it. Is doing this in a like almost intentionally bumbling way of like, so I'm looking for someone I think named Nessa who wants to talk to me.
You're looking for Nessa, who
And he
wants to
tries to
talk
like,
to you.
and he tries to kind of like lean in, like yeah, like, but like in a almost like he's never done this before, like even though like as the Nighthawk he certainly has, but
Right. Yeah, so Hutch kind of sizes you up, like, do I humor this kid or do I, kick his ass? Because he doesn't believe Nessa would have anything to do with you.
yeah.
How about you go ahead and roll me, and we'll see how Hutch responds.
Okay. Let's see here. How do I want to do this? What is Virgil doing? I think. Uh, what is? I mean,
It
is
sounds
this a?
probably like a consort, maybe a sway.
I think Sway is. I mean, Sway's a good. Yeah. Let's see what Sway does for him. What's the position?
It's risky.
Okay.
Standard effect.
Okay.
A crit. All
Oh,
right.
damn.
So I
Okay.
think Hutch still doesn't put much stock in this rich kid saying the boss wants to talk to me. Um, but he's kind of like, you know what? I'll go get Nessa and she can sort it out, right? Like, you
I
want to
mean,
talk to the boss? We'll get you the boss. So he's like, yeah.
Yeah.
There's kind of like a snicker under his breath. Is like, stay right there. I'll be right back. Uh, and he
I
goes
almost wanted to fight, but yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
in. And after a few moments, he comes out accompanied with Nessa, uh, and it takes a moment. Like at first, she's like, "Who is this guy?" and is not giving you much of the time
Mhm.
of day. But then there's a moment of like realization and dawning, and then you can kind of see the wheels turning of like, no, well, but if you added a few years, maybe it. And uh, sh then she kind of gets a bit more defensive, both in posture and in tone, and it's like, do I know you?
I'm told you know me.
Do I?
I was informed that you may have worked a case involving my family a few years ago.
At that, Hutch kind of looks up at her with some knowing eyes because they worked plenty of cases, um, and I think that realization does start to click for her, and she's like, Virgil,
In the flesh?
you've grown up a lot since last I saw you.
It's it's been a rough few years, but I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to do. But
Here, Hutch, please, let's not have a conversation out here on the stoop. Please come upstairs. My office isn't much, but nothing like it used to be. And she kind of leads you up to the stairs. And as kind of Charles saw before, this is kind of like college dorm room. The upper levels of the apartment, all the doors are open, and there's gray coat gangers kind of going to and fro. There's like tables which are just like the tops of like wire spools on top of barrels that people are playing cards or like divvying up drugs and stuff like that. And she's like, please come here, and leads you back into her desk. And kind of Hutch stands at the door to this. And her office isn't enclosed. It's literally just kind of a desk at the end of a long room where there's other gray coat clangers hanging about.
cool, excellent. So I feel
Wow,
like
I wasn't sure I was ever going to see you again.
I didn't. I suppose I should thank you for your efforts. You may have been one of the only people who were really truly trying to help my family.
You have no need to thank me. I would only accept your thanks if the people who did what they did saw justice and would put behind bars or worse. The fact that they were not, I will not accept your thanks until the day that justice is met.
So you think it wasn't Bezo Baz?
No.
I, su- I- I've suspected. I am kind of interested to know what really happened to my parents, and I want I want that kind of closure myself.
My God, you were just a boy when last I saw you. I mean, I would never think about sharing these details with you then, but seeing you now, before we continue this conversation, though, and she kind of puts a knife on the table.
Mhm.
I need to know your relationship with Lord Strangford.
My relationship with Lord Strangford is purely business. I'm still trying to figure out what to do. My family's business interests and relationships. My efforts involving him were mostly around just trying to secure, trying to figure out what kind of business leader I will be.
I would, for what it's worth, my advice would be to be very cautious around that man, but it pleases me to learn that that is the extent of your relationship thus far.
What do you think? Do you think he means me ill?
Back when we were working your parents' case, we had 4 people dead to rights, with witnesses who saw them dropping the bodies of your parents into the canals. Now, and this may be tough to hear, I apologize, but your parents were found hollowed. These 4 individuals couldn't do this. I don't think they were the ones who initially harmed your parents, but they knew something. They were hired to ditch their bodies. 4 of them. 4 dockers who worked Strangford K.
Bastards.
Now, 3 of them, they were tough. Maybe they were promised support for their families, money on the inside. They were ready to take this as far as it needed to go. But there was a third, a young guy, barely a teenager. Um, the thought of life in Iron Hook, or worse, it was grating on him. And I think he was going to talk. I think he was going to give us what happened. I went with Hutch even to talk to the magistrate to arrange a plea deal. He tell us what happened. We could maybe see a lenient sentence for him, maybe see him off entirely, though. When I came back from the meeting with the magistrate, the precinct was on fire, including those 4 dockers we had in our holding cell.
What? So they all died.
They all died. All evidence we had on your parents' case incinerated. It was like whoever did it just got away with it.
Who would do such a horrible thing to people? Especially,
You're not from around here, are you, son?
yeah. What a horrible thing. But I mean,
They worked Strangford Key. It
Strangford.
it would be a huge coincidence if they were not somehow paid off by Strangford or his family. And I'm not one to put much stock in coincidence.
Hmm.
Now, I don't know. I don't think that Strangford has the knowledge to hollow someone. This is not something that is common practice since the days of the cults of the Forgotten Gods, with the exception of uh, some lunatics within the church. But um, did he? Was he behind the financing? Was he behind what happened with the fire? We think so. And we hold him responsible for what happened to our precinct, what happened to us. And that is why, Virgil, I hold myself personally responsible for not finding out what happened to your parents all those years ago. But if I were to find out you were in league with Strangford after all of that, and maybe you didn't know, maybe you were being played, and maybe you could be redeemed. But if you did know, if you were somehow in on it, especially as a little boy, I I would end you without a second thought.
I had no knowledge of this.
What was that, Nate?
Silas would be proud.
I had no knowledge of this. Strangford
I
is just
believe you. I believe you.
another power entity in the city that I sought to do business. He seemed quite interested to talking to me as well, but he didn't reveal anything like this to me. He just
I don't
merely
think he would. I think he has a vested interest in keeping this all hidden. An
maybe he just
interest
wanted
that
to.
would push him to burn down an entire police precinct rather than be implicated in a cover up.
Perhaps he just wanted to see what I knew, which fortunately, perhaps for me, was nothing. I I have no knowledge of this. I was merely a child when this happened.
Well, and for your continued survival, I would do everything in your power to make it seem that continues to be the case in any future encounters with the Lord Strangford.
I will keep that in mind. Though I might, if you are, I have, I have resources of my own, and I want justice as much as you. I might, consider investigating some things, some leads on my own on this.
If if you have confidence in your resources, I mean, do it.
If I,
See what you can gather up. We would love, and she kind of looks over to Hutch. We would love if you would share anything you find with us, as we want to get to the bottom of this as well. And likewise, I mean, it's been what 10 years or so since this happened. The case has kind of run cold. We haven't found much, but the people who worked it are still very much invested in getting to the bottom of it. So if we find out anything, we would be happy to share whatever information we acquire.
and believe me, if Strangford had anything to do with my parents' demise, he will meet justice.
Well, I hope so. But know who you're talking about.
I
To
would
go
use all
after
my.
Strangford is to go after the city of Duskfall, and perhaps even larger than that is to go up against the Imperium. His family is an institution. He does these things because he can and does get away with them.
I see what you're saying.
If you identify yourself as an obstacle to him or his goals, he will move through you violently if necessary. You are nothing to him. And I mean no disrespect in saying that. It is just a point of fact. People like Strangford are, for all intents and purposes, barely human anymore. The greed that drives them has turned them into something monstrous.
I will be very careful with this. Perhaps I can even use his own uh, thinking of my worthlessness to my advantage here. To that effect, though, I have a question. Um, I tend to go and move about the city and, um, you know, and introduce myself, but I wouldn't. I would have been thinking about a more subtle way of doing that. Was somewhat inspired by some of the mass vigilantism we've seen down in Night Market lately. With the
Don't let that fool influence you. The real justice system are the police force, or at least the ones who are honorable, like the Grey Cloaks, when we were officers of the law. Masked vigilantism is criminal and will only work to propagate crime.
of course, I would never think of something so barbaric, but what it did inspire me is that moving about the city in a disguise, perhaps, since I am somewhat recognizable, and I was
That might
curious.
not be a terrible idea. Thankfully, Strangford's out of the city currently, but his goons are everywhere, to be sure. If you are worried about your well-being, I could
Would you
understand where this might be helpful.
would you happen to have any like gas masks, like the kind they use to go out into the Deathlands?
Hmm. Um, on
Something
us,
something that
no.
would get people to just want to avoid me, think twice before coming near me, but also would not recognize me.
We don't often go into the Deathlands. One, it was never our jurisdiction, and two, you got to be crazy if you
Well,
spend
yeah,
time out there. But
I figured it's brave souls like yourself might know something like that. I apologize if I overstepped there.
no, no. So while we can't get you them, we don't have any. We could point you in the direction of someone who might. Um, the lifers at Ironhook, those on death row or convicted um, to life sentences, are often sent out into the Deathlands as part of a coalition called the Deathland Stalkers. They uh, kind of commute portions of their sentences in retrieving lost things that have been lost to the Deathlands, and should they survive a certain amount of expeditions, can become free, having repaid their debt to the Imperium. Um, I know of one stalker who has done this, who currently still works closely with those in Ironhook trying to, well, get out. Their name is uh, Sister Thorn,
Mm.
uh, and I know they often hang around Gaddock Rail Station and Night Market, oftentimes where they can gather those from Ironhook that are venturing out into the Deathlands so they can cross the gates. Um, and obviously, to survive out there, they need that type of equipment, and she's one of them who is usually found here in Dustfall rather than out in the lands beyond the lightning barriers. She might be someone you can bargain with.
Hmm. I appreciate that. Thank you. Just trying to cover my have myself, you know, a way to investigate less notice in a way that will get me less noticed.
Of course, and know that myself, Hutch, I mean, a lot of the Grey Cloaks among us, though not all, um, we have a. This case has become personal for us. Knowing now that you're not in league with Strangford and his cronies or part of his grand plot, um, we will do what we can to make sure no harm comes of you, and at the very least, make sure the fate of your parents doesn't befall you. Know that as long as you stay on the side of righteousness and you want to see justice for your parents, that you have allies within the Grey Cloaks.
I want nothing more than justice.
So do we.
I will shake her hand, and I'll come in a little close to, like, kind of almost like hug her.
Yeah, she allows it. Like she met you when you were like 10 years old, right?
Yeah.
So in her mind, you're still like little
Right.
boy Virgil.
Yeah, it's just like I appreciate someone looking out, like for me a little bit, Yeah. All right. And with that, I will make my leave, and I will and if I find anything, if you find anything, we should come in contact. My
You know
my
where to find us, and we know where to find you.
indeed,
You did get my letter, I take it.
I did. It
So
found
I'm
its way
glad
to
we
me.
could finally meet face to face.
I'm glad
I'm
we could
glad
too.
things turned out the way they did.
I was a little concerned at the tone of the letter at first, but I felt, I'm a man now. I'm gonna face this. Let's see what this person has to say.
She kind of looks at Hutch and is like, "I'm sorry if my tone was confusing. I have been told that I'm not at times the best of communicators."
I also don't get out much.
Yeah, lady,
Ah.
I'll lose her too. It's all right.
But yes, all right. I'll make my leave and head back to and I will actually let's see. I will make my way to see if I can find Sister Thorn.
Yeah, how about you give me something like a survey roll or something like that.
Okay. Let's see how that's gonna go. It's gonna go okay. I have 1 dot in survey.
Cool. And this is just a standard effect, controlled position.
Okay.
On the 1, unfortunately, like,
Nope.
yeah, like you can see where probably the Deathland Stalkers would have met and congregated, but it seems like they've already left for their expedition to the Deathlands.
Yeah. Fortunately, it was at least a controlled position and standard a controlled position there.
But saying that, like, you don't see them, they've kind of left, but you see where they congregate. What I mean by that is, like, there's very clearly by Gaddock Rail Station, like, almost like a Deathland scavengers camp. Like, you see some tents, you see some crates, you see some gear. So, like, this is kind of the place that they coordinate before venturing out.
Oh.
But you just don't see any Deathland scavengers.
Well, maybe I can uh, find myself a quick phone booth to change into.
Well, unfortunately, there's not much phones.
I know.
But
but
yeah, you can pop into an outhouse or an alley or something like that.
yeah, no one's watching, or kind of like I'm going home, but then slip down a dark alley, duck behind a dumpster or something. And I'd like to see if I can steal a gas mask.
Cool. Roll it.
I think this is a prowl roll.
Sounds good. This is a risky position.
Okay.
Standard effect.
Standard effect. Let's see here. And I can up that. Can I up the number of dice?
Yeah, by pushing yourself for 2 stress or
2
a devil's
stress.
bargain.
No, I think I'll go with the 2 stress for now. I'm low on stress at the moment. I'll take 2 stress. I'll up the dice. So it's risky. Standard effect. And then I will add a dice.
Cool. So you're able to, you rummage through some of the crates and you see some gas masks, you see some lightning hooks, you see, some torches, just kit to venture out into the darkness of the Deathlands. And yeah, you're able to grab a gas mask. This isn't like, I will say, this isn't subjugation force military issue,
Yeah.
but it is like a Iron Hook prison standard gas mask that they give the Deathland scavengers. And it would appear that no one saw you take it. But if anyone were to do inventory, they'd know one's missing, but they would have no way to trace it back to you.
Right. Exactly. Then I will make my way back to the lair. If I can catch the tailor in time, I might ask if he can spruce up the mask slightly. I know that might not necessarily be his purview, but
That's fine. I think by this time, let's say as you head back to the lair, the tailor is in Silas's shop proper, which kind of sits above our lair, Phantom Imports, and he's doing the alterations to the uniform. Silas may be there supervising as well.
yeah. So
Are you walking in as Nighthawk?
yeah. Okay, how about this?
Wait. He knows you deal with weirdos.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that was probably not a problem. And he already was like dicking me around, like, I don't care what you
Yeah.
need this for. I'm not going to talk to anyone. Like,
Yeah.
shut the hell up. Let me do a job.
The tailor's
Don't
not
tell
in the
me
lair,
anything
right?
that'll get me arrested.
Well, the tailor isn't in the lair, right?
No.
He's above the lair.
Okay, so he's like at Silas's like apartment or whatever, or
In his shop,
business?
yeah.
Yeah, in the shop. They don't need you to see my garbage apartment.
Which is probably really fancy.
No, it's
But,
not. That's the thing, is we don't have enough coin for me to truly like I present fancy, but my personal dwelling is garbage.
Yeah. I will.
He was fancy at one point.
I will present to you. I will.
Days before I had to kill all those people.
I will come into your shop and I will put the mask at the table. Say, I have another item. This needs to be altered to look more like military issue subjugator mask.
The tailor just looks up at you, Silas, like, I work for you, not this freak.
And you can say, for the party, right? For the party.
Yes. Yeah, well, I take it from him. This too, if it's not too much trouble.
Yes, I'm beg your pardon. I'm more of a tailor than a prop maker. Do you have reference of what a quote military issue gas mask might look like?
Ooh.
Gonna have to ask someone.
All right, well, we'll leave this here for now. And if you need more, you find out the good look for this party, and then we'll go from there.
I'll go to the grotto to see if I can find Cole or the.
Is there
Who
an
else?
entrance to the grotto that's not from my shop?
No, the water.
Okay, so you're gonna have to go outside for that.
I don't know.
Well,
Again, I think if someone went through the employees only back door that leads down
Yeah.
into the grotto, I think the tailor is doing his best to be like, when I'm here, I see nothing, I hear
Okay, yeah.
nothing, I sew things good. You know.
I sew things good.
And I can walk out the front door. I can walk out the front door and come in through the back.
Just a teeny
Well, the
bit.
back is literally like water. You need a boat to get into.
Oh, okay.
Like, there's a door in the back of Silas's shop that leads down, and then there's water access through the canals.
All right.
Willingness to be bitten by eels.
So I will. Okay, I'll go, and then I would like to see if I can get a hold of. So who's had military experience? Cole does, and
Yeah. I'm there.
Cole,
Okay.
Reese, the
Reese.
messenger and Nebra are both academics.
Okay, so basically anyone but Silas and Virgil.
Yeah, whoever wants to be there can.
I think
I'm
you're
happy
sitting
with
there.
Cool. You know, of the military.
I'm familiar with it. He's as he's sitting there like cleaning the excess oil off of one of the BAR equivalents.
I think at this point it's a clean shaven Cole.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's actually he's completely clean shaven. His hair is shorn really tightly. Yeah, he looks very different than what you've probably ever seen him in the time you've met him, because he realizes that they're doing a thing that he has to look presentable for.
Military got 3 haircuts. Yeah.
Yep.
I have acquired a gas mask. And I wish to have it altered to look like the kind that these elite soldiers use to subjugate conquests.
I see.
Would you
What
be
do-
able to provide some information about what that looks like?
I can try. I've never was issued one myself. They don't. They never gave anything like that to the Scovelanders. Turns out they just let us die.
They just send them in, just like, here's your gun. You got
Yeah.
5 bullets.
Basically, yeah.
Make
well,
each
it's actually
shot count.
what they did for us is they handed each man a rage vial and their bayonet, and then they said, yeah, go to town, and if you make it to the other trench, then you get promoted probably.
You're out of
But,
bullets, so you got a knife at the end of your gun.
Yeah, exactly.
You can keep
Uh,
fighting.
I've seen them though. I've seen plenty of these subjugation units on Skovelander, in the Skovelander Kingdom before. So I'm happy to do a thing. Do you need me to describe something for you, or do you want me to? I'm not much of a drawer.
If you could describe it, maybe Reese. Does Reese know how to? Is Reese there?
I think Reese is over in his he's
Yeah.
just
You
over
can
in his
sketch.
rack there.
Also, Nebra could offer a sketch. as
Oh,
well. She's
if you're
done a
there,
lot
yeah.
of- She's
Maybe
done a
Nebra
lot of
could
stuff
help.
on paper, so.
Perhaps Nebra
Let's
could
say
sketch.
Nebra
parchment.
in particular isn't there. I got some plans for you.
Oh.
Aw, crud. Okay, fine.
Okay. Interesting. Does Reese know how to sketch?
Yes.
Reese could help you repair it. He is a tinker.
Okay.
Like,
Do you think you could? Let me grab Reese. Maybe he can help. We can come up with how it looks, what the right look and feel should be. He's
Sure.
a tailor upstairs who's working with Silas on the uniforms right now.
All right.
Cool.
Yeah.
So whoever wants to work with the tailor, how about you give me a roll to see how well you're able to communicate, how well the tailor is able to do.
who do you want to work on with the tailor? Is it me?
I'm already working with him technically, but Reese, if you're saying you could tinker,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to use a tinker role, I think that's kind of what he's saying.
Yeah, I think.
Well, so the tailor's essentially like, you want me to make a thing. I don't know what this thing looks like.
Yeah.
Like, do you have a picture of it? Can you tell me what I need to do? So that's kind of what the tailor's looking for.
What I'm saying is you probably don't need the tailor. Reese could change it for you. He can build things, essentially alter it. Because I doubt like hardly any of it has any cloth on it. I don't know how much a tailor's gonna be able to do with it, right? It's a mask made out of probably metal and other items. So it's really it's up to you.
I will leave that to Kyle here on what because I'm not sure what the appropriate role would be on that, but I was assuming we would work with the tailor. I wasn't assuming you would do it yourself, but
Apparently, the tailor could even help.
yeah.
Help.
Yeah.
Reese.
Yeah, because
Reese is the one who not only knows what it looks like, but has a crafting skill.
Right.
it's very likely it's made of like a rubber type material, right? So
Mhm.
it is a cloth it's a cloth analog. So the tailor could do some fine work to it. You could do some work to it. my guess is it probably needs to the military issue one, like the civilian issue one probably just has a canister that attaches right to it, but maybe the military issue one has like a hose that actually reaches off of it and has something else that like has to alter the shape of the eyepieces or something.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, who wants to do that role?
I can
Do
do
you
it.
Let's
want-
say, how about let's have Reese do it, and we'll say the tailor will give a +1d help action.
Okay,
Sure, that sounds good.
I can do that.
And then Cole, you can describe it to.
Yeah, how about I set you up? Normally I would just pick a stat, but I don't want to just go with command, even though it's like directing what he's doing. I don't really know what else that would look like. Is
It
that
could be like perhaps a study or a
Okay.
survey, like a
Yeah,
past survey, right? Seeing
Mhm,
him in the
mhm.
past.
I'm happy to do a study. So this is going to be, and this is to try to
Set
help
them up.
set them up, yeah, and basically change the effect I expect.
Yeah. So I think it's gonna be the position is gonna be risky, meaning that like there is a
You could
chance that
destroy it.
like you ruin it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll say the effect is going to be standard.
Okay.
All right. In that case, I'll probably try to affect the position so that way he doesn't.
Get it up to controlled.
Yeah, it doesn't mess it up. What is my position in effect? I guess does it matter?
Your position, I think, is a controlled standard.
Mhm.
Nice.
No,
2.
it's a
Mm.
2.
Oh,
You're
that's right.
unable
Yeah.
to set Reese
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, I
So
describe
I'll
it in depth, but
Okay,
doesn't
so I'll
do
still be
anything.
at a risky position then.
Mhm.
All right. Well, I'm gonna push myself, which bumps me up to 5 stress, but I want to make sure this is done properly. So I want to push myself to put it to a controlled position. I get an extra die from the tailor, or is that?
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay, with a standard effect. And 1 extra die. Here we go.
Oh,
Oof, close.
Cool. A success with a complication. So
yeah.
I think some of the things you get, like with these subjugation squads, there's a level of like psychological warfare and terror tactics that kind of go along with this regiment, and so their gas masks are kind of uh, uh, cut in such a way to make them almost look skull shaped or like death's head with the tube kind of coming out. Like if you're familiar with like Deathcore or Krieg from 40K, kind of looking something like that.
Ooh,
Um,
that's rad
and
looking.
so you're able to get a approximation of that to the point that it can pass as one of these.
Does it still
Uh,
function as a gas mask though?
it does. You don't ruin it like that. I think
Okay.
the if someone were to inspect it closely, it would definitely come across as like costume wear rather than like a
Yeah.
legitimate thing. Like some of the stitches aren't quite what are used in the legit thing. And
It's
I think the whole
cosplay quality.
process with
Yeah.
like the tailor trying to help you and Cole trying to describe, not really being able to describe it
Also,
properly.
just
The
not being
tailor,
like a great blacksmith or whatever to shape the metal to the way it needs to be and things
yeah,
like that.
I
Yeah.
think it leads to an additional stress on your hand of like at some
Okay.
point you're like, everyone stop, let me do my work, you know.
All right. So I'm at 1 extra stress on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Only got 3 left. It's gonna be a fun game.
Rest that you speak of.
Yeah.
Awesome. But yeah, you have this mask that could pass.
Excellent.
Sounds good.
All right.
Oh.
Anything else, Virgil, Nighthawk?
I mean, that's mainly what I wanted to do. I had a random other thought, but I don't think I don't think that's relevant to the mission. So, like, I
Well,
was thinking,
Uh,
I mean, those guys who were let loose from the prison recently. I was thinking of considering roughing them up for justice sake.
mm, you could try.
But is that even a good idea? That sounds like a bad idea.
3 billhook lifers set loose
Yeah.
on parole.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might want to not hurt yourself before a job that can make us
Yeah.
a lot of money.
Yeah. All right. I think I'll hold off
Think
on that for
about
now.
the coin when you make decisions.
Wow. I feel like that would be Silas being like, now I'd like you to stay here for
Yeah,
the
I
mission.
like to think that conversation was kind of in character.
Yeah,
Uh,
like,
Awesome, cool. So that's fine. So you are at a good position back at the lair with several other members. Who would like to check in next?
If Nebra could go first, I'm reading up on something real quick before my turn. Is that cool, Nebra?
Yeah, that's fine, but it sounds like there's something that's going to be happening,
Mm-hmm.
I guess, with Nebra,
Indeed.
so
Maybe you
that's
want to go
fine.
first, Reese?
let's
No,
go.
we can
No.
go with Nebra. That's fine. So the reason that you're gonna arrive a little bit late to
Okay.
the lair this evening is because, if you recall, you started an internship at the Aruvian consulate at the end of last game, and that's where I
Yeah.
would like to pick us off today.
we offer
So,
internship
Yay!
programs. We get paid here.
so you are currently working at the your internship at the Aruvian consulate. Um, the consulates are housed in some of the oldest imperial buildings in the city in Charter Hall, and the Aruvian consulate is no exception. It is situated between Banner Road and Archon Avenue in Charter Hall's old quarter. The Aruvian consulate is offset from City Hall and across the street from the headquarters of the Duskfall City Watch. This is the headquarters of all Bluecoats in the city. And together it forms a campus with, and some of us might remember, the Severosi and Dagger Isle consulate buildings. The Scovlin consulate is along Envoy Ray on the other side of the City Watch headquarters. Uh, the four-story Aruvian consulate is constructed in a Baroque architectural style, common among some of the city's oldest buildings. Its roof is flat and crenellated, and lacks the large, squat Swendler dome so predominant on the nearby Severosi consulate building. The interior of the building is relatively cramped, with offices arranged around a central L-shaped hall that runs through each level. And this hallway is further cluttered with Eruvian hanging rugs and potted radiant energy grown ferns, palms, and cypresses to kind of bring that illusion of that touch of home, right? Um, uh, Much like the other buildings, the doors to the consulate are built of heavily reinforced woods and are guarded during the day and locked at night. So there are currently guards outside, though it is a public building. People are free to enter as they will. You are currently working on whatever project it is that you know your supervisor had put you to, in kind of a bullpen area workspace at the end of this L-shaped hallway, and down that L, are the offices of both your father and Alstera. And at this time of night, many of the other interns and those younger Eruvians who visit their parents, much like you did prior to beginning working here, have already left or are currently kind of packing up their stuff and getting ready to leave for the day.
So who's the supervisor, or if I could offer a suggestion, could it be Petra?
Yeah, the clerk, yeah, she could be
Yeah.
kind of running stuff for you. That's great.
Okay. Um. So everyone's leaving. Does Nebra know if her father and Elstera are currently in the offices?
They are, yeah.
They're okay.
And in
Um.
fact, at uh let's say Elstera does come and find you, because you did send her a letter letting her know you were going to be working there. And so she approaches you from kind of down that hallway.
Mhm.
um Petra is kind of milling around, helping the other interns and stuff like that.
Yep.
Alstera, you've seen before, an attractive woman in her late 20s, dressing in Aruvian fashion. Her style has changed slightly recently, and she now wears a long, dark leather glove that covers her left hand up to her and forearm up to the elbow. She wears head covering that you're kind of familiar with traditional Peruvian fashion, but some of her dark, long, luxurious hair covers her right eye, and under the strands of your hair, you can see that around her eye there's some bruising, uh, and also kind of above her bodice, you see that there's some bruising on her sternum.
Okay, so she's approaching, and so Nevril will be like, "Oh, hello, Miss Rathi. That glove, is that new?"
And she kind of holds up her hand and kind of looks at her glove, completely in control of it, and is like, um, "Yes, a new fashion I'm trying out."
It looks very nice. You'll have to tell me where you got it. I might have to acquire one myself.
Of course, I would like to see this be the budding new fashion here in
Yes,
Duskfall.
be the
I
trendsetter.
have to tell you, Nebra, I am so happy to hear that you're going to be working alongside us.
I'm so glad too. I was hoping to work closely with my father and with you as well, actually.
Yes, I think it will be a very educational experience for everyone involved.
Oh, really? Could could I get a little smidge, a little detail what you have planned for me, or is that still top secret for now?
Well, I think we'll keep things relatively light. And she kind of looks over to Petra, who's been kind of giving you tasks, and is like, um, kind of get you, uh, well, what we don't want to call it busy work, but we're just getting you acclimatized to life here at the consulate. Uh, we would like to see you graduate before your eventual step into the realm of politics.
I see. That makes sense. Well, since you're here, is there anything I can help you with at this time?
There's just there's some files down on the second floor that were meant to be brought to my desk, and it seems that um, perhaps they got backed up or delayed. I'm assuming by this point most people have already started leaving for the day, and I really do need those files before uh, I end my business here. If you could retrieve those in Office 2B, um, that would be fantastic.
Of course, I can do that for you. And Nebra will start getting up and getting ready to head down.
Uh, Awesome. And I think as you kind of get up, Petra is going to be kind of putting her stuff away, and be like, Nebra, great work today. We're so
Oh,
happy to have you here. We're all about to head home for the evening. If you have business to wrap up, feel free, but don't feel like you need to stay any longer um, than you have to. You've done your time. You're free to go. She kind of jokes with you.
of course, I got one more thing to do, but yes, I will promptly go home after that. Thank you, Petra.
Yeah, and she kind of gives you a wave and starts leaving.
Okay, so the offices I presume are on the fourth floor, is it? Because I know the files are on the second floor. Or how far down does Nebra need to travel down?
Yeah, just one. You're on the third floor right now.
Or on the third floor. Okay, not too bad. Okay, so I mean, there's like a staircase or whatever that she goes down to go
Exactly.
to.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, all the walls here, not only kind of the tapestries that are hanging, and I think like beautiful Persian rug type styles, but also paintings of Peruvian history, and like the people here have done a really great job of bringing their culture into this building and making
Mm-hmm.
sure people remember where they came from. Um, but yeah, you get to the second floor, and as uh, Alstera described, it seems like most people packed up for the night. And at this level, level two is probably like functionary work, like not a lot of top secret stuff going on down here. And you find that uh, a lot of the offices, including Office 2B, like the doors just left open with not
Okay.
much security.
Okay. I guess Nebra will just waltz right in then. Does it look like that there's no one in the filing?
Exactly, yeah. Like the
Okay.
lights are off. There's some files strewn across the desk that looks like maybe they were getting ready to deliver them and then got busy and had just forgotten.
Okay. Oh, I should have asked earlier, but did Estella give any indication as to what these files look like? Were they in like a folder of some sort, or what should
She
Never be
didn't. She
looking
just
for?
said files.
Just files. Okay. That
So you'll have
totally
that
narrows it
intern
down.
is like, "Is this what you were looking for?" You know.
Yeah. Um, all right. So I guess what Never will do first is to see if there are any particular files that may have been already been taken out and are just kind of just left on like on a table somewhere. Because
Yeah, there definitely are, and you catch a glimpse of what is written on these files, and indeed these are probably the ones that Elstera is looking for.
okay.
And what you notice is that it is talking about someone you've met, actually.
Oh,
Um, it is uh, documenting Lady and Kayat.
okay.
And it is kind of listed as like a top secret. There's a stamp on it, so it's kind of it kind of gives you pause of like, why is there no security if there's just a top secret file laying on a desk? But it does say that with no new leads for Leviathan hunting, because she didn't get anything from that party, if we recall, Lady and Kayat did not sail for her usual hunting grounds this season.
Okay.
Instead, she sailed further north to make landfall on Tycheros to discuss terms for an economic alliance between Tycheros and Eruvia.
Okay. Is there any sort of details related to Tycheros itself or like
Yeah, you notice like it does have some information saying that according to the Eruvian Leviathan hunter fleets and kind of their demonologists, because of course, in order to track Leviathans, you do need a whisper, or in the Eruvians' case, a demonologist, right, to uh, sing the song of the Leviathan and kind of track where they go. And their demonologists are saying that the Leviathans are going further and further north each year, and that especially with tensions being what they are with the Imperium, and if the Imperium is planning an invasion, um, maybe it's time that they just throw in with Tycheros, and maybe an Eruvian Tycheros empire is something that ought to be considered in the future.
gotcha. Okay. Um, is there anyone else specifically that's called out besides Lady Ankayat?
Um, no, it seems like you know that there are other Leviathan hunters who went out to sail, but it seems like Lady and Kite is the one mentioned for this duty. So like the one thing we do now know about Lady and Kite is that um, she is kind of, there is some state sponsorship to her actions, right? Um, she is kind of working for Eruvia, not just herself and her family.
Right. That's fair. Um, sorry, just thinking. So okay, so the files themselves, is it just like a thin file? Is it just like a stack of papers?
Just papers kind of in a open manila envelope, like they were kind of collecting them from their cabinet to deliver them.
Okay, and besides the information about Lady Ankayat, that's kind of the only thing that Neber can glean from those papers.
Hmm.
Okay.
But it definitely seems, and like you can, it's probably labeled top secret. Not like internally, it's probably not that big of a deal. But the Eruvians probably don't want the Imperium to know about this, because this could be like, oh, you're planning to break our alliance, and could lead to future conflicts. So.
Okay. Is there any way that Nebra can possibly seal up the envelope, assuming it's not sealed or was previously sealed and maybe got unsealed?
Yeah, no. So it wasn't like that. It was literally just a Manila folder,
Oh, okay.
full of papers. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Um, yeah, I won't worry too much about that then. So Nebra will just go ahead and kind of like just neatly gather up the papers, kind of just and then put them in the envelope and then just kind of bring him with her back upstairs towards Elstera's office.
Cool. As you walk, you notice that Elstera's office is empty, but you do see the shadow of her kind of reflecting from the window in your father's office. And their door is shut, but you notice it's not shut all the way. It is open, but a crack. And where you want to drop some eaves on that conversation, you might be able to.
So is there any obvious noise coming out from where she's located, or does she have to actually get closer to the door to hear anything?
They are, so it seems like your father and Elstera are talking in hushed tones, so you would need to kind of get close to that crack to listen in.
Got it. Okay. So Nebra will put the files down on Elstera's desk, and then she'll try to sneak
Yeah,
to the
that
door.
does sound like a
Sneak,
sneaky
sneak.
type of roll,
Yeah.
perhaps a prowl.
I was gonna say. I was going to say I want to roll a prowl. Yeah. So what would be the position effect
Oh,
currently?
well, I think this is definitely risky, but the effect is going to be standard, I think.
Standard. Okay. Wondering if I want to do anything else. I think what I'll do is I will push myself, take 2 stress, and then I'll add an extra die to that. Yeah, I think that'll be good. I'll go ahead and roll then.
Or
Whew.
a success with a complication. So this is what you hear from their hushed whispers. This is Alstera speaking. You hear her, you kind of come in mid-sentence, and you hear her say, "There are still 2 or 3 tests left to go. When next he is tested, Ashish will be presented with 4 items: a brass astrolabe, a book of laws, a vial of spent blasting powder, and a wood-handled knife. It is imperative that he select the knife to continue as planned. Once the Conclave is convinced that Ashish is the Demon Lord Ixis reborn, he will be given control of his house, and from this position, he should be able to convince the others to war on the Imperium." And then as you hear that, you kind of take a step back, and there's a squeak on the floorboard, and the talking stops. Because there was a complication with your roll, Nebra.
Oh, did that come from me? Shoot. Okay. I'm just going to try to
Walking up there.
back
What was that, Paul?
away.
I said, time to knock like you were just walking up there normally.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, that's a good idea. I'll Never will go ahead and knock, just politely.
Yeah, this is your father's office, he opens the door, and he's like, "Oh, Nebra, please come in." And Elstera just kind of smiles and nods dumbly, like nothing has just happened. They were just having a nice, pleasant conversation.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, Never will step in. It's like, "Thank you, Father. Elstera, I just wanted to let you know the files are on your desk. Is there
Oh,
anything else?"
thank you so much.
Yeah.
No, that will be it. Great work today. And
Oh,
his
thank
father
you.
goes, "Yes, she is becoming uh, a well-trained politician,
We'll see. We'll see how that goes.
perhaps an accountant like her old man."
Yeah, that might be the safer bet. Who knows? Who knows at this point?
Well, thank you for all of your hard work today, Nebra. It was so great having you here. But I think that's all we we have for you today. Please, um, enjoy the rest of your evening. And at this, your father steps in and is like, "Yes, yes, yes, and no gallivanting with your friends tonight. I want you straight home. Your mother, yourself, and me, we're going to have a family night. I want you safe at home. The city is becoming far too dangerous to go out at all hours of the evening."
Okay, okay, sounds good. We're going to have a family dinner tonight. That's very exciting. It's been a
Yes, we're
while.
going to have some covered ham.
That great Aruvian ham.
Oh, yeah, classic.
Um, Sorry, I was just going to see if before Nebrit left, if she could use her ghost voice, like, and I don't know how this would go, so maybe Kyle, you can help me with this. Like, she wants to give like a quick indication that to Elstera that she knows who she is, but she also doesn't want her father to be aware that she knows who she is.
Yeah, that's fine. So this ghost voice allows you to speak like, as far as I'm aware, to ghosts and demons in kind of a native tongue.
Right.
Let me just read your.
I
So
just
you
don't
know
want
the
to.
secret method to interact with a ghost or demon as if it was a normal human, regardless of how wild or feral it appears. You gain proficiency when communicating with the supernatural. So yeah, let's say like under your breath, you can intone those ancient Havrathi words, that the demons once spoke. Which if anyone were to listen, and which is why I say maybe under your breath, kind of come out like you're speaking in tongues, like possessed type stuff. But yeah, you could do that under your breath, and
Yeah, and
maybe your
maybe
father picks it up, but I'm not sure he's too familiar with all that supernatural stuff, or is
right,
he?
right. So I think Nebra would she'll just do something very innocuous, like tell say have a good night towards Elstera, but use the ghost voice to
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, and then
excellent.
and then she'll turn and leave.
Yeah, Alstera goes, "You too, Manasa."
Cool. All right. Sounds good. Um, right. So I think at this point, Nebra will pick up her things and head out of the consulate completely. Just trying to figure out if I want her to actually listen to her father and go straight home, or just go to the lair.
Well, I will say I would like you on the score tonight, whatever you decide. But
Right. Okay. So I guess question for that: when is the score supposed to start? Like
well,
the
we don't.
next day?
We, probably later tonight is the thing.
Um.
Your father is probably going to make it difficult for you to go. He's very worried about the state of the city. That's an obstacle you're going to need to overcome.
Right. So I think what Nebra will do. So she'll head straight home. No issue there. But I think she'll also send out a note to like Silas, to like Phantom Import specifically, saying that she's kind of holed up for a little bit. It's like she'll try to get over there as soon as she can, but there might be a chance she won't make it. But I don't know, just something
Cool.
along those lines. Like,
So we'll say that like those of you at the lair, Silas, Cole, we know, Reese, perhaps. You guys kind of get this message that Nebra is under house arrest, um, by her parents. I'll let you guys decide amongst yourselves how you want to do this, between like what Nebra wants to do, what the crew wants to do. Obviously, like this is going to be a hurdle, right? Like your family is important to you, and sometimes your vice comes back and haunts you, right? And this is kind of what we're exploring here right now. But I would like you to either blatantly disobey your father or find a way around it, because I would like you on the score, obviously, and having fun with everyone. So
right,
So
right.
I think Cole is happy to go engage with the parents.
oh my goodness,
He's had such good success previously.
Oh, the parents are gonna be so suspicious now. I love it.
awesome.
This Cole need a buddy to come along.
Well, so Cole reading this, he's like, I've got everything settled here. But I think I have a plan. I can get Nebra out for the evening.
Alright, what's your plan?
Well, I'm gonna need to go get flowers, you see. And I think if I show up and I tell them that I'm taking Nebra out, that they might let me do
Duh.
it. No. I think her
I'm
mother's
sorry,
sweet.
I kid.
I think her mother's sweet on me. So I think if
You
I
do what you need to do for the sake of the crew. I've done my part, as I like itch a little bit.
Fuck you, Silas.
right.
I love it. This is the best.
Yeah.
And actually, yeah. So Cole will he'll go get the suit that Silas bought him.
Mhm.
So he's like super well dressed.
Oh yeah,
he's
dude, that's
he's
awesome.
completely clean shaven. Right.
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
That's right.
This is
So
this is prom night Ken in
this
in,
is yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So he's he's like getting ready. Yeah. So
Perfect.
so Cole is completely clean shaven. His hair is cut really short. He actually goes and cleans up and then puts on the suit that Silas bought him.
Hmm.
And then I go and I'm gonna scrounge through Phantom Imports because I assume that there's just things there,
Hmm.
and I'm gonna look for little, essentially worthless trinkets that like a like a gift for parents type thing. So he's gonna take a couple of small little things, like maybe like a little bowl or something, or little tiny things like that. And then he's gonna run out in the night market, and he's going to, before he catches a cabbie, he's going to uh, grab some like flowers, right? So he's getting
Hmm.
like I don't know what their flower situation, since growing flowers for
Yeah, they're
pleasure seem,
expensive, right?
yeah,
If you're
seems
giving
hard.
someone
Yeah.
flowers, that's a phew.
Yeah.
So he probably gets, yeah, some like weeds essentially, but yeah, no, it's definitely flowers, right?
Some like
So he gets
dandelions.
flowers. Yeah, he gets something. He gets whatever grows that's not that expensive, but he probably trades on
Yeah, you
Silas's
could
name
set,
a little
let's
bit.
say, it's like some radiant energy grown daisies.
Perfect. Right? And so then yeah, hops in a cabbie, flags down a cabbie, even though they're creepy fucks, and heads on over to Nebra's parents' house.
Awesome. Yeah, you get there no problem. Knock on the door, and I will say some time has passed. So, like, Nebra, you've gotten home. Your father has also gotten home. But it's your mother who actually answers the door. And at first, she kind of opens it up and does like the peek out, like who's there, and then sees you, and at first like doesn't recognize you, all clean shaven for a moment. But then it kind of dawns, like, oh, Nebra, it's your friend. Oh, please come in. What are you doing standing out there? Come in, come.
Oh,
Uh, Mrs. Cinnamon, it's a pleasure to see you again this evening. I brought you. I pull out the little like bowl, like glass bowl type thing.
Oh my goodness, you are so kind, Nebra. You have the sweetest friends. We will treasure this always. And she puts it on like a place of prominence on the mantle above their fireplace. And
there's a
it's like
collection of like bowls and stuff that just fits
of
right
like
in.
any little gift like someone in the city has given them is like treasured.
Right.
And she's like, "Can I get you anything? I've just put the kettle on. I know you like those jam crackers. Uh, biscuits for everyone." And she starts rushing into the kitchen and like puts on her apron, which is hanging on one of the cupboards,
Yeah,
and
like
pulls.
Cole thinks about interrupting, but he's like, he doesn't get a chance to. He's just like, ah.
You're getting fed. Just
Yeah.
deal with it.
Uh, I I apologize, and actually, sorry. He also, I think, brought a little bowl, and then has a little like an Akarosi style like pipe, uh, and then he hands that to Nebra's father, of like, sir, I brought you this little token.
And you see, like he has. I I believe Nebra, you said he has kind of longer hair, right?
Right.
Yeah, so he's kind of unwrapping his head covering, kind of letting his hair fall down as he steps out of his room. Kind of that definitely like dad after work vibe, and like sees the pipe and definitely kind of gives you the eye of like, what are your intentions with my daughter? But it's like, thank you, son.
You gonna clap cheeks, bud?
And yeah, so then we'll kind of stand awkwardly, like uh, doesn't have to play up at being awkward, since uh, this is not probably a situation he's been in, but we'll definitely just kind of stand there and wait to wait to be directed by the Cinnamon family.
Yeah, definitely like date on prom night type
Yep,
vibe.
exactly,
And
exactly.
it's like, I think, Nebra's father, Raul, uh, will sit down, and I think he has like his comfy armchair, like
Hmm.
his spot, and he'll kind of motion to like a love seat, no pun intended, for the rest of you two to sit down while you wait for biscuits.
Yeah, he'll go ahead and sit down.
All right, Never will sit down also. And
When
she'll-
Never walks in, he'll actually stand up and like he'll hand her the flowers.
Oh.
Like, yeah, these are for you.
Wait, Cole, is that you? Oh my goodness.
He like blushes.
Or your father just groans.
You should do this more often. Like the face, like that should be shown off more, I think. It's a good look for you.
Well, thank you. Yes.
So as you sit down, Raoul's like, "So, son, what is it that you do for work?"
Well, as you know, I'm a student. I am studying oratory and political motivation.
Political motivation.
Yes.
Is there much money in that?
There can be some people make lots of money. Yes.
It was awkward, not awkward at all.
But I think I'm looking at like grassroots organizing. You know,
There's just this dead-eyed stare.
So, son, what do you do for work? Well, you see, I'm a revolutionary. My goal is to end up on a bunch of T-shirts.
Oh my god.
People won't understand what those
Nev-
T-shirts mean, but they'll wear them.
Yeah, Never will
Right.
step in, and she's like, well, Father Cole has been, with his military background and his Scotlander heritage, he's been doing a lot of work with the refugees,
mhm.
trying to
Oh,
offer.
humanitarian work.
Yes.
Yes. There's yeah, we both just say yes. Yes, humanitarian work. As you're probably aware, it's hard for someone not of Akarosi blood to get ahead in this city.
Yes. And what type of name is this Cole?
Ooh.
It is a nickname, sir. My last name is Colburn.
A
Lysander.
strong Akarosi name. Or Scovelander name.
Scovelander, yes. My people are long from Duskfall, even potentially pre-Empire.
Oh, impressive. Your friend is joining us for family dinner tonight?
No, I apologize, sir. I ended up with tickets to a little play, and I was seeing. I'm surprising Neber, I think, but I was going to see if she wanted to come to see this show with me.
Oh, no.
This is such a surprise. Yes.
Yeah, no, tonight I think is family night. We plan to stay in this evening all together. You are welcome to join us though if you want.
Is there any chance that I could? Sadly, this is the last showing, and I was hoping that. Is there any chance that I could, uh, you know, twist your arm per se, like maybe negotiate? What?
Yeah, and I think at this point Nebra's mother from the kitchen is like, Raul, let him go. We were young once, you know what it's like. And he's grunting, and he's like, where is this play you were taking my daughter?
I need a good place.
Don't say night market.
No, it's definitely not in the night market. It is. Where is the club? Where is the club again?
That is in Brightstone, and actually there is a renowned theater,
Ooh.
in it's called the Spire Garden Theater, and it's in White Crown, where Duskfall Academy is. I mean, this is high end stuff.
Yes. A friend of my patrons gifted my patron with these tickets, and he gifted them to me. You know how it goes. I don't come from money, sadly, and but it is at. Sorry, could you repeat that, Kyle? I forgot
Yeah,
what it was.
Spire Garden.
It is the Spire Garden Theater in White Crown. Very safe. Yes.
Yeah, and Nebra's mother again will be like, "Yes, you always talk about how White Crown is the safest, and that's why we want Nebra at school there. Uh, Surely you should let them go." And he's like, "Well, it seems that I have most of my family against me on this matter. Uh, Far be it from an old man to want to spend time with his wife and daughter. All right, all right, you can go. Just be safe. White Crown is okay, but the city is becoming overrun with crime. Like, stay away from the docks. That is the worst of it all."
Of
Of
course.
course, of course. And
Thank you so much, Father.
do not worry, sir. As Never said, I have military training, and I will ensure that your daughter returns home safely.
Good, good, good. Yes, see that you do, and have her home by the hour of chains, no later. 11 p.m. equivalent.
I will see what I can do, sir, but I do know that the play has an intermission with a drink, with a cocktail hour. We'll see what, and you know how difficult it can be to get a cabbie after one of those events. So
Yeah, and your mother again is like, "Raul, this is the way of the youngers here. It is not like back in Aruvia. It is different. This is the way." And he's, "All right, just be safe and let me know when you are home safe.
Of course. Of course, Father. Thank you.
I will do family dinner another night. This isn't the last you will hear of this."
Of course. All right.
thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Would you like to get ready?
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. Then Nebra will get up and go quickly to her room and kind of just
And
put
yeah, your
something together
mother's
real quick.
like, "Raul, mind the biscuits," and she kind of follows you and is like, "No, no, no, not that dress, not that dress. This one. You want to look
Yes.
nice." And
Yes.
Excellent.
I would like to think Nebra's mother just pulls out like this random dress that she's never seen before. It's like, oh, I wore this when I was younger. Yeah.
yeah, like the prized family heirloom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely, definitely.
Awesome. So yeah, I mean, Raul's gonna still be kind of growling, but he will let you two leave.
Yeah, I'll like Cole will I think effectively make small talk of, uh, you work at the embassy, sir. What,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and I understand you're in finance.
Mm-hmm.
That's very impressive. I wish that I had a head for numbers in that way. I'm good with people, not necessarily as good with numbers.
It is good money in accounting. I
Hmm.
have seen well from my family. I hope that this political oratory will allow you to do the same when you make an honorable woman of whoever it is you so choose.
Cole, bright red, just yep. Uh, yep. Yes, sir. I definitely hope so.
And then silence for the next 45 minutes.
Right.
No, I don't think Nebra will take that long because time
Yeah.
is of the essence.
Right.
But yeah, she'll get ready, and then at what when she's actually ready to go, she'll come out and be ready to leave.
My
Shall we?
darling, you look beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Cole puts his arm out. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Leave room for the Demon Lord exists. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you, sir, madam.
No, 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 biscuits before you go. And she like puts a bunch of these jammed biscuits in a napkin, kind of like a haversack, and hands them over to you.
Perfect.
Yeah, we take those, and then wave and go down and flag down a cabbie.
Yep, and head back to the lair.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
As we get in as after we close the door, Cole definitely like digs into the biscuits. He's like, "These are very good. Like your mother does make a good biscuit."
Of course, she does. That was very keen. I was very impressed.
Good, good.
We'll figure out the coming home part later.
Yeah,
But first,
We needed to get you out of there. Your note said that you were under house arrest by your father, so
it's true.
Huh?
It was true. And yet you rescued me, so you have my thanks.
I mean, not only can we not do it without you, like we all say, you're the best criminal of all of us.
Don't tell my father that, but thank you.
I don't.
He doesn't need to.
Excellent. Excellent. So yeah, you guys head back to the lair where you'll meet up with everyone presently. But Reese, if you're ready to go, let's check in on you.
Cool. So, I think Reese is spending a significant amount of his time working on his alchemical solutions.
Mm-hmm.
And if you allow it, I would like to craft something to try to help us with this evening's events. Usually this would be done in a downtime, so I'll leave
not
that up to your
necessarily.
discretion. Well, I mean,
Yeah, I
specifically
think
says
that's.
downtime in the rules, but
I think a free play will be fine.
yeah. So one of the substances I would like to craft is binding oil, which I think could be quite useful. So the effect of which is permanently fuses two surfaces until dissolved by alkahest or ectoplasm.
Okay.
So a fairly volatile substance.
And it sounds like you have the rules open for crafting. Could
Yeah.
you let me know what those are? It's been a while since I looked through them.
So the items themselves are based on crew tier and essentially requires a tinkering roll, or if you're doing something arcane would be a what's that other stat, the
Attune.
attune, yeah. So whatever role you're trying to craft with, so I'll be using tinker because he's doing tinker stuff. So binding oil is tier 3 and produces 1 vial. So tier 3 means I would need to spend a coin, roll a 6, and because we're a tier 1 crew or a tier 2 crew.
We're tier 1, so
Tier 1,
if you're
okay.
rolling our tier, on a 1 to 3, you're at a tier -1, so you could get a tier 0 substance.
Yeah.
On a 4 or 5,
Get a tier.
at a 4 or 5, you could get your tier, so you could get a level 1 substance, and on a 6, you could get a tier +1, on a critical tier +2. Yeah, so you just need a critical to get a tier 3 substance. Or you could spend 1 coin to bump a 6 up to a critical.
And so I would need a critical to create the binding oil, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the other one I was looking at was smoke bomb, which is tier 2, but crafts 2 of them. So it would be possible to craft the binding oil then with our current tier, right?
Yeah. Now, and from the rules, how does the tinkering play into that?
Essentially, it's essentially just the roll, right? So.
Or what page are you looking at?
226.
Thank you. 226.
I have to say the crafting rules are a little odd, and they have specific drawbacks. So oils, I think, have a volatile drawback, which means if I fail, there's a specific side effect for myself. Produces a dangerous or troublesome side effect for the user specified by the GM.
Yeah, so you're not rolling crew tier. You are rolling your tinker.
Yeah.
And whatever you get will be the tier of product you're able to get. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Alrighty then. Well, let's do this this roll then.
So you still need a crit, but you get to roll potentially more dice than 1.
Yeah. So yeah, tier is the difficulty, I think, whereas our tier is the ability to craft it at all. So like for instance, we would not be able to craft like a large bomb. A large bomb is tier 5.
But you could with enough gold.
Yeah, with enough gold, but
or coin.
Yeah, coin. All right, well, let's see if I can get this binding oil crafted. So that would be super handy to glue a bunch of folks to the street or something. So that's what Reese is gonna do. So there's not a lot of role play in this one, but it's okay. All right, here we go. Doing a tinker roll. Okay, here we go. And this would be controlled position or risky position. I guess it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, well, let's call it a risky, just because I assume you're doing this back at the lair,
Yeah, and I don't have
so you
an
could get
an
glue all over
actual
the place,
yeah,
right?
and I don't have an actual workshop, so
Yeah, so
no
we'll call it
bonuses
a
from that.
risky standard effect.
And all right, and I don't unless I wanted to take a devil's bargain, I don't want to push my stress any further. I'm already at 6 stress, so here we go. Oh, failure.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll say you're unable to make the binding oil this time, but you perhaps learn some stuff in the process of failure, and we'll say like the area of the lair which you tinker, like there's a small explosion of stuff. We'll say
Everything's
let's
glued down
give
now.
Reese one harm, and we'll
Okay.
call it sticky.
Okay.
And then yeah, just things. Anyone walking through there is like has to like work to pry their feet up. Like crates are stuck to the floor. It's just like a giant glue explosion in that corner of the lair.
Okay. All right. Well, that's my free play. On top of the stuff he did to help Virgil.
Cool. Nothing else you want to do at this time?
Nope.
All right. So, let's say everyone else arrives at the lair at the point of boom and stickiness.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I added too much of that agent. Ugh. Well, next time I'll make sure to use a different kind of beaker. This one doesn't seem to fit well with this sort of substance.
Cole walks in and he's like, he takes off his nice coat. He's like, I'll go get the mop.
I guess part of the free play is he's also gonna trim up and look professional. So cut the hair, get a military haircut, shave everything, leave the a Navy style stash, you know. But normally he has a pretty thick 5 o'clock shadow, but
Awesome. Yeah, so you are all there, and can discuss accordingly what you guys have found out and learned.
All right. So the place we're hitting is down in Daggertown. At the end of that cul-de-sac. What is this? At the end of that cul-de-sac, Bottle Screw Lane. There's a big heavy iron door that's going to need to be taken down. Once you're in, you're in. Looks like it's a basement cut off from the upper floors of the buildings behind it, but we'll want to be ready in case they have some way of accessing out that way. I'm going to be perched in the Pearl on Overwatch on that entrance, and when trouble starts coming, I'm going to shoot the door one time. Now, if you come out that door, you're going to be looking down an alley. So maybe try and make another way out. You are in a basement. Hopefully everything goes fine.
Are you saying we're taking the door down first, or are we just bypassing the door?
I mean, that... I don't know.
Okay.
do you have the dimensions of this door, and how thick is it?
It's about door sized.
So it's just a regular door then. It's not like a garage door or nothing.
No, yeah, just regular door.
Yeah, they must be just
Normal
walking
door
stuff through
thickness
there.
or thicker than normal?
I didn't see anybody open it.
Well, if we want the military,
What's,
want the people to think the military did it, it'd probably be a good idea maybe just to blow the door open. I presume the military has explosives like that, of that sort.
Easily.
I could cobble something together if we need something big. What's the building made out of? Is it made out of brick, or is it also made out of iron?
Ah, it's a brick building.
It'd be easier to go to the bricks than go to the steel, don't you think?
Do we have an idea of how many people will be there?
I don't think so.
Less than normal because Arkesh wants to move some people out.
Yeah, that was his thing. He was trying to move his best and brightest out.
Yeah, less than normal could mean the difference of, well, normally there's 20 blokes there, but now there's going to be 10 versus normally there's 10 and now there's going to be 3 or something, right? So
So
Oh,
this is
yeah.
we are we are raiding a compound as disguised as blue cloaks, right?
No.
No,
we're
as
Imperial
military.
As
Military.
Imperial
As
Military.
Imperial- But this place is just another gang hideout.
Specifically Imperial Navy.
Well, this is Arkesh said a drug den. So
Okay.
the gang operates it. It's feasible that there are
Civilians
civilians
there,
there
yeah.
enjoying the wares
Mhm.
of the Red Sashes.
We don't need them dead. But
So
also,
the way the military probably does this is they probably just fucking march in there and do it, right? Probably blow the door, go down the whole thing.
Just say we
Take
rip the
what you
door right
want.
out of the wall. If it's just stuck into some brick, we should be able to rip it right out.
So the problem with ripping it out is that the way the military would do it is they would bring in a bunch of carts and a lot more men, and we're not doing that.
But we look like
well,
special
no.
forces.
How would
Special
the military
forces
do it as
might.
you're going to do it the way the military would do it as a raid.
Right.
Yeah.
Also,
well,
this doesn't have to look like an above-the-board military raid. There are
This is-
gangs in the
all right.
Navy as well, and these
You're not
guys
wrong.
could be off the compound, going off and doing their own thing,
we're special,
and depending on the military Navy to back them up.
and we are dressed like more like special forces, not like regular just like sailors. So like
So
What sort of
I
weapons do we got in our asset?
Beautiful.
yeah,
Firearms.
these are brand new. They're top of the line.
Let me see that.
Lovely, lovely guns.
I pick up one of the BARs.
Reese will do a quick, military style checkout of the weapon, pull the bolt, all that sort of stuff. Investigation of the mechanics of it.
Yeah, if the Scovelanders had access to these during the war, it may have been a completely different story.
What a marvel
These
this
are
is.
definitely a technological level that was previously unknown.
Also, examine the ammunition as well. I imagine it's just normal case like normal ammunition, or what sort of ammunition does
Yeah,
it have?
like
Yeah,
brass.
it's just normal.
Just brass.
Uh,
Okay.
You don't have a lot. You have like a crate of ammunition, and like full auto, these things can eat up a lot. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
this will be like you're not going to be able to use these for long, right?
Beyond the guns, what else we have?
you're a Nighthawk.
Well, there are 4 uniforms, enough for the 4 of you,
Mm-hmm.
and
Define 4 of you, sorry. I don't know if
Well,
we ever
the-
discussed that.
the 4 of you that are most dangerous. That aren't me. Because none of these uniforms fit me. I'm going to be up a wall.
Right.
Well,
Well,
it
that
means
makes
I'm
sense.
going in with Cole.
Well, you are a
Barbara.
military man.
Well, I'm already dressed the part, and he shows,
Question to Kyle. What's the Imperial Navy's policy on women serving? Like, do they allow it? Do they?
I think so. Yeah, I
Okay.
think as much as Duskfall is backwards in like classism, I think anyone of any gender can serve their country or have any role in.
And they
And I
would
also-
allow. Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say I also think specifically because we're part of the subjugation division, the special forces, we have a little more leeway in what we do.
Okay, gotcha.
Which district
mean,
is
just-
this in again? It's not a night market, right?
This is in the docks.
The docks. Okay,
Uh,
thanks.
I guess the question is, as special forces, we could go in more quietly.
Well, the problem is getting into the building quietly when it's a brick house.
Right.
Mhm.
Like, how do you quietly enter a brick building with a big steel door?
Ernie, perhaps you can go from beneath. Is there access from the sewer?
I don't know if we have time for exploring that,
Perhaps not.
but I don't know how that part of it's laid out. I just
What are
was
the-
able to get a look at it in the surface.
Let's see here. What are the mission types? Let me try to see.
You have assault, occult, deception, social, stealth, or transport.
Transport. We could Trojan horse it.
I mean, I don't know how you gain their trust as the military to just walk in.
Well, I mean, we have 4 outfits, so and then we
But
have.
they aren't military.
Yeah, they're not military.
They're a gang.
Yeah.
So
These are
we
Red
have one
Sashes, right?
we could have one person not in uniform.
In Red Sash gear? Do we don't have that stuff.
Why would they trust the military, Cameron?
They're not in military gear, so we would have one person not in military gear.
Yeah, but
To-
they're
to what
both
end?
2 other people from the military. Like
But
Are you
but,
talking about
like, Cameron?
sneaking a single person in?
Well, Cameron does have a bit of a point, right? So, like, as I said, this is a drug den, and so there's civilians who go there to partake, right? So, I mean, Cameron does have a right mind of, like, if some dude just showed up, like, hey, I'm here to buy drugs. All right, come on in. You know what I mean?
And now we know what Silas is doing.
I
Go
don't
there,
think
I don't take drugs.
go there, get high, and open the door for us.
I enjoy a fine beverage, but I keep it under control.
Go there, don't get high, and open the door for us.
Okay.
But like that gets us in the door, right? We don't have to blow the door. We can deception our way in, and then we can then, you know, if we just decide to blow things up, then we can, or however it goes.
Well, and you'll recall last session, our cash did say to sell it, he would want a body count.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think this is a great opportunity. We can do it in character of identifying what the approach is going to be, right? And I think Cole will just say, I think the most straightforward approach to this is what I think the military would do, is they would blow the door. They would march in there. We can bring we can bring my Scovelander boys. We can put scarves on them, get them all kitted up so where they don't look like they look military, right? They don't, but they look like they're military plainclothes, like maybe the type of blokes that the special forces would bring in. We have them with us, and we just
Special-
fucking
well,
raid them.
Why would the Scovelanders work with the military?
they're not
Well,
going
you
to look
wouldn't
like
be able to see 'em, would
Scovelanders.
ya?
You
What
want
do
to
you
be
think
able to
I
see
did?
their face.
Not unlike you.
What do you think I did for 20 years, boyo?
Well, all right.
Various Covelanders have had to do what they need to do to survive. So
What's our escape plan? How are we getting the stuff and how are we getting out of there?
We just run right back out the door. Unless you want to plan on going through the roof and getting. So we've got to get to a canal. The closest canal is on the other side of the building.
Near Flotsam Avenue.
That's
Right.
right. So what you'd have to do there is penetrate the floor and ascend.
Now, okay,
How much stuff is there to get out? Can we carry it all out?
we don't know.
Or
We're very light on details here. So,
Arkesh.
This is why, like, if we bring some kind of
oh, no, I'm changing my tack here. I'm gonna side with you for a second. right, as I'm wont to do. So, we pay off a cabbie. We clown car it up, right? We have one or two folks, maybe Silas and a couple of goons, go on in. They probably get disarmed once they're inside, but that's okay. They're
Should I
not
even-
there to fight. Right. They're not there to fight. They're there to open the door for us, right? The two goons are there to take care of anybody at the door. Silas opens the door. The four Imperial Navy of us and the Skovlanders rush on in, right? We park a cabbie or something outside to fucking block traffic, block the door. I don't know what it is. And then we bar the fucking door closed so that any kind of reinforcement ain't coming in. We secure the compound. We take out who we got to take out. And then, yeah, we try to do we find a window? Do we find an alley? Do we find, I mean, I know that this compound, this block here, this blockhouse, you know, it's got to have windows facing Slaughter Row or Whiskey Row or Flotsam Avenue, right? There's people got to be. You're not pouring all of your shite into Bottleneck Lane. They're probably pouring it out into Flotsam Row, right? So that's how we get out. We pop a window. We all get out. We meet one or both of the boats on that little canal there.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Sweet. So, what type of score is this? Assault, occult, deception, social, stealth, transport.
I
Sounds
feel
like
like
assault.
deception.
I think fundamentally it's assault. Even if
Pretty salty.
like I
Okay.
do a deception part in the beginning to get inside,
Mhm.
it's still coming in guns blazing.
Awesome. And what is the point of attack?
Front door.
Okay. And then what is everyone bringing in terms of load?
Heavy.
Heavy.
Medium.
Light.
Nebra.
Oh yeah. So okay, since I'll be in uniform, I could probably get away with heavy, actually, for once.
You 100% can.
Yeah.
Who
Let's
are the ones not in uniform? Me and
You and the
You're the
messenger.
messenger.
right, because short.
All right. Sounds good. So, um,
And if all else fails, we can still blow the door.
if all else fails, indeed.
If Silas can't open the door from the inside.
All right, so we take 1d for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold or daring?
Is it?
You guys think it is? All right,
Yeah.
2.
I'd say so.
Well,
I mean, you're going after our Cassius crew. That's like picking on the little kid.
Yeah,
Oh.
but we're going in as the Imperial Military
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
essentially broad daylight. Like it's nighttime,
Yeah.
but
no,
And
I
we're
don't
just-
actually think this is daring.
and
'cause
we're
coming
going in- And we're going in
bigger-
loud.
We're a strong crew, tier 1 strong. What is he? What are the Red
I think
Sashes?
they're a tier 2 strong.
Tier 2.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're hitting them where they're weak. We're hitting a drug den. We're not hitting like their armory, and we're doing it with very good weapons. I think like we should be honest with ourselves and this isn't very daring.
I mean, it's
And then we should get an extra die for being honest.
opportunistic.
I kid.
Well,
I kid.
This is what we call honest work.
so my argument is that even though we have the guy who could theoretically give us all of the information, we have zero information, right? Like
Yeah.
Arcast should be able to give us a layout, the number of people that'll be there, their schedule, like everything about it, and we have none of that,
Yeah.
but I think so. In my mind, this is my counter.
which is daring to me.
Daring to me is like, are people going to be talking about this at the bar and be like, "Whoa, did you hear what the Nighthawks did?" And something like, "They kidnapped Imperial military officers and murdered one of them." Dang, that's something. They raided another gang's drug den.
Well,
So
they're not going to
when-
be talking about what the Nighthawks did. They're going to be talking
Right.
about what the
Sure,
Imperial
but
military did.
He's just talking about like
That's the other thing. So
Would it
Imperial
look
running
bold if they were talking about what we were doing?
I mean, how many times a day do they do that, or a week?
Yeah.
I think it's fearless, which is a synonym of daring. So
I would say it's a bit of a stronger moniker than daring.
Well, I'll tell you what. So we'll take one for sure luck. I won't give you the one for bold or daring, but I'll give you the one for does it expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where their weakest? Because that's essentially exactly what you're doing. Our
Yeah.
catch made sure there was a vulnerability. Can any friends or contact provide aid or insight for this operation?
Oh man, I'd love to know what the layout of that is.
In
Does
our
anyone
cache.
have the kind of person who would just walk into a drug den and like start sketching the walls? You have a contact that could do that.
No, I could do that.
Oh, right, but this is about help. This isn't about what we
Sure.
can do.
I,
Question is, can we get help?
well, not really.
Well, and I'll say I can give you a third because even if he kind of sucks at it, our cache is giving you some details and is helping you in that regard.
Yeah.
I mean, we've relied on him a lot, but this is in the docs, and I do have both Logan and Killian Martin. Logan is the former corporal that we've used in the past. He's the one that failed to cut the lights in the first game. But then Killian Martin is the boss of the Killian's Cutthroats, who's a Docker crew, who's been real happy to get work from us in the past. So we could potentially utilize one of his folks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there may be dire consequences for contacts that are put on this job, just as an FYI.
Yeah.
Well,
My only contact could even potentially do that would be Statsia, but I don't see her going in there and doing that for me, especially with the way we're currently associated. So
All right, so I will offer up Logan Bracken once more into the flames. That what's that?
Poor Logan Bracken.
Poor Logan Bracken. My loyal corporal, right? He is going. I'm going to ask him to. What's that?
has he gone to jail for us?
No, but he
He's been
definitely
questioned, I think.
he's been picked up and questioned. So I'm gonna ask him to go in and buy drugs, and while he's there, I would like him to give me a layout if he can, a rough sketch, and also just count the number of people he sees that look like they're there to do violence or to protect that drug den.
who's working
Awesome.
there?
All right. So that's 3. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors?
Payout is.
Yeah.
I don't know if the
Yeah, but the
operation.
operation itself, I'm not sure is.
No.
It's kind of a smash and grab.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we'll keep you at
This is low
3.
level robbery.
Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have defenses or preparations? No.
Kind of should.
Well, that's kind of what
They
our cache is
should,
trying to
but, yeah.
minimize.
Yeah.
And I think in this case he did. So, are any enemies or rival interfering in this operation? Nope. And are there any other elements you want to consider?
Yes.
No. So that's going to be a 3D engagement roll. Coming from our absent Emmeline. Here we go.
Ooh.
All right. So we find ourselves in a risky position at the start of the score.
Risky
So,
business.
you guys head down Bottle Screw Lane. You kind of around the corner. Logan meets up with you, Cole,
Mhm.
and kind of gives you the layout um, of the drug den. It is essentially a converted basement. There are no windows at all, and it's almost like kind of that's probably by design, kind of like they do casinos to make sure people don't know. I mean, it's always dark here, but so they will stay and enjoy their stuff. It's essentially just one large room on one like a large rectangle. On one of the short rectangle sides is a bar that he definitely saw some Eruvian people working and was assuming that they're Red Sashes. On the other end was a stage where there can be performances and stuff like that, and there were some people who were doing so who did not look Eruvian, so were probably civilians there to engage in drug use. There is on the long rectangle side at the far end near the bar, there is a doorway that's kind of occluded by a beaded curtain, and that there were some Eruvian. There was one in particular, an Eruvian woman who was leading people back and forth, these civilians, and so there's probably some more privatized drug use going on back there. Didn't see anything as an office, so maybe that was behind the beaded curtain. He wasn't kind of let back there. He says a lot of civilians, a lot of people who weren't Eruvian, a lot of Akarosi, some Scovlanders. There were some Red Sashes on site, like he said, working the bar, the one woman who was leading folks back behind the beaded curtain. There's a large Eruvian dude who is probably the bouncer, who's like big enough that he can kind of block that door should he need to, which was kind of situated by the door and was the person who let him in. But as far as people looking dangerous, he said no. Like it looked like almost like a bunch of kids, and like in the criminal underworld, right? You have like the made men, and then you have like the thugs who want to become made men, and that's definitely the impression he got of the quote Red Sashes working there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're kind of standing at the top of Bottle Screw Lane. You see the metal door down below. The messenger, if you want to perch yourself up in Brightstone, that's going to require a roll.
Yep. Can I improve this without spending? I only have one dot in pro. Can just roll that. So, what is my position and effect?
Position will be risky, and effect will be standard.
Okay. I'm going to be. Wait a minute. I've got the pet. Okay. So I'm going to lead a. Redress and I are finding a good place to hide. Now, Redress isn't really built for climbing. No, that's not going to work. All right. Let's do this. It was risky standard, right?
Two. So not
Getting off
only
to a
are
good
you
start.
not able to get to your position atop the roof, as you're climbing from one of the manor windows, you hear a noble woman shriek as she sees you try. And she's immediately you hear her yell, "Ring the city watch! We're being insulted!" And so the blue coats are going to get a clock started. A 6-segment clock will fill up one, which will be blue coats arrive.
But they're going to arrive in the Pearl. I am across the canal.
In Brightstone, yeah.
In Brightstone. All right, hell. I guess I'm going to make sure that the city watch is well distracted. If that's all that I can do, then that's what I can do.
Okay.
Let's shoot him.
Well, I mean, you don't want to reveal that the Nighthawks were involved in this.
No. My next prowl roll will be better, I'm sure.
All right, so who wants to take the
bad
next
ones out of the way now.
course of action? Messenger, are you staying then in the Pearl, waiting for the watch to come, or are you going to join the others in the docks, make it seem like nothing happened there?
Nah, I really just don't fit the image on the docks. Wait, we have a boat that's going to meet us on the canal along Flotsam Avenue, right?
Yep.
Right. Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna break some stuff. I'm going to shoot some things, break some windows in the Pearl, and then I'm going to make my way over. I'm going to try and make my way over to the boat.
Okay.
Just like, well, best made plans.
Cool. So I'll keep this clock because even though these blue coats are coming to the Pearl, they might notice something going on across the
Yeah.
canal, depending on how
Loud.
things go, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, who wants to take the next course of action?
So I think
Silas?
Silas is gonna go in, right?
Yeah. So I'm taking like what, a couple scovies with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be flanked by two of our Scovelander pals and just walk on up like I'm about to do some drugs.
All right, and knock on the steel door.
Yeah. Come.
You see the slide kind of open. This guy's face, this just chubby face, almost fills the entire window, and is like, "Can I help you?"
Here to patronize the establishment.
He kind of, you see like an eye kind of drops down into the window, and he's like, "Name?"
You might want to make a roll for that.
A roll for my name.
Deception or a sway?
Deception isn't a
A
roll.
bribe?
Do you just need a name?
Yeah, I'm like I was planning on giving a not real one, but I'm like lost.
That's what you should do. Give a not
Bjorn
real one.
Thorson.
Yeah, Bjorn Thorson.
He kind of turns around like, "Do we know a Bjorn Thorson?" Like, "Okay." And there's some mumbling behind the door. He's like, "We don't know Bjorn Thorson. How'd you hear about us?"
Um, how did
What's a typical?
Name drop Arkesh, maybe? I don't know.
No, no.
Who was the previous leader of the Red Sashes?
My lyric Clev.
Lyra Clef?
Oh, the new leader of the Crows. You have business with them?
Yes.
Oh, well, excuse me, sir. And he unlocks the door and lets you in. And he's like, please, enjoy our fine establishment. Make sure you give my regards to the Lady Clev, and please let her know that the service was impeccable. If there's anything you need here, just any of the bartenders, any of the serving ladies will
Thank you.
assist you.
My men here, no problem.
No problem at all. Please come in, come in, come in.
Thank you. Thank
And he shuts the door behind you. And Silas, you see um, that inside this room is covered in hanging silks and sheer draped fabrics. And I'm not sure how much of a history buff Silas is, but it is modeled in a recreation of the harems popular in Kethris many centuries ago. The
I think
room's
he has
light
some
fixtures.
knowledge of it. I think he
The
has
room's
knowledge
light.
of luxurious history, so this looks
Yeah, yeah, it
luxurious.
does.
And he's
It's
like,
like
"Oh, where
palace.
is this? I should
I mean,
start doing drugs."
yeah, it's definitely like fake, but it's styled to be looking like a palace. The room's light fixtures are still gas powered. They're kept relatively dim, allowing light to play with the swaying fabric. The room is spotted with fainting couches, wing-backed armchairs, and poofs. Surrounding end tables where guests are enjoying hookahs filled with dream smoke, and you notice that distinct scent because that is Emmeline's favored uh, vice. On low-lying sideboards adjoining these tables are the glittering blue grains of trance powder that are piled up into miniature mountains for guests to divide up and enjoy. The room is full, though not crowded. Passed out on some of the couches are patrons lost to the coma like stupor of Black Lotus, and staff, beautiful men and women dressed in very almost erotic and sensual Aruvian fashion, float amongst them and are removing the needles from their arms. In one corner, a group of young men who you can immediately identify as artists and philosophers from Silk Shore's Fogcrest neighborhood. are debating epistemology while hyped up on Blood Needle at such speed and such intensity that several of them need to wipe away nosebleeds. Like, no, I think, man, I think, and yeah, there's a group of Silk Shore artists who have climbed atop the stage. Uh, at the far end of the room, opposite the bar, worked by the Red Sash gangers, who you see. The ones on stage are spark junkies who have used the peculiar effects of their favored narcotic to showcase elaborate dances punctuated by the mild electrical energy emitting off their bodies. And you see, as Logan described, a beaded doorway on the wall off the bar, and you see that patrons are being led there by a woman in this kind of same sensual dress, who has these vials that you recognize as Quicksilver from Reese's Vice. And it seems they are being led into rooms beyond to perhaps undergo like guided meditations.
Or that's what they call it. That's what the kids call it these days.
Um,
All right.
I think as this is happening, down the Carronade Road, um, a cart with 4 Imperial Navy soldiers from the subjugation division, and then however many Scovelanders we have left, which I think is their quality 2, so I don't know what that ends up being. It's like 10 or something like that.
yeah, let's see. Um, 10 sounds good.
Okay. Are escorting this cart through, and the at the very specific time, right when it hits the edge of Bottle Screw Lane, the one of the wheels just stops working, and like the driver gets down and like starts like looking at it, kind of cussing, and then this sergeant, first sergeant gets down and starts like berating him, and is just like, get this fucking cart moving, like all of you people up against the wall. Like he has all the Scovelanders line up onto either side of the wall on Bottle Screw Lane, and yeah, just kind of making this big show as they kind of wait for the door to open.
Yeah, let's say inside Silas, one of the Red Sash gangers, a young man, and in here, like these guys are clearly connected, but they don't have a menace, right? It is much more like a business setting, and so they kind of approach you being very cordial. It's like, sir, could I get you anything from the bar, or perhaps do you need a menu of our services on offer here tonight?
Menu would be great.
Right. And he provides you with a nice like printed menu, like the type you might see at the what is it, the Golden Plum. But
Mhm.
instead of like dishes, it goes through all the drugs that you kind of saw people enjoying, and a list of like prices. And it seems like it is kind of on a tab system, probably for extortion purposes, that you come in, you use what drugs you want, and they'll collect their fee afterwards.
Sounds legit.
So as I'm looking through this, I want to look for something that is the most potent injectable that they have.
That would be the Black Lotus.
Okay. I'll get a nice big dose of the Black Lotus.
Okay.
And like,
I think you're able to do so with ease. Yeah,
yeah.
they think you're a customer, so.
And so at the door, what's the situation at the entrance look like from the inside?
So like you've been to bars before, so the entrance is like, the guy who like sits on the stool checking IDs. That's essentially this big dude is there kind of manning the door. But this door really just leads into this room. It is just kind of a rectangle. You don't know what's behind the beaded curtain. Maybe it gets a bit more uh, uh, intricate back there, but the main room is just a giant rectangle converted basement.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is with my dudes flanking me go up to the guy on the stool, as it were, and attempt to make some casual conversation.
I think you could do that without a roll. I think he'll engage with you in conversation since he knows you know Clev, and yeah, he'll shoot the shit with you.
Yeah, and what I'm planning on doing is getting close enough to him so I can like inject him with this drug, and then
Yeah,
have
see,
my
that
dude.
will require a roll.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So what would that be?
Well, it sounds probably like a prowl, perhaps a skirmish, maybe a finesse.
It'd be a
What-
proud for me.
Could it be consort just because it's more about distracting the person from what you're doing than it is about actually landing the hit?
Yeah, perhaps I could see
Yeah,
that.
so I'll do that. And so that would be, and push myself gets me 1 extra die.
1 die for 2 stress. Yep.
Okay, so I'm also gonna push myself just to make sure that this is like done. What's my position?
Desperate. And limited effect.
Okay.
You don't know the dosage for this huge dude.
Yeah.
This huge
is-
freaking guy.
Yeah. So, desperate, limited.
And make sure you mark XP.
Oh yeah, I never do this. And here we
You're usually too smart for this.
Ooh!
A success with a complication. All right, so you're talking to this guy. How about you RP some of what you're saying to him?
So, can you tell me somewhat about the history of this establishment at all?
Oh, well, there's not much to talk. And you see he's trying to be as like eloquent as possible to you. And then yeah, in the middle of the conversation comes the opening and you hit him and he talks for a good like 5 minutes after that to the point you're like, "Oh no." But then he starts like slurring his words a little bit and you see like his head starts getting a little wobbly. And he's like, "Oh. Wow. I feel really good." And then his head just hits against the brick wall. The complication here is one of the red gangers at the bar is like, "Oi, Amir, you sleeping on the job?" Amir? Amir?
I, as he notices that, I kind of like signal to my guys to open the door.
Okay, and I think at this point they realize something's up.
Mhm.
But the door is open.
You should leave.
Me?
Yeah.
I absolutely, but I'll make sure you're in first.
Yeah. When the door, as soon as the door starts to open,
Charge.
Cole, without saying anything, just starts running down the lane because he's gonna try to barrel his way through that door and whoever is there
Yeah.
to get inside.
Reese is gonna follow, and he's just gonna yell ahead of Cole, who's in front of him, just on your right, boy.
And Nebra, you're going down with them too in uniform?
Yeah, though it's going to. She's not very used to this, so she might be struggling a little bit, lagging
Okay.
behind.
And Nighthawk as well?
And the 10 Scovelanders that are in essentially nondescript kit.
You're
Yeah.
going down with them too, right?
Yeah, and with the whole gas mask on.
Cool.
As soon as
So
everyone's in, I will step out the door.
yeah, so I think there's a momentary shock as to what's going on. Like Amir's out cold, the doors open, and then like people are running in. Takes a moment for them to clock the uniforms, but they do. And the guy at the bar is hesitating a bit, and he's like, "Everything okay here, officer?" But his hand is reaching below the bar.
So I'm going to command him with this BAR on full auto as I'm running in there. On the ground! Get on the ground!
Okay. Okay. Cool.
So if he
Would you
at,
like- would you like
if he
to-
at all reaches below the bar during this time, like it doesn't look like he's laying down, Reese is just gonna shoot him.
Are you hesitating?
Because I would like them to not fight back until we start killing them.
Yeah, he's reaching below the bar.
All right, I'm
Oh,
shoot
then
him.
I'm shooting him. Yeah.
Both of us are shooting him. Who's reaching
do you
for a
want me
weapon?
Do you want me to roll my my command anyway for intimidate? Because I'm trying to intimidate everyone.
Sure. It probably won't affect him because he's about to probably get wasted.
Which I'm
but
fine
the
with, yeah.
rest of the other folks, right?
Exactly. That's kind of my point.
All right.
I assume my position is pretty desperate
Um,
or risky. I guess I don't know.
we'll call it risky.
Yeah.
For reasons. And it's gonna have a standard effect.
Okay.
All right. And this-
Let's call that effect limited.
so this is a
Limited.
risky and effect limited.
Yep.
Okay. You can take the
Not
first
for
shot.
the shot. The shot will be a risky standard.
Yeah.
Risky
This is the
standard, okay.
intimidation
Oh, okay. Okay. You go first then.
that I'm doing. Yeah. We'll just go standard here. I crit.
You evacuate the contents of this guy's skull up against the far wall, and he slumps over the bar. A lot of people are screaming or ducking for cover. Some are like looking to run, but there's only the one exit out of here, and so they're panicking and don't know what to do. It is pandemonium
Oh,
here.
can I fire into like into the air, one of the lights, and just have a
Sure.
shatter? All right. Do you want me to roll that, or do I?
No, I think that's fine. You fire into the lights. The lights are going. Peter, did you want to shoot?
If Cole already took the shot, I'm gonna save mine. Unless no, I think he'll take the shot, but I think I'll just take a miss just because Cole made the shot. I think he just out of reaction he took a shot, but Cole is the one who drove it home. So both of
hate
us
to
just
be
kind
on
of yeah.
I hate to say same side here, but shooting out the lights, those are gas-powered lamps.
Yeah, it's gonna light the room on fire.
I mean, they may explode.
And then everyone might explode.
I
On
think
the
like
money.
we'll say there's some sparks, there are some fire, and there is billowing fabric around. We'll start a clock.
For the place burns down.
Same
Yeah.
team. Same team.
It was.
There
Oh,
was supposed to
boy.
be
Happy
stuff
about
you were
this.
supposed to get there.
How's I'm wearing my C team shirt for this?
Right.
All right, so how many red sashes are in the room? There's the guy we just wasted, the guy who's asleep. Who else?
There's let's say maybe 3 others behind the bar. There's maybe 3 who were dealing with clients, and God knows how many in the back rooms.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If you don't want your head on the wall behind there, you're gonna put your hands up right now. He says to the three behind the
roll
bar.
something for me.
Would this be command or consort?
Probably more of a command than a consort.
All right, this is gonna be a luck roll then, because I don't have any command. So is this what position am I in?
Risky, standard.
Okay. Here we go. Nope.
No, and at that, like you see some are like, yeah, maybe we should. What's going on? And at that moment, someone comes across the beaded curtain with a shotgun and blows into you, and will take level 2 harm. Shot.
Okay.
Now you should have armor on.
He's shooting me, or he's shooting Cole, or both of us?
He's shooting you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
You
I
came
will...
heavy, right?
Yes, I did.
So you can check off a box of armor.
Yep. So I'm gonna do
Check
for
off 2
half...
boxes of load for armor.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So that's two boxes of my load for armor to take that remove that harm.
Yeah, free resist. So the shotgun still hits you, but its pellets kind of ping against the plate that you've kind of worn under your military uniform.
I look over at Cole. It's like, looks like we're getting a wide firefight here, boy. And whoever that shotgun guy is, I'm gonna shoot him in the face.
I think it was Nebra's turn.
Oh
or-
yeah, sure.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask if there's anyone like inside the den that is immediately recognizable to either Nebra or to anyone in the crew.
Nebra, it would be irrational to believe, and perhaps a bit racist to believe that you know all the Red Sash gangers just because you're Eruvian.
Oh,
You
you
do
do.
know these Red Sash gangers though, specifically because you didn't realize that they were involved with the Red Sashes. Remember all those interns who left early for the evening?
Yes.
Your C2, one of them now lying dead on the bar. One has just exited a beaded curtain with a shotgun. And it looks like everyone here is either involved at the embassy, at the consulate, or has parents at the consulate. And yeah, maybe they hang out with the Red Sashes. A lot of Eruvians do, but that's the state of things that you notice.
They're
We'll
all
get you
gonna
out.
die.
Great. That's great.
Maybe we should have got you a gas mask too.
Well, no. So okay. So the way I see it, and Kyle, you can call if this is okay or not. Like she would be using her head covering in a way to where like
Yeah,
her
kind of.
face is covered to where it's only the
Yep.
eyes that can be seen.
100% is fine.
Okay. So hopefully that works. Crap. I was going to try and quickly case the joint and see if she could find like the stash of stuff basically to grab. Like I'm assuming it's in the back behind the curtain, but
That's
unless there's
probably
anything
be a good
obvious.
assumption. Yeah.
Okay, but it's blocked by a
kill
guy with a
shotgun guy.
shotgun. Shoot the shotgun guy.
Shoot him in the face.
Yeah, I suppose I
Samir,
could.
the guy who sat across from you this morning working on those projects?
You just shot your friend. Shoot him in the face.
But was he nice to me though? That's the
He
question.
actually really was.
Oh.
He brought you lunch from a local bodega. He seemed like a real
Had to
a real
bring
good
lunch,
guy.
Real
he
straight
said.
shooter.
Up the coin.
No pun intended.
Would it be possible to just shoot his hand to force him to drop his shotgun? Is that
You
possible?
can certainly try.
That does sound
Oh,
like
boy.
finesse.
Yeah, I'm hoping
Although
that
a failure.
that takes a little bit of finesse. I'm hope it is that all right? Could that be a finesse roll since
It sounds
Yep.
like it, yeah.
Nebra's not trying to off the guy immediately. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. And I guess I'm assuming Nebra has one of the
Oh, by the
rifles.
way, dong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Starting another clock while you
Yeah.
Here come the.
So we got the blue coats coming. We got
Okay.
the yeah.
All right, so Nebra will use the rifle that I guess she received and try to shoot the gun out of his hands. So it'll be a finesse roll. What's the position and effect?
position's going to be desperate and effect will be limited. It is kind of a called shot on a small target, and Nebra doesn't have that much training with firearms if memory kind of serves.
She did shoot a light once. That went well.
Did it though? Did it?
Do I want to do anything for that?
These druggies are better off dead. Like I've seen some in here, they're just
Wow.
You can
Gone.
push yourself.
All right, I'll do it. I'm working XP. All right, so finesse. And it's a limited effect, you said, Kyle?
Yeah.
You can push yourself to improve the effect rather than giving yourself an extra die.
All right, I'll go ahead and do that. Thank you for that. Standard now. So it's now standard with pushing myself. No bonus die. Does it work? The dice went off the table.
How about you shoot
Oh,
this
man.
guy?
Tell me to shoot him right through the head or something.
Oh
you
my
shoot him
god!
right in the stomach.
That's where all the ones went.
This guy is going to die. There's no helping it, but it is going to be a slow, agonizing death by sepsis. So this guy is screaming and yelping out in pain, making a lot of noise. We're gonna fill up some segments of these clocks. The blue coats are getting closer. The
Oh,
spirit wardens are getting closer.
Who's
The fire is starting to spread.
what's with this?
But did he
what's this
fall
two
down
sections of
to
clock?
where Nebra can sneak past the curtain?
Well,
Or-
on a fail, no.
No.
I think
Okay.
well, you could probably step over him. He's like blocking. He's on the ground now, leaned up against the like what is it,
Don't
the
blame
lintel
him.
or the but he's like holding his guts as they're kind of falling out and retching in pain.
Why don't you just shoot him in the
And
face,
then
not in the gut?
Nebra, running this exceptional failure. One of the Akarosi from Silkshore, one of these Spark Monkey artists, comes up behind you and clocks you with a bottle, and we'll say you take level 1 harm, concussed.
Unless you got armor.
You got armor. Do you have something in your bag?
Would armor actually work if it's a head?
Yeah.
Yeah, armor could work. If you mark off that kit, you did go heavy this time.
Okay. All right. I'll mark off armor then.
So the bottle just smashes against, the reinforced ceramic of your helmet, and then the spark junkie kind of yelps and kind of runs to try to hide behind one of the curtains.
It's about to catch fire.
And the messenger from where you are, you see some smoke starting to billow out from the door. You hear like echoed.
Well, I'm on the other side with the. I'm on the other side with the boat.
Sure, let's say it's coming up over the hedgerows or whatnot, right? And you hear the yelps of the and you hear shots fired, and you
Okay.
can't see what's going on down there, but you're
I
hearing
can't.
things.
It's the other side of the building row. But things are going not good. What I have the rovers with me, right?
Yep.
All right, let's flush people out of these buildings. Let's make room. This is getting messy. So what I want to do is lead them on a skirmish to charge. Well, kind of like flushing game, but that's really a stretch for Hunt. I'm leading them on a skirmish into the building that is above that, so that we can start making preparations for people to get out that way. Because remember, the boat is not where you guys came in.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And
what would my position and effect be? Clear everyone out of the building that I think that's right above
a risky grate.
that. Oh, all right, cool. Let's see if we can fail at this.
A 5.
Right.
Cool. So you're able to get people out, and honestly, you don't need to do much intimidation.
Oh, I would like to roll the I'm trying to lead a
Group action.
an action with the cohort, so I'm going to roll the cohort as well, if that's all right.
Mhm.
Yeah. Ooh.
And I'm taking a
We'll
stress
take the
score.
5. Yeah.
You take the 5 and I take a stress.
So you don't have much trouble leading people out. As soon as like smoke starts rising and shots are fired, any people who are still in that upper level building are actually trying to get out too, and they almost view you as like, "Are you here with the brigade?" And then they don't wait for you to respond. They just kind of bust out and start running down the street. It's fine. What you do notice, there doesn't seem to be a connection from this upper story down into the basement. They seem to be two separate entities.
Right, which is what we thought would be the case, but at least we've got this cleared out now. Trouble continues to be our watchword.
Can I?
Oh, God.
I was gonna say, can I go back behind the curtain to see how much stuff is there?
Yeah. Are you just doing it non-stealthily, just barging your way back?
Yeah, but I got my gun out.
Cool. Roll me something anyway. Maybe
All
like
right.
a skirmish or a prowl or
Sure. I'll do a prowl. It's slightly
'cause
better for me.
some there's going to be folks who try to stop you, and this is going to see how they do.
Okay. Position.
Risky.
Okay.
Standard effect.
Okay.
Oof.
All right. You as you try to cross over the guy who's laying on the ground, guts hanging out, you feel a knife scrape against your Achilles, and you fall to the ground with level 2 harm, hamstrung.
I would like to have full, my armor on to
All right.
soak.
That's fine. So you mark off the kit. You're able to soak it. You don't take the harm. But you are kind of stopped in your tracks
Yeah.
here as you notice this guy is trying to deal you harm.
Okay.
So I would like to lead a group action, a group skirmish action uh, with whoever would like to in the room, and then also with the Scovelanders that are in the disguise kit or the nondescript kit, to basically try to.
And you did mark off some kit for the Scovelander disguises.
I can, yeah.
Yeah, someone should if they could.
I can do that.
I mean, if Reese wants to,
yeah,
like,
well, that would
he's-
be like what?
it's like
Disguise
I was,
kit.
yeah, it's either disguise kit or.
I don't have this subterfuge supplies. There we go.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
See, there we go. Gotcha,
Uh,
man.
Excellent. And yeah, so I'm going to lead a skirmish action for anyone that wants to participate.
I'm with you.
And then also the Scovelanders. So.
I mean, I'll be with you. I can knock this guy away with the butt of my gun.
You already took your action, so
Yeah.
you don't get to partake in this one. Sorry.
Nope.
I'm fine if the Nighthawk wants
Okay.
to join you in that, as
That's fine.
because you're going to need to kind of because you're going behind the curtain, right?
I'm trying to control this room, and then I'm going to move to the next room.
Okay, so controlling this room, the Nighthawk, you're probably out of that. But moving into the next room, they have to go through you. You're kind of blocking this doorway, so you could be a part of that to move.
Sure.
Yeah.
forward,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the position on this?
To control this room, so what are you? Is this like a command you're thinking?
This is a skirmish. This is I am going to attack anybody who is a threat. But I'm also going to lead this group, essentially calling out threats as I see them,
Yeah,
directing people how to do things.
yeah,
Moving as a
because
unit,
like
right?
shots have fired, like
Mhm.
we're in kind of a brawl. Let's call it desperate because other
Okay.
people are going to defend themselves and try to
Yeah.
fight back.
Yep.
And effect to control this room, we'll call it limited.
Okay. Now I'm going to push myself to give myself an extra die. And also I have not to be trifled with, which is basically a superhuman type thing.
Yeah, you can engage a gang as if they were a single person type
Yep.
deal. Yep.
And so what I'm going to do there is ideally I would like to I guess effectively would that increase my effect?
So what you'd essentially be fighting against right now is the tier of the Red Sashes.
Mhm.
So that would essentially bring them down to your tier. So
So
you
they'd
just
come
need
down
a
to tier 1.
success. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So desperate, limited effect.
Does everyone need a roll or just Charles?
Everyone will
so-
need to roll.
Yeah. And
But
Charles
what
will take stress for failures.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I will take stress for failures, and I'll also have to roll the tier level of the gang of the cohort.
Okay.
Does
so-
everyone get the desperate XP if they participate?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So this is desperate.
Because
and
everyone
limited.
would potentially get desperate consequences.
All right. Cool.
Nice.
And what's the roll?
Woo!
So this one, Cameron, this is to secure the outer room. You
Okay.
won't be. Able to
Yeah, that's fine.
So that's for so I succeed.
Mm-hmm. You take a stress from Nebra.
I take a stress.
She's
from
probably
Nebra.
a little freaked out.
Right.
All right.
Reese is fine, and then I'm going to roll the tier level of these guys, which is our tier, and then +1 because it's what they were.
Awesome.
They
So we'll
also
take
succeed.
the 6.
Mhm.
So this is what happens. A lot of the non-red sashes, like a lot of the civvies, uh, as you're trying to get a control of the room, a lot of them are going to wait for the right opportunity and then try to get out. They don't want to be here for this. They're not going to do it when they're being threatened, but like as you turn your back, they'll try to scurry out.
As
So
soon as anyone moves, I think they get knocked down, like not fatally, but I think
okay, so you're keeping these people in here.
I think we have 10 Scovelanders, right, who are
Mhm.
piling in this room.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Cool. All right. Uh, okay. So yeah, you knock them out as they're trying to leave. The red sashes. Um, uh, they lower their weapons. They don't exactly drop them because they're not sure how this is going to play out, right? And if it's going to
Yeah.
be like we have to fight to our death, we have to fight to our death. But
Mhm.
they are kind of showing like, all right, where do we go from here?
All right.
This would be the part where you deliver demands and command them, perhaps.
Yeah,
To
but I did my thing, right? So like I was gonna let other people do stuff,
Mhm.
unless it's my turn again, I guess. Like
Whoever
like,
wants to
I could,
go can.
Yeah.
If some, but yeah, they're kind of waiting for. All right, tell us what you want us to do.
I mean, I'm happy to be. Oh, now you're gonna cooperate. I don't. Let's say no. He tries to use he tries to use an OOC military accent that it was drilled into him. It's the command. It's the sergeant major accent, right? Um, he's like, now you're gonna cooperate. Okay. I told you to get on the ground and put down your weapons when I walked in the door. And I'll try to command them. I'll try to intimidate them again. Risky or
At this
controlled.
point, yeah, we'll keep it risky,
Okay.
and we'll say standard effect.
Okay.
A success with a complication. So I think, yeah, seeing that the fight has kind of turned and you guys looking like you're trained Imperial military officers, I think they are more apt to listen to you now. So they will kind of lay down their weapons, maintaining eye contact with you, making sure, you know, no sudden movements, but they keep their weapons fairly close just in case, but they do kind of get to the ground in like a prostrate position, and I'll just, as a complication, we'll fill up a one of these clocks.
Yeah.
All right. So Reese is gonna start trying to suppress the fire a little bit. So as part of my kit, I can pull out a bandolier of alchemical equipment. I'm gonna try to essentially just throw some baking powder on the fire. Essentially, try to snuff it out with what I know to be a non flammable substance that will quell the fire using
Yeah,
my alchemical equipment. That's what Reese is
cool.
gonna
We'll
do.
call it a risky standard
Okay,
roll on your behalf.
sounds good. Okay, so let's do so Tinker, risky, standard. Here we go.
A 4. Yeah, you will take. You don't put out the fire completely. Like it's because so much in this room was flammable.
Mhm.
It, that might be a fool's errand, but you do suppress it enough, and we'll take a few ticks off of that fire clock. So you're not in mortal danger, but it is probably one of those. This building is going to go up in flames at the end of the day. Like it's
Yeah,
probably past that point of no return, but
yeah,
you bought yourself a good amount of time.
sure. Cool. Yeah, so pulling powders out and just snuffing up the stuff that looks like it's about to catch the go to the ceiling. As long as we can keep the ceiling from going up for now, we'll be okay. All right, who's next? Nighthawk,
What?
do you want to do something now?
Or the messenger, do you want to get in on this? Or are you good?
Yeah.
What is the floor like up there?
It's like polished, like finished stone. Like there's probably
Stone?
some level of concrete and then some like finished stone on top of it. Yeah.
Well, they're not coming up through that.
No, not without some significant wrecking equipment.
No, you'll just bring it down on yourself.
Yeah.
Arkesh. I say, blaming him for something we could have checked on.
Checks out.
Well, we should have, yeah, we should have asked your spy to look at the ceiling.
Yeah, it was covered with
The
tapestries
cloths
or
and
whatever.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it was. That's
Yeah.
true. They did look at the ceiling. All right. We're not going to be able to break through the stone quickly, even if we had Maddox, right?
Mhm.
Wish I had a way to communicate this to you guys.
So, I
Morse
mean,
code. Tunk, tunk,
Well,
tunk.
there is
Is-
flashbacks, right?
There
So
are flashbacks. Yeah.
You could do a flashback.
I'm outside too, but I don't know if I see you.
Well, so actually, question, Kyle, there are windows that they came in? Are there windows on the other side? Like on the alcove side, or whatever it's
Windows
called?
that they came in. So down below in the basement area you are, there are no windows.
No,
Only
for
up top.
for Pal. On
We
the
didn't-
level Pal is in, they came in the windows on the one side, right?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Wait, we came in windows?
Or doors, whatever. Like
We came indoors. He came
Your-
in.
Yeah, he came
No,
in.
no.
I
Cameron, I'm
assume
not
he
talking about
walked
us. I'm
through the
talking about
door.
Pal.
Yeah.
Right. He came in. He entered the building, however that is. On
I
the
did.
other side of the building, the opposite side, where
Mhm.
you could look down
Looking
and see
down into Dagger
Silas,
Lanes. Yeah.
uh, is
There
there
are
a window
windows, yeah,
there?
Absolutely.
Could he like have a flashback to throw down ladders or something?
Well, he
or
could do that in the moment right now, right? Like he just
Absolutely.
noticed the floor stone. Silas is down
Right.
there, being like,
Yeah.
"I'm not gonna get smoke on this suit."
Right. So, okay. I
There's
am
something
checking
we can
off.
do out here, as long as it doesn't involve dirtying my person.
Yeah, I only mentioned flashback
No,
because
that's very good. That's very good. We'll definitely be communicating with you guys through the back windows. Good call. I was just assuming impermeability there for no good reason.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough, I could probably navigate the smoke with the gas mask, so I can be the last one out.
Well, good point.
as part of your your setup or your flashback setup, you can also like, I don't know if we have like a cargo net type thing you could throw down, or have it so that we could load the stuff in
I
and
mean,
bring it up.
that's what kit's for. I don't need a
Exactly.
flashback for that.
Yeah.
Which is good because I really probably can't afford it.
Fair.
I came into this one pretty high stress.
Yeah.
I came in, yeah.
I do think the next thing that after we secure these folks, Cole will assault the next room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm gonna do as the Nighthawk as well. As I want to get into that room.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want me to lead the group action? Do you want me to, like, what do you want to do on that?
Since we could do it as a group action now that you've calmed everyone down, it's fine with me. Yeah, like.
Okay.
I just want to get back there, and because I am curious to know like what are we dealing with.
Or would it be better to have one person go in case there's something like traps or something going on, so that it's just one person getting caught in that instead of everyone.
Whoever goes in first is that person anyway.
Right,
Like-
right.
That's whoever's on point. The high-speed door kicker, and apparently the
I mean, I'm happy to do it.
Yeah,
it is kind of your role.
you almost certainly have higher command than me.
Yeah.
I have zero.
You haven't rolled.
confidence.
You haven't rolled, or you haven't invoked your armor yet either.
Cool. So the messenger, yeah. What's happening?
So There's windows at the back. I can look down. I can see Silas. I can see the smoke coming in.
Mhm.
Right. I'm gonna check off. Climbing gear is 2 boxes.
Mhm.
This climbing gear is a rope ladder. And hauling stuff too, because we're going to be pulling stuff up as well.
Mhm.
And that is going over the side, out the window, down into the alley below.
Love it. Yeah.
And then we're and then I'm gonna go up in the building so I can get a view. I'm gonna get up on top of the building and try to run the edges so I can get back to doing Overwatch and maybe give people some warning so we don't have someone just jump on us.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, sounds great. Do a quick maybe like a survey roll as you head up there, throwing the gear over the side. You marked off load. You won't need to do a roll for that.
right. So survey roll. What is my position and
Controlled
effect?
from your height advantage and a standard effect. A 4. So we'll say that you do see that there are blue coat coaches that are heading into White Crown across the bridge from Charter Hall at this point to check in on that.
Brightstone, you
You
mean?
do notice, like along the rooftop with you is just a flock of spirit crows, um, who are alerting the spirit wardens, obviously, of where the body is. Um, and you can only you don't see, like, the spirit wardens don't have like a specialized coach. You don't necessarily see where they're coming from, but you can only assume they're on the way from the birds. Um, and just as a complication, just scouting that out takes a bit of time, and we'll check a box on the fire.
Wait, like they're the ones. So what I'm doing up here is, so if you check a box for me while I'm doing this, simultaneously they're doing stuff downstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't
mean,
seem like that would be good to.
We're securing the room, I feel like.
Fair enough. If that seems cool, we go with that.
I'm fine with that. I
All right,
like the pressure element of it.
Cameron, did you want to
Yeah,
go next?
I'd like to go through the back room.
Sounds good. We won't have you roll again, as like the element of surprise of this guy was kind of lost, and he's now too busy in agony. Way to go, Nebra. Um, and so you walk back here past the beaded curtains. It's a long hallway, and you notice that off the hallways are different alcoves, that are kind of either have the beaded curtains or have like fabric curtains that kind of enclose them. Some are kind of opened, and you do see that there are people in there, uh, who, and you've seen Reese indulge his vice before, I believe. So like you can kind of recognize they're under the effects of Quicksilver, and they're like having conversations, like they're kind of not lucid, and they're having conversations with folks who aren't in the room, but you could only assume maybe there's some supernatural stuff going on there. Uh, the
There you
Aruvian woman who is escorting them back there is kind of pressed up against one of these rooms, and kind of has her hands up like, I'm unarmed, please don't harm
go.
me.
Okay.
um and the hallway leads back into like the after all these alcoves, there's like a door that probably leads into a more secure room.
All right. I will signal to Cole. There's a hallway here. People seem to be pretty out of it, and you're going to hear this from muffled gas mask. There's a hallway here. People mostly high, subdued, checking out the room at the end of the hall, and I'll check out that back room.
Cool. Yeah, so in
By
the
yourself?
back
Don't split the
room.
party, bro.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming Cole's going to follow me in.
It's fun to me.
You assume a lot of things.
um Yeah, you enter into this room, which definitely seems to be like the office of this drug den. It seems like the guy who had the shotgun was the person kind of manning this area, and he stepped out to kind of fight, and that did not end well for them.
Huge
Um,
mistake.
uh, built into the stone wall of this room, like behind a nice desk that has like some paperwork of transactions and like who owes us money type deal. There is uh, a metal wall safe built into the wall, which you can only assume is what Arkash had mentioned as being the war treasury they were using against the Red Sashes.
I
Or
gotta
sorry,
say,
the Lamp Blacks.
got found the safe.
All right. Cole is going to lead a group skirmish, um, in which he will they fan out, him and the Scovelanders and anyone who wants to participate fans out, covering all of the combatants. And Cole definitely, with them on the ground, Cole definitely switches to fully automatic and just murders the 3 people that are behind the bar, that are on the ground, and
Dong,
expects
dong,
everyone else to
dong.
do similar things
Yeah.
to anyone that was listed as a combatant.
Oh, no.
Need to kill.
Reese, you had a way of getting in the safe, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So Nebra, 3 more of your intern buddies are dead.
Okay, so
Go ahead and
clarifying question: was this the first day
that you
of
worked
the
there.
internship? Yes.
Let's say yeah.
Okay, so I don't really know them that well.
However, you need to justify this to you. That's between you and your priest.
Amazing.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh man.
I go over to the guy. Actually, I don't know about that. Never mind. It's fine.
All right, go ahead and roll your group action.
All
And whoever wants to take part in that can join in.
Yeah.
Is this risky, controlled?
Wait,
feels
why are
We'll
we?
controlled.
still call it risky.
So
'cause
what are
there's
we
still
trying to
some
achieve though,
stuff
real quick?
going on.
Are we just? Is this just us
He's
moving
making
as
it
a
back
group?
to the back room, right?
Oh,
I'm
okay.
making it back to the back room.
You're doing like a sweep and clear to the back room.
Oh, okay. I see.
Well, we are not leaving anybody that fought us behind us.
Are we gonna leave some folks in this?
The Scovelanders are going to stay here.
Oh, okay, then I'll come with you then.
Yeah.
If we have folks to cover the main room, then yeah, let's go.
Well, you heard me say that the call out that the safe's back here.
I did. I just don't want to leave that room uncovered.
Never, are you going with them as well?
Is this standard effect?
Yeah.
This is a skirmish.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this okay, so this is risky again.
Yep. Risky standard.
Okay. Yeah. No stress for you, bud. Woo.
So 1 stress from Nebra.
Yeah.
And then Nighthawk, are you participating in this as well?
Sure, I'll help Sid.
Kind of,
do
you're
this.
the vanguard of this operation.
Yeah.
Point.
Roll a skirmish. All right.
Yep.
Risky.
Standard.
Risky standard. Yep.
Okay.
Boo.
You take another stress from the Nighthawk.
That's fine.
So you make it back there. You eliminate the like hostiles that you fought in that room. What happens?
But we do get to take the 6 from the crew.
Are they coming with you, or are they staying in the room?
Well, they're sweeping this room, right?
Yeah.
What?
But they're not coming with you.
No.
So if they're staying in the room, they're not going to roll this group action. This
Okay.
is only for
Yeah.
the people coming in the thing.
That's fair. Okay.
Yeah,
So you
enough.
want them in the room, or you want them helping out?
No, they'll be out front.
Okay. So we'll take that 6 though. We'll say that's kind of their deal in the room. Like that room is secure. You can be fairly confident.
Well, I just
You
killed
guys
everyone
make it
else.
back to the back office, but as a complication to what happens, that woman who had put her arms out and was like, "Please don't harm me," was actually a whisper who was guiding these Quicksilver meditations. And as you get in front of her, she is going to summon ghosts, which will immediately cause trauma in all of you as you see these haunting specters. This isn't something armor can prevent, but a resolve resistance can negate it.
What about a
Some
spirit
people
bane
have
charm?
special armor.
A Spirit Bane charm can
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Okay, I will pull out a spirit charm then.
Is that something you have on your character sheet? This is specifically some characters do, some
Yeah.
do not.
Oh, I do not have on my character sheet. I thought we were given one at some point by.
It would have to be.
Yeah, you used mine
Yeah.
previously
All right.
because I have one. Cutters just have one.
Okay, I
Like
don't have one.
Whispers don't have one. We have a
Well,
Demon
there's
Bane charm
spiders.
instead. But
But I'm outside, so
Then I don't have one, so I don't. Yeah.
so
Alright.
Nebra, Reese, and the Nighthawk, either you guys take trauma, or you can roll Resolve to resist it.
You could.
Nebra has a Spirit Bane charm that she
Oh,
will
you do.
use.
Okay.
I will say that Silas could do a flashback to acquire countermeasures or something along those lines. He doesn't believe me that he could do that, but
So.
Did we lose Nate?
no, I'm here.
I was saying that Silas could,
Yeah, you're Silas, Nate.
if he wanted to, you could do a flashback to acquire charms for the folks that don't have them.
Yeah, I'll do that.
But
Because we
from
don't
who,
have
Nate?
Emily. Yeah,
What?
but from who?
Emmeline's not here.
Hold on.
Ooh.
Reese could do a flashback to do that.
Also true.
Working with what's his name? The people that are on the path.
Yeah. If you want to do that, well, I'll say I won't give you any stress for this because what you're going to find out, Lord Pandaren hasn't been around the Archive of Echoes
Oh, okay.
these past few days. He and I think people there will have spotted you and be like, "Can we help you?" And they'll inform you like both he and his wife are missing.
Oh, okay then.
That sucks.
Okay then.
Yeah, because I don't know anyone who could.
Well, what about the? I mean, the Dimmer sisters. We've been helping out. Aren't they? Are they?
Yeah, but I don't think that's.
What's
they're
their
not
I
gonna
think
relationship?
they
mess with
bargain
nothing.
with them.
What's
Yeah.
their relationship to our gang anyway? Are they friendly?
I think they're +1.
Yeah.
Plus one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who else is who else is like a close ally that might?
What else is that weird?
I don't think we have any other than Emmeline, and Emmeline's not available. So we might just
Well,
be taking
Dimmer
yeah.
Sisters are +2.
Dimmer
And
sisters are okay. Yeah.
The Circle of Flame is +1.
Alright, well, if I can't get help from from Lord Pandaren and his wife, I don't think I can
Like-
be successful. So
We have a good relationship with the Dimmer sisters.
mm,
But
I
do
don't
know. You have to make a deal with them, though, is what Kyle said.
yeah, that
You have
may
to
very
give
well
them
be worse
something
than the
they
trauma
want.
you receive from this if you fail your roll.
You have to give them something they want.
I don't know. I don't want to end up wherever they stashed Emmeline.
Yeah.
Well, they don't know where Emmeline is. At least that's what they said. I think.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what they say.
I mean,
So
do that.
you don't have to take trauma. You can roll resolve, which might hit you into trauma anyway if you don't have a lot of stress space.
I mean, do the
And I
Dimmer
That's
will
sisters.
say,
the
much like
thing.
armor, once the Spirit Bane charm has kind of been used, it takes some time to
Yeah.
recharge, right?
Do the Dimmer sisters? Do they collect spirits?
They do. They're like they essentially dominate the spirit trafficking market, much like the Hive dominates everything else.
Well, by the way, and this might also help us out in your flashback. If they want us, if they have anything we could use to collect spirit, because we're going to generate a few while we're doing this operation, we can be like, hey, we'll just collect them for you.
Yeah, but we don't have our whisper with us to do it.
If
Yeah.
they had an item like
That's
a
something
Ghostbuster
Whispers.
item.
Those are
also-
tools that Whispers use.
Well, doesn't it also take 3 days? For
Yeah,
the
it
spirit?
takes
3
about
days for a
3
ghost
days.
to arise. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, we could take somebody with us.
But okay, we're getting further off the topic, which is what are you doing about the thing that's happening now?
I think we just need to roll, man. I don't think there's much we can do with the flashback on this one.
Well,
What would the Dimmer sisters like? I mean,
I, Charles, think Silas can do anything he wants because he is the leader of the gang and can make connections throughout the city. But if he doesn't want to, that's a totally different option.
I think that sounds like a great idea.
Fuck it. I only got 2 stress. And my end's coming to me sometime. I'm going to get mine. So I'll do a flashback. And I think in the 3 days since the last job, part 1, in process of realizing that Emmeline is missing and that she was going to the Dimmer Sisters, I go to be like, especially since I have that personal connection with her of like, I am kind of worried about her. So I'm going to go myself to talk to the Dimmer Sisters and say, while saying, hey, and they'll probably confirm we don't know or what, and then get into the conversation of, well, since I don't have her for stuff I need right now, can you offer me some spirit bane charms, or what will that take to help protect ourselves?
Yeah.
And we don't have
So
her?
we'll role play this out a little bit. So you of course don't meet with the Dimmer sisters. You meet with their
Okay.
servant Roslyn.
Oh,
And
I don't
as
know
you
her.
walk
You gave
through
me the
the
rest
stoop
of them.
of their mansion, she comes out as very, very spacey and kind of looks everywhere that you aren't and is like, hello, Silas. We've been expecting you. Have you brought us news about our lost whisper?
I was coming to ask about our lost whisper.
Yes, it is very sad that you lost our whisper. She was very important to us.
Yes, she
We
was very
do
important
hope that you find
to us.
her and share any information about her whereabouts that you might happen upon.
I am absolutely sure I will. We are just as worried about her as you are.
I can assure you that's not the case.
Okay, we don't have to compare grief. But so I'm assuming, yes, you don't have any information yourselves on her.
No,
Well,
it's not like us to lose things. We are very disappointed in ourselves.
yes. Unfortunately, as some people say, I've heard somewhere, the show must go on.
The
And we
show
will still
being
have
crime.
to... Huh?
The show being crime. That's what you do, yes?
The show being business. Uh,
Euphemisms. Quaint.
we will need protection from what she could normally protect us from. And so...
This is why you shouldn't lose things that are so precious to you. This seems like a valuable lesson.
It is. So while I typically I have my own personal spirit bane charm. Not everyone among my crew does, and I was hoping I could acquire some from all of you.
Perhaps these are things some of us carry. The ones who are being initiated into our little family. The ones who don't yet know how to deal with those that dwell beyond. But we're at an impasse, Silas, because the thing that we want from you has gone missing. What else is there that you could hope to offer us?
I don't know nearly enough about your personal wants and desire, or I say personal, the wants of your institution's desires, since that was mostly Emmeline's.
Yes, she has gotten to know us very well.
And whether or not it's She also has not, given us any of your deep dark wants or desires, which I suppose is good on her part. So
Yes.
I don't know what else. I don't know what I could offer you, though.
Then
I'm
perhaps you
prepared.
should come back when you do.
Do you have anything you want that I could also additionally apply, or some collateral, or?
Um, roll me something, Nate.
Okay.
Sway?
Consort sway command.
Ooh.
Consort would be my best option.
Yeah.
Command.
So you're gonna try.
not
So
gonna-
you trying to sweet talk her, or are you trying to consort? Would be like trying to sweet talk her, right?
Yeah, but I don't have sway.
No,
I
no.
already got-
Consort would be sweet talking her, right? You're having a good conversation.
Yeah, and she is the one that gave me the restaurant and information and all that. All right, so I will make a consort roll.
Okay. It's gonna
Now-
be desperate standard.
Wow.
Did you want to do anything to up that?
Put some coin in your hand.
They don't value coin as much though.
It's still a requirement living in this world.
I
Is
don't
it-
know. I think they would disagree.
I mean, you got to pay your rent somehow, right?
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
They probably own their
I think
house.
they have
Well,
separate
they still got to pay
answers.
taxes.
Again, I'm not sure that this is something they all do. Like,
The IRS comes for everybody.
collectors gonna come to this building. Like, you tell me, I barely wanted to come to this building. I can push myself for an
Sweet.
extra.
For an extra die or to bump one of those? Position or
Um,
effect?
I think I'll do it to extra die. What's the
Okay.
effect at?
Standard.
Effect is standard, desperate position.
Just get some
I'll leave
XP.
those and then give an extra die.
Ooh.
All right. How many of these Spirit Bane charms will you need?
And 2.
This seems like something we could part with for a time.
And yes, I'd be happy to return them.
And perhaps now that we're out our whisper, in payment for these 2 charms, you can provide us with your services.
What would that entail?
Well, we won't need you for a while, if all things go to plan. But 3 days after your passing, we would require your service for the rest of eternity.
All right.
Let us shake on it.
Oh no!
Ooh, I have the wrong ability. Because I could totally have Ghost Contract for this. But she
Mhm.
probably has Ghost Contract.
Well, she doesn't.
I take my hand out and shake.
Yeah, and as you do, you notice a sigil start burning itself onto your palm. There is no pain initially, but you hit it right on the head. Whoever is one of the 2 who's inside of her right now is has the abilities of a spider and has bound you to a ghost contract. So 3 days after your passing, Silas, you too will work with the Dimmer Sisters.
So long they don't die. We're
Good job, Spider Boy. Good
Uh,
job.
I'm
so
gonna live
and we
forever.
flashback
Dang.
to Silas passing out spirit paint charms to his crew.
Amazing.
Ooh.
And
That's awesome.
gloved hands. You've never seen him wear gloves this often.
Right.
I love it.
Oh, we're
Because
learning so much about
trauma is immediate and I know it's permanent, but it actually takes you out of this.
Yeah.
Like knocks you out to downtime, right? So yeah.
No,
Yeah,
not you up
that's
for the
fine. You
scene.
guys have the Spirit Bane charms. Those come to life as the spirit tries to harm you. Again, it's kind of a once per score thing. It needs that time to recharge its energy. But at this point, you do notice this woman behind you. This whisper is conjuring spirits and is still very much.
Blow her away.
Yep. I just
Blow her away. I don't care who does. I'll do it if you want. I don't
I'll
care.
do it.
What would make me break this particular contract? How could I actually break it?
We can work on that later.
So if you die and your ghost doesn't get to the Dimmer Sisters, for instance, if we were to put you in a hollow or a hull, or if you were to become a vampire, if at any time you die and your ghost doesn't end there, you'll break the contract. Now, there is one thing to say: if you die and you get incinerated in electroplasm, you might not care, right? That might be an out.
It's like if I break it, I get cursed. So
Yeah.
Like you said it right. All you have to do is not die, and you don't need to worry about it one bit.
yeah,
Also, technically, you need to. Well,
Like-
you also need to return those two Spearbane charms. Otherwise, you break the
that'll be
contract.
fine. I'll make
Will
sure.
it?
Oh, I'll turn them in. I'm absolutely going to turn them in as soon as you're
Yeah.
done with them.
Oh, I'm sorry about it. I lost it. I can't find it anywhere.
They might get destroyed in this combat.
Oh yeah, I threw it down into the sewer. I thought it was used. I thought I used it already.
Do a little
Wouldn't work
flashback of
anymore.
Silas being like, "Be extremely careful with these."
They came at great cost.
Yeah. So here,
Soul donut.
You do not allow me to die.
so.
But then, like, you're outside while the building's burning.
Exactly. Exactly. Where would you want to be? Inside it or outside it?
Inside.
All right. So
I got the gas mask.
so are we gonna shoot this lady or?
Yes.
Who
Yeah,
shoot?
I'm just waiting for a roll.
All right. Here we go.
I think a risky standard.
Okay. Nope. Shut over her head.
No. So yeah, you miss her, and as a result of that failure, you won't take the trauma from the ghost. You pass that, but the ghost does lash out, and spectral claws scratch across your chest. So we'll give you level 1 harm, ghost touched.
I'm sticky and ghost touched. Awesome.
Sticky ghost.
I will go ahead and
Yeah,
shoot
someone
us.
who's better at shooting than me.
well, I'm not going to shoot her. I'm going to bash her in the face.
Yeah, thanks.
I think I like to. I think that my
Yeah.
my BAR is empty because I full autoed into the crowd outside.
Makes sense.
So I am dry, and so I am just going to hit her with the butt of this gun.
Yeah.
Risky standard, I assume.
Yeah.
I'm all racket.
A 5. Yeah. So you're able to knock her out fine. She's obviously like, while a whisper and like great at the spooky stuff, not a fighter by any stretch. And the complication is we're just gonna do a dot on each of these clocks.
Wish she'd known that.
But she was kind of the last of the Red Sashes in this back area. You seem to have free reign of this office and back rooms. Like, there are non-Red Sash folks in those alcoves who are like talking to ghosts, and like maybe one of them even is like, "Well, no, come back," as the ghost was ripped from the room to try to
Right.
fight you.
All right. Let's get this safe open.
All right, so give me a breakdown of the safe.
It's just your standard kind of like bank vault style rotary safe.
Combination safe. Okay, and it's made of like steel.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, all right. Reese will try to crack the lock open with his last pieces. He's gonna pull out of his kit. Did I have to use a spirit barn? Did I have to pull
Yeah,
that in my
anyone who
kit?
used would need to mark a kit off to
Okay, cool.
have produced it.
So that would be
Unless those of you who have it italicized, and you always have it. But
Yep. That's me.
Me
I
too.
don't have. So I just have to add that as an extra, or
Yeah, yeah.
okay, cool.
There should be at the bottom like other.
Oh, okay. Well, mark arcane implement. Let's just do that. How about that?
Yeah, if you do
Um,
the plus sign, you can always add more stuff.
All right, so I'm
Yep.
gonna pull out his fine tinkering tools. In order to rip open this safe using
Sounds good. I mean, as you're pulling out a piece of kit to do this, let's give you a +1D bonus for free to your tinker roll from the use of the proper tools.
sweet, and I'm going to push myself to add another. Oh, so what's my position and effect?
Your position is going to be risky.
Okay.
Effect will be limited. It is a safe, but
All right, I'll push
Can I
myself.
can I set him up at all with like
Yeah.
burglary kit or burglary gear?
yeah, to increase the effect to standard.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. Mark off the kit, and
'Kay.
and he's kind of setting up your stuff. You know.
Mhm.
All right, well, I'll push myself to push the die then. So I'll have 5 dice. Which would be nice. Do you need a roll for that, Charles, or is it just a setup?
No, well,
Alright,
because
cool.
what we decided to do was just the burglary gear.
All right, cool. So here's a tinker roll, risky standard because it's no longer limited, right? And 2 bonus die. Woo!
Woo!
There we go.
Yeah. So I mean, Reese is both good with the body and good with mechanical implementation. So he is able to pop the safe, no problem. And inside, you do see
Ghosts.
our cash did not lie. This seems to be a treasury. And inside is 16 coin. So it seems like our cash was right when he said that the the percentage that he wanted being 4 coin, it all kind of evens out. Our cash didn't screw you over there.
So I sit
The one
outside smoking a cigar, and he just pops up and is like, "I sense a disturbance in the force."
the one caveat here is it seems like Red Sashers were bringing money into this thing. They didn't have time to exchange it out at a bank or launder it. So the majority of the money here is actually in silver rather than in coin, which is
Ooh.
fine. You guys can do it, but it's going to require. There's enough silver here that all 16 coin is enough to fill 3 full satchels with silver, and each one of those satchels will cost 3 load for those who want to load it up.
Mm.
Good thing you've got crew to do that.
Yeah.
You just make those
Can-
Scovelanders porters.
Can I grab the paperwork on the desk as well?
Is there anything else in the room?
Guys, remember to grab all the drugs.
Duh. That's what I'm looking for. What do you think I'm doing?
Well, the drugs are all mostly out front, right?
So they're
Like
behind the bar.
or on the side tables and the hookahs. Yeah.
Okay.
Here is just like what Cameron finds is like ledgers of essentially who owes the Red Sash's money, what people's tabs are,
That's
who
actually some
frequents
pretty
this.
important information.
I would like to take that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, it's just like things you might find around an office, like a lamp. Some
Or as the
candles.
Nighthawk would say, another hit list.
Potted plant.
Yep. So I have no remaining load, so I can't carry anything.
Yeah, we have the Scovelanders. We'll take care. Or we, I don't say that in character, but we have the Scovelanders.
We go to Scovelanders. They bring it
right.
along.
No. Additionally, we'll kind of ransack anything in here. I don't know if there's. Do any of the people here? Do any of the staff? Do any of them have any coin on them? Like we never get a chance to actually loot the bodies of a thing. So
Yeah, no, I don't think. I think the Red Sashes here. It was kind of like a gas station style situation where they didn't
Yeah.
carry money on them
Does
because they didn't want to be robbed. So like it
Does that
all
one
went back
lady-
into the safe.
Does that one lady have a Spirit Bane charm on her?
No, Whispers don't get one. They don't really need one though because they.
That's fair.
Okay. Well, do any of the patrons though have any coin or anything on them?
Yeah,
Get
we'll
the money
say-
out first.
Oh, we're doing
I mean-
it. Yeah. Like I'm getting the Scovelanders to go do that. And...
Like among them, again, a lot of it is done in silver, kind of small time stuff. And again, the way it seems the Red Sash operate this is like they want you to accrue more debt than you actually have, so you have to come
Gotcha.
back and pay, and then you
Yeah.
get
So it seems
further in
like
this
people
cycle.
don't pay while they're here, right?
Uh,
But we'll say, like, with all the silver, you're able to accumulate like a coin's worth among the patrons.
Killer. Yeah.
So I get the Scovelanders to do the thing.
Yeah, so we'll call it this. We'll say, because it would take 3 satchels worth to carry. So we'll say each Scovelander, it would be the equivalent of a check of load, right?
Okay.
So 9 of the 10 Scovelanders are carrying stuff.
Sounds good. And as I'm organizing this, I go out to talk to Silas real quick, and I lean in real close. Silas, we ran into a whisper.
Oh, good. I got the charms.
Oh, the charms were excellent, but what I'm asking is, I know that the Dimmer sisters can be very convincing, and I
Mhm.
don't necessarily want this whisper to be coming after us.
Feed him to the Dimmer sisters.
Deliver her to the sisters?
You're the boss.
Sure.
I
Think
go
they would
back in.
appreciate that. I had to do some things that I'm not proud of.
So I go back in and I will check off the manacles and chain on my load. And
see, I was gonna
and-
plug her on the way out.
What's that?
I was gonna plug her in the head on the way out. I'm glad you.
Oh no,
thought of that.
I chain her up and I put her over my shoulder and I bring her out as well.
Sweet. Let's get the fuck out of
Alright.
here.
The drugs on site, should you want to sell them, again, in order to gather them all up is going to be another 3 load investment. So someone's going to need to.
I have 3 load free right now that I can just do.
Cool. So Silas is gathering up the
I was
drugs.
like,
It's
well,
fine.
we can. Oh yes, and just starts like those movies when you see someone get into like a treasure trove and
Yeah.
they just like fill in their.
And you estimate, and granted, you guys have abilities that can increase this, but just as a flat MSRP, you can you estimate that these go for about 4 coin.
Ooh.
My favorite part about this is that Silas is very anti-drug, but he's like, no, give me all the drugs.
Because this is this
You do
is
them.
money fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Perfect.
All right.
Like-
That's fine. Anything else anyone wants to do before you guys start like climbing up the ladders, going down the street? Messenger, you see
Wait,
from your spot.
Hold up, start. I thought the Scovelander should already be going up the ladders,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
At the very least, they should. Let's get that silver moving. But
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
And you notice like again the cops are heading to Brightstone. You don't notice any like Red Sash reinforcements or anything like that. It would seem our cash was on the up and up with trying to get his best and brightest out, because these did not seem like that, I would assume.
Okay.
Do it.
Yeah, I think we load
So I got-
everything out that we can.
I got the gas mask. I'll make sure everybody gets out because I can breathe better with the smoke. The smoke's
Making
not
sure
going
the
to affect me.
Scovelanders and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, because the smoke's not going to affect me as much with the mask
We're
on.
gonna,
So I'll-
leave, we're gonna leave the citizens in there. Or we're gonna let them leave.
Well, they're all knocked out right now.
I never leave a Scovelander behind.
Wait. Hold it. There are people in the back rooms and there are fires.
Oh well.
Yep, and there's a bunch of people knocked out in the front room.
Yep.
Yeah,
And we have
after
one
we
Scovelander free.
after we secure all of this stuff, I will start dragging people out of the building.
Oh,
Cool.
let's
Give
try.
me a roll, because we're gonna see if you have time to do
That's fine.
so.
I will help you.
Yeah, I'll help
Well,
too.
It'll distract the crows.
Okay. Risky standard.
This is gonna be a desperate standard.
Okay.
Desperate limited. Because there's a lot of moving pieces right now as we're trying to get the silver back, we're trying to get the drugs out, we're trying to get people out, all before the spirit wardens or the fire happen.
Well, you
Nighthawk
just-
is helping.
So what?
Risky standard.
No,
Oh, desperate.
desperate limited.
Okay.
It was
So
just limited.
what do I roll?
Skirmish.
If you're
Skirmish?
helping, you don't. If you're helping,
You-
wait. You don't roll anything if you're helping.
Right.
You take a
You just-
stress and you give Charles a die.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
Which I guess I can roll an extra
That
die,
maxes
so I
my
can-
stress. Woo!
No, only one person can help.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
If the Nighthawks do
I got the
anything,
gas mask. You take care of the rest.
So I could help without stress.
I'm sure. I'm fine with letting the Nighthawk do it. I like the thing of him in the.
I can still do that 2 more times.
All right. Well, either way, I rolled a 6.
Okay.
But that's limited.
Yep.
You're able to get people out before the fire engulfs the building. You're able to get people out before the spirit wardens arrive. But you need to make a choice. You can't get everyone out in the time allotted. You can choose to get the spark junkies out, the ones who are performing on stage. You can choose to get the philosophers out, the one who are debating epistemology while on Blood Needle, or you could get out the Quicksilver users in the back room. But two of those groups are going to be burned alive.
All the interns are dead already.
This is one of those like which one of the larger like doomsday clocks is this one gonna tick?
Reese takes a mental note about fire and using Quicksilver. But
I feel like the philosopher.
yeah, I
No,
would say the same.
Fuck them. They're useless. Get the spark junkies. The spark junkies have the spark junkies have the best taste in drugs.
Are any of them Skovlanders?
There's maybe one or two among all three groups, but
Oh.
they're predominantly not. They're,
Okay. I
Alright,
figured.
let's get the
More or
spark
less.
junkies.
I think we should get the philosophers.
No,
The
fuck
No,
spark
man,
rights.
you're
The
talking
spark
about a
rights
bunch
are
of
pretty
meth
close.
All right, let's do a
That's
quick
spark
vote.
rights are
Quick
pretty
votes.
close to getting
Spark
their
junkies,
thing.
raise your hand.
Huh?
I mean, honestly, ultimately, it's Cole's decision. He's the one doing the thing.
I really don't care either way.
Okay, so
I think it should
wow, Nebra, cold-blooded.
all right,
because
well,
the spark rights are pretty close to
Thank
their clock.
boy.
This could be what fucks them,
As
right?
well.
This guy's
But these
working
aren't
on
the
an
spark
alternate view.
rights. These are not the spark rights. These are people who are addicted to a drug called spark. These
Yeah.
are like
No.
aerialists and
What I
performers.
mean is the philosophers could be these intellectuals working on an alternate view.
look,
potentially.
philosophers
No.
philosophers are
Like,
not
see,
trying
I
to.
see that smile.
Adderall.
I see that smile.
No,
They're a bunch of undergrads on Adderall.
I think we should save the philosopher.
But
Um,
it is you are
It is
very
Cole's.
outvoted, but it is
So-
Cole's call.
is it while all this is going on, would it be possible for Reese to pocket a vial of Quicksilver?
Give me just a quick roll for it. I think that's a great
Sure.
idea because your vice purveyor's missing, and
Yeah.
you'll probably want to reduce stress.
So I will I'm not trying to do it secretly, so I wouldn't say prowl. Maybe
Finesse,
uh
hunt.
You are trying to pick it up without breaking it, but also we're going to have a bunch of that stuff back at the lair if we get out of here.
I mean, look, he's a junkie. If he sees it sitting there, he's gonna grab it. So I'm gonna
Very legit.
yeah, I guess let's do finesse. That sounds
Alright.
the best. He's just trying to snag it.
Risky standard.
Woo!
A 6. Cool. Yeah, so you're able to grab some. And again, as I said, very good thing you did so you can indulge your vice
Mhm.
without necessarily needing to dip into the profits
Yep.
of the crew.
He got a crit though. Can he
He did not. He had to take the lowest.
Yeah. I don't
Oh,
have
Jesus. What a lucky freaking rule.
finesse. Yeah.
Right. So I will go ahead and just they all look the same as far as people. They're not.
Well, then if I start pointing to the philosophers, would you just?
No,
Let-
I'm not listening to anything you say ever. So
This
I
will
will.
forever be known as Cole's choice when they
That's
make
fine.
the
Uh,
movie when that's eventually meant.
I honestly just pick up whoever is closest to the door.
Do
That
the
would have
spark
been
junkies.
the Spark Junkies.
Sure.
Because they
Then
were
I-
next to the stage. Yeah.
Then I literally do whoever's closest to the door, realizing I can only save a certain number of people in the shortest amount of time.
Yes, we're not in the business of just wanton, destruction, but
Well,
Yeah.
Aren't we?
And then as
No.
you guys leave, someone should probably lead a group action to avoid either the Spirit Wardens or the Blue Coats. I'll give a +1 from the messenger's scouting because
So-
he is had eyes on, or sorry, they have had eyes on this whole time. So,
Since I'm following the rear, I could do a prowl roll.
well, yeah.
Well-
So someone's gonna take stress potentially. Whoever wants to lead it,
I'll
and
do
then
it.
cool, and then everyone else should roll their prowl.
Okay.
I'm doing.
And this is risky
well, so I'm gonna
standard
do
or desperate standard. What are we looking at?
Sorry, what did you say, Nate?
I'm gonna do survey.
No. This is a prowl.
Oh, okay.
And Peter, sorry, what did you say?
Risky standard.
Risky standard. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ha! That's 2 of those in a row. Lucky some bitch, I guess, huh?
All right. So you take 2 stress, Silas, from
The messenger.
the messenger and the Nighthawk.
Mhm.
2 people with the in their names. But you do definitely like. I think probably the stress comes from the messengers telling you like, no, they're coming this way, like, and you're like, okay, but let's be quiet, or however that looks.
It's the
But you're
stress-
able
oh,
to
no, no.
avoid
Wait.
detection.
Over here.
You're able to get the goods back to the base.
That's the other reason for the stress.
Eventually, the
My
fire in
mind
the
is so much
docks
on the goods.
kind of raises. The brigade is dispatched, and you hear their kind of sirens and ding, 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 ding as their water carriages are.
Do we need to do a
Um,
prowl roll for the Scovelanders?
Yeah,
Well-
sure, just in case they
Should I?
Hey, Herb,
fail.
I can roll it for you. Here.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
we-
that's on me as well.
Yeah,
if they
this,
fail,
this
yeah.
would be.
It's fine. I
They're
can.
they're fine.
move up to
They
eight.
got
Uh,
six, they actually got the best score. We got a 6 off of that.
no,
And then
they tied Reese.
Well,
and then
that was Reese's previous roll. That was
Nope.
for his
No, I rolled.
stealing the thing.
I rolled
got 'em
2
twice
double
in a row.
6s.
Oh, you did.
I rolled
Never
a finesse and a prowl.
That's
and
broken.
then you hear
I got
the
lucky.
dong, 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 dong,
They wanted a body
dong,
count, right?
dong,
They did.
dong, dong, dong. You took the whisper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dong, dong. And some of those were from the shots, right? But yeah, about 8 more dongs.
So many dongs.
So many dogs.
As you make it back to the lair. Before we move into the payoff and downtime, though, I think there's a couple things that it sounds like you guys wanted to do. You do have this whisper in your custody
Mhm.
that Silas might want to do
Yeah,
something
I
with.
will immediately take her as soon as the opportunity arises. Take her to the Dimmer Sisters.
Cool. So
Along
you're
with the
headed
2
to the Dimmer Sisters. Is there anything else someone wants to do?
I would like to have a conversation with Cole if we have a chance.
Okay,
Um,
that's great. Anyone want to reach off to our cache and
Yeah, Nebra can do that.
I was gonna suggest
Well, I
you
mean-
Nebra.
oh, not the payoff part. No. So, while we're on our way back, while we are sneaking back, the messenger, I do want to have a short conversation. The messenger's like, oh, hey, I forgot to mention, we have another problem with the gondoliers.
What's that? What
I
you
don't
talking
like
that
about?
Problem.
They noticed that we hadn't been paying them for stuff happening on the canals. So what
we
they
start-
want is for us to steal a book from the hooded proprietor, which is
What
a
book?
problem because books cannot leave the hooded proprietor. Maybe we can find the book somewhere else. Maybe not. Who knows? Well, if we don't, all the money we would owe them up until the end of the month, a little over 4 weeks from now, will be due immediately with 20% interest. If we get them the book, we don't owe them anything.
What's the book?
I'm
Oh,
scrolling
it's
through.
in the
it's
notes.
Principles of Oblivion.
Yeah, I put it in the notes there.
Thank you.
Well,
It's called Principles of Oblivion. Just wanted to let you know. It's something we'll have to look after.
I feel like this is something we can discuss after this.
Yeah. But here we are on the canals. I figured I'd let you know.
Yeah, so the Nighthawk, you may have heard of this book. It details
Yeah.
the cult practices of the empty vessel, which, if you recall, your parents were looking into at the time of their murder.
Yeah.
And you found out in one of the earlier games, Bezo Baz is a member of this cult.
Mm.
And his gang knows it and is sometimes worried that he is too invested in the cult rather than their own gang.
I have an idea what
And
we might be able
obviously
to
it
do.
was written by someone you guys met at Strangford's party, a city council member as well.
Yeah, Strangford's probably involved in it too.
Right. So, they might have a copy. They wrote it after all. But
But I don't know if you guys know that.
no. I had the name of the person who
Yeah.
wrote it.
Preceptor Dunville, who again you guys met at the party, and he does question mark at the Church of Ecstasy. He has a big family name, so it's kind of like he got a position doing who knows what. He's also a city council member who is currently voting in proxy for Lord Strangford. The other member that he wrote it with was Ephraim Shiel, and that's SHIEL, who is a doctor of philosophy, but not a name that any of you have heard before. Well, though perhaps our academics could look into it and find more about him.
Yeah, so you spell your name Cole, it's Coal, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so it's not Cole. Okay, cool.
Hey, could go either way.
Cole can't spell, so he's not particular.
Well, to be able to spell, you got to read.
What was
Mm,
that, Bell?
I just said thank you.
Cool. So Reese and Cole, do you guys want to have your conversation now? We'll just kind of work our way down the thing
Sure.
before we move into payoff.
All right, so I see this happening like as we're kind of like, gearing down after the fight, and we've gotten back, everything's kind of winding down. He's just kind of looking down at the rifle, and he's like, I think things would have been way different for us if we'd had something like this.
You mean if our brothers on the other side had had something like this?
Well, you remember Reese fought on that side.
Yeah. And he's aware that Cole
Yeah.
fought on the Empire side.
Yeah, it was not your fault. You were conscripted the same as I.
Mhm.
Do you ever miss home?
This is my home. Sadly, I grew up here. The only time I've been to the old country was when I was sent there as a slave soldier to kill.
Well, one day I'll take you back. I'll show you around. Take you out for a drink. Deserve to go home and see the motherland.
It sounds nice, but I don't know that we'll ever make it there. Don't even know if it's a better place than this at this point. If there was any better place, we would have left here a long time ago, right?
Wait, how are we to know? Locked behind these walls. How do you know something better isn't out there? Maybe home is doing well.
Maybe.
That's about it.
Cool. Nebra, you wanted to reach out to Arkash?
Yeah. I guess the best way would be to send like a ciphered note over to actually would I guess wherever the headquarters. I'm assuming they're still using the Red Sash Academy or
Yeah,
Sword
the
Art
Sword
Academy.
Yep.
Yeah. So she'll send a ciphered note to Arkesh to the academy, letting him know that it's been done.
Awesome. And he, this probably happens once you're back home and stuff like that. But you'll
Yep.
get a message in quick order that's like, great, glad to hear it. Looking forward to settling up soon. Let me know when we can meet.
Okay. Sounds good.
I think also Cole would send a note to Sarah and mention that they should meet up uh, at some point in the next
Yeah.
couple of days.
She said you get something fairly quickly again saying, you know where to find me, and if it needs to be a more clandestine location, just let me know where I need to meet you.
Otherwise, he's going to shower, clean up from this fight, put any of the gear away, and then he's going to get redressed back up into his very nice suit, and take his tie and kind of undo it like it's the end of the night, and kind of go pretend to have just been on a date to the theater.
Yeah, excellent, and take Nebra home.
Mhm.
Cool. So moving down to Nate, you're gonna bring this whisper to the Dimmer sisters.
Yeah.
Cool. So you knock on the door again. You don't meet the Dimmer sisters, but you meet Rosalind, who is like, Silas, twice in one night. We didn't expect you back so soon.
I didn't think I would be either. Not out of not enjoying your company. I do appreciate the restaurant info you gave me, though.
Hey, guess what? I found your new whisper.
But in the process of a business-oriented job, we
Crime.
encountered what?
Nothing. Continue.
We found a whisper, and while it's not Emmeline, we thought she might be someone you are interested in. And I sort of like I figure I got a couple of Skovlanders with me to like carry her and like present her.
So Rosalind purses her lips in such a way that like the I don't know what they're called, like the crow's foot of the lips almost make her seem much more aged than she is. And she examines the woman you brought to her, kind of holds her mouth open, looking at the teeth, holding the eyes open, very much like someone examining a horse that they're being sold.
Or a
Mhm.
host.
And she was like, you might misunderstand our position. We don't want just any whisper. We want our whisper back.
Yes, and this is not meant to be in place of Emmeline. We found her and thought that she might do well with all of you.
No, we don't think so.
Oh. Okay, well, we'll still keep our eyes out for Emmeline. And I also these, and I hand her the Spirit Vein Charms back.
Thank you and well remembered. We can dispose of this one for you if you need.
Yes, please.
And she puts out a hand for coin.
Oh,
Mm.
I pop her one.
Thank you. And she kind of looks in, and some robed figures, kind of younger women, maybe in their late teens, maybe early 20s, kind of file out and lead this chained, unconscious woman back into the manor of the Dimmer sisters.
I look at my brothers and say, "Well, let's go," and head back to.
And you guys get about halfway through Six Towers when you hear dong, but no crows fly to the Dimmer sisters' manor.
Certainly not. See, I know they don't pay taxes.
That's your evidence. That's great. You're just like, oh, I told you they don't pay taxes.
Messenger,
oh,
anything you want to
here.
do before downtime and payout?
Me?
Messengers.
Oh,
If there is something, Nate, feel free to jump in.
no. That was it.
I do want to start looking into the thing on this book, but I think that's a downtime activity. We've got pretty much everything sorted out from this. We got the drugs. We got the yeah, actually I do. Who's going to meet Arkesh?
Nebra.
Cool. I'm going to tail Nebra.
Okay.
Sounds good. We'll come back to that because that'll lead us into the payout. Nighthawk, anything you want to do before we kind of wrap things up?
I mean, I could talk to Bezo Baz about the book, but I could also do that as a downtime activity.
Yeah, either one.
I think I'll. I don't think I'm going to talk to him. Yeah.
Cool. So we'll move in to payout. So you'll get, so long as the split is going to go down as it was agreed upon, you guys will get 12 coin and 4 coin goes to our cash, and you guys will get the 4 coin from selling the drugs, and your surplus cash will up that by 2, is it?
Where are we
We'll
at?
up it by 2.
Where are we at with our stash? We're at. I see
Well-
that we're at 15. It looks like.
Our personal stash.
Oh,
should be
12.
not
Sorry,
the-
12.
Yeah, personal stash should be 12.
And
So
we just got vaults last time, so we have that whole other
So-
row.
we got a total of 16 coin in cash from the vault. 4 of that goes to our cash. We got an additional 1 coin from the patrons, and and then we have the drugs that are
So altogether, we should have 21
ostensibly
coin, right?
4. Well,
Hold
no.
up.
Yeah. So it's actually 13 coin in physical currency, and then we have 4 coin ostensibly in drugs that we would have to sell to actually see the coin from. So
And we will get 6 coin for them.
yes.
And the selling of the drugs will either need to be a roll, like you could have your crew go out and do that, or a dountime activity to get those
Right,
sold
right.
off.
I'll take care of that downtime activity when the time comes.
I'll say Nebra and the messenger, unless there's something you guys want to do. The deal with our cash goes down textbook.
Is he alone?
Seemingly, like you can probably spot that he does have red sashes in the vicinity. You know, his personal kind of entourage bodyguards, but he's not coming. He's trying to present in a friendly demeanor. Like I am.
That's
trusting
cool.
You, but
That's cool.
Where's
And I don't want
where's
to
the meeting place? Sorry.
it could be wherever you guys want, wherever you guys want to set it up.
wherever Nebra chooses. When I say tailing, I mean the messenger doesn't want Nebra to. The messenger wants Nebra to not know that they are there.
I was going to suggest the hooded proprietor.
Cool. Yeah,
If
that's
that's
where you
possible.
guys met initially. So, yeah, that's fine.
I think like Cole will, if Nebra wants, Cole will offer to go with you as a mook.
Date.
Oh yeah, it'll be our first time
date.
in there too.
Yeah.
A date. There we go.
Date number 2.
Date number
Yeah.
2.
Just for my math, because Nate spent a coin. Basically, if 8 goes into the
I spent-
treasury. Yeah, I know, but I'm just
Oh.
saying if of the 13, 8 could go into the treasury, and then 1 would go to everyone except Nate.
I think in our treasury, unless we spent coin from our stash, we only have 6 things available. Is that
I believe we spent it for the guns.
Oh, okay.
That's right. That's
Because
right.
I only had 1 coin.
And
on
we
me.
could sell the guns too.
Well, we'll work on that.
I'm gonna do that as well. I'm working on that.
And we might even get more money from the surplus cash for that as well.
I mean, wouldn't
we'll
we
see.
want to keep the guns?
Let's go back. Can we wrap up the handoff first?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you guys tell me what you want to do, because as I said, the goes down textbook at the hooded proprietor. There are some red sashes who are keeping an eye on our cash, but they're not. It's not like an ambush or anything.
And sorry, Prowl. Did Messenger end up sharing the name of the book to everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think at that point Nebra will maybe wave down one of the staff and ask if they have that particular book available for perusal.
They're like, oh, I think that we do. Would you
Okay.
like us to grab it for you?
Actually, not now. I will come back at a later time and peruse, but I just wanted to make sure you have that.
Yeah, of course. Very popular recently.
I've heard. That's why I had to ask if you have it. Thank you.
Of course.
So what I'm thinking, the handoff goes off, both parties leave, and the messenger is going to follow the red sashes to see if he can find a place where he can kill Arkesh. This is going to be long gun from a distance. Are they going? They're going this way. All right, I'm going to try to get ahead. They're going to be on a long run. Okay, I'm going to try to get a high point just somewhere along the path where they can get a shot. And it can be a really long shot too, because the messenger does have sharpshooter. And has enough stress, just enough stress left to push themselves.
Cool. Yeah. It's gonna be a desperate limited roll.
Oh my god.
I love it.
Okay. Well, I'm already had committed to pushing myself because oh no, that's pushing yourself to do. Oh, that's not a push yourself and this happens anyway. Okay. So this isn't the thing that I'm doing is not like I'm going to take a shot no matter what. If I don't have a good opportunity, if the messenger doesn't have a good opportunity, they're not going to take the shot. They're
Yeah,
just
I
like, well,
think
I'm not going to let this opportunity slip through.
Yeah, I think you'll have an opportunity to take the shot. This roll is gonna be desperate. Um, it's gonna be limited effect for reasons, and there could be complications if it doesn't go well. But I think like if you fail this, it's not like you didn't have a good shot, but you took the shot. You shot your shot and you missed.
All right. Well, I want to push myself to increase the effect to standard.
Mhm.
And we're playing so paranoid here. What kind of devil's bargain would actually work for the paranoid fucker? They're not going to endanger themselves. It doesn't suit paranoid. Bystanders? It's not really worth a die. Can anyone think of a devil's bargain?
I mean, like you if
Actually,
you fail,
no,
you lose your
100%.
gun. I don't know.
No, easily. Devil's bargain is that there are bystanders. You're a Taikarosi. They immediately know that you're a Taikarosi. So when the Red Sashes come over here to if you miss to like interview people or whatever, they say a Taikarosi took a shot at him.
Yeah, but like, what's the actual mechanical thing for that?
They start a clock.
I mean, aren't
It'll
you?
either be heat, or you might just get arrested. Entanglement arrested for
Mm.
you.
Yeah. I was gonna say that the Red Sashes, if you miss, the Red Sashes start a clock to
Figure out
discover.
who killed.
Hmm.
It's not the Red Sashes who have an interest here.
Whoever, right? The crows, the police, the whatever.
Oh, but we know. No, we don't. Only the people who've watched the video and the people who are in the scene know.
I wasn't there.
But I want to point out, like, this is not because of that scene. The messenger was talking
very
about
clearly
killing this
not.
guy
You
the
probably
whole
wouldn't be
time.
going down this this line of thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, the messenger's been talking about killing him the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm good with it.
Kill him.
I know. But so, what was the devil's bargain that you found acceptable, Kyle?
So if you wanted to take this, that bystanders would have seen you take the shot. It's either going to be, regardless of like, if you succeed or succeed with a complication, you're gonna draw heat on the crew, additional heat, and honestly, that's probably going to be an additional 3 heat. If you fail, you are going to be arrested. Your character will be taken to Iron Hook, and the crew will have to deal with that.
By the way, we have a doomsday clock going on, so yeah.
Yeah.
get
Don't worry about
arrested.
that. Don't worry about that. 3
Nope.
heat.
Pay no attention to this clock. 3 heat.
Yeah, I think I
There's
just don't have it.
also other consequences that I might have that regardless that don't resolve around the devil's bargain, right? But this is a risky
Yeah,
thing you're
no,
doing. Yeah.
I understood that part, and that's cool. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to get another die, or if 3 dice is enough. And yeah, I'm not. No, the thank you for the devil's bargain. It doesn't really suit the paranoia.
I agree.
So here we go. Let's see how bad this gets. So no devil's bargain taken, no bonus dice. It is desperate standard.
Because you push yourself to up the effect, right?
Because I pushed myself to up the effect.
Yep.
Woo!
A 6. All right. Yeah, so you take the shot as he's walking up the steps to the Red Sash Sword Academy. It hits him right in the back of the head. You see the body go limp. You hear the dong before he even hits the ground. And with that 6, you miss the shot that was taken against you. Right into the wall is a high caliber like sniper shell that came from the crow's nest.
That face.
Yeah.
And obviously someone took the shot. They know you took the shot. But our cash is no more.
Womp womp.
I skitter away like a sniper should. Holy shit, someone's shooting at me. Do I want a sniper duel? No, fuck that noise.
Are you trained in counter sniper?
Actually, do I want a sniper duel? Fuck that, someone shot at me.
Shoot back at him.
You are vengeful.
Yeah! Holy shit. You're right. Okay, all right. I know where they shot at me from. Let's do a scoot and shoot and see if I can line up a shot on them. I've got a scope. I do still have the
Still got the building dialed in. Not much of an adjustment for a shot.
well, no, I'd have to get to that place.
Yeah.
I'd have to get to that. I actually, you know what? Now that's across several major canals. But I am gonna how would you want a sniper duel to work mechanically here, Kyle? What the messenger wants to do is go to some kind of cover, pop the scope up over, see if they first it's like, okay, stick up a rag. Okay, no, try and move. Try and find a place where I can peek around where they can't see, where I don't think they'll see me, and see if I can spot something up there. If they've already scooted, I can't track them. But they're firing from a safe place, and I think you know what I think? I think I'm better than them.
Yeah. This is how I'll do it. I think mechanically with the rules. It is kind of how it's done in the book. Like you roll your thing, the duel will come in. Like if you have a complication or if you fail, that will be the result of them taking their shot. This is going to be, you're going to rank up some XP. Just based on what I know about this particular sniper, it's going to be a desperate roll, and its effect is going to be none. Because we do know that the crow's nest is warded with those Hydrathi runes of protection. Now you can bump things up, you can do your stuff.
I can't bump anything up without traumatizing myself. I am at maximum stress. Forgot about the runes.
However, you could just do a hunt to try to identify who it is. And then and then we take care of them later.
Yeah,
oh yeah. Okay, that's cool. All right, so I'm just using the scope.
Yeah.
Just trying to figure out who the fuck shot at me.
Yeah. So this will be a desperate standard effect. And the reason I say this, if you succeed with a complication, you'll get a view of who shot at you. The desperate is you're giving them the opportunity to take another shot at you.
Though you still had load, I think, off of the thing.
I did, but I've already used a fair amount of it I've used it for the rifle, and I've used it now for the spyglass. And I went out normal. So climbing gear, yeah, my load is full. I don't have armor.
Gotcha.
I'd just be rolling to resist and taking trauma. guaranteed. There's no way I'll roll a 6.
There's a 1 in
But
6 chance you will.
somebody just shot at you.
Oh yeah, it's happening. Desperate standard. We're doing this.
You can't spend your coin if you're dead.
No, it just means we get his share. Or their
But they
share.
shot at me.
Yeah.
Oh.
5
Oof.
of success with a complication. So we'll handle the complication as first and foremost. So they are able to get a shot off with the 5. We'll say it's not the shot they would have wanted. So you get kind of winged in the shoulder rather than. I will say if you had failed this, it would have been level 4 fatal harm headshot. He would have murdered you. This is not what happens. You get grazed. We'll call it a level 1 harm grazed.
Oh
What
man,
you do see-
really? You're gonna give me a level 1? That's sweet of you.
If you see a graze
Well, you
for
did get a
Conroe
5. I
Thatcher
feel like
or-
Yeah.
if a 4, maybe we'd have bumped that up
Well,
to 2.
this does clear my healing clock.
And what you spot up in the crow's nest is not what you'd expect. It is not a crow, but you're an academic. You know some military history, and you are pretty goddamn sure that that is the military uniform of the Aruvian army.
It is who now?
The
How do you
Aruvians have
spell
invaded.
Aruvian? Iruvian?
Yeah.
All right.
Aruvian Army Sniper is on my list. All right.
And you've never met Nebra's father, right? So you wouldn't be able to identify him in a crowd?
No.
or when he shot at you. Did
Okay.
Whoa.
All right.
So there goes family dinner night.
Specific Aruvian Army Sniper.
Say
There we
anything.
go.
It was just an innocuous question. If
And that-
you could pick him out of a lineup.
Nothing. Just FYI.
All right.
Fantastic.
So first things first, getting easy stuff out of the way. We'll talk about rep real quick. So you guys gain 3 rep, a level 1 going up against a level 2.
Where does that put us? Because we've been spending a bit of rep.
What's the 5?
That puts us at 5.
Thank you. I actually thought that put us at 6, so appreciate the correction.
Now, we have, 13 coin before drug sales. There's been a motion to put 8 of that in the bank and then divide, because we only have 8 stashes, including our new vaults. So that would fill up our vaults, and then we could divide the others. Do people like that?
Yeah.
All right, so we're putting 8 coin into our vaults.
Well, we have a bonus from our surplus cash where we get plus.
We
Not
haven't
yet.
sold the drugs yet.
Oh, okay.
So 13 minus 8 is, someone quick math?
5.
5. So we have 5 coin. There's
And
6
6
of you. How do you guys want to divvy that up?
I haven't been averse to so is the stash on our sheet our personal stash or
Vault.
It is. Yeah, this is on the one we just filled up was under smugglers. And we have
Yeah,
4
go to
dots of coin we
yeah.
filled up and 4 dots of this first vault we filled
Then
up.
we don't need
Yeah.
to fill it up. Let's only put it at 7, and each of us gets a coin.
All right.
Sure.
How does that sound?
So on our crew page, next to heat, we would have 4 coin in the first bit and 3 coin in vaults.
Yep, and then everyone gets 1 personally.
Okay.
And then our personal stash does go up, right?
No, only when we
Not yet.
take
Not yet.
crew upgrades.
Okay.
All right.
Excuse me. It's advancements.
Cool.
Upgrades
So
are
as I
coming at a
said,
time, yeah.
you guys can get 4 coin plus the 2 extra for a total of 6 from the drug sales, but that'll either need to be you guys rolling your crew and having them do it, and success and complications failures will result in that number being, yes, you get 6 or you get lower. There was some theft, whatever that case may look like, or you can do a downtime to do it yourself, in which case you can guarantee it's that 6 coin, but you're burning your own downtime activity.
So I was
Th-
going to probably do a downtime to try to sell the.
I can give myself or someone an extra downtime.
Let's see how downtime goes and see what
Yep.
we need. Did Cole not get hurt this time?
I did not.
You're not doing your job.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Aren't you the pincushion?
I killed like 7 people.
So
But you did get
We've-
hurt.
we've got the money all sorted out. Now heat. Now it's not as bad as you guys actually might make it out to be. So +1 heat for a high profile or well connected target. I
Minus
think
2
Red
first.
Sash Ward Treasury is.
What?
Minus
minus
2
2.
first.
Yep, for the cover operation. And +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. This was the docks. I'm not considering that hostile. +1 heat if you're at war with another faction. You're not. +2 heat if killing was involved. Most definitely. So that gets us up to 3. We drop down to 2 because of phantom exports, which is only +1 heat, which brings us up to a total of 6.
That's pretty good.
Now, with the money, the operation has concluded. You guys already have a separate arrangement with the gondoliers, so they're kind of on pause until the end of the month. But Maha expects to be paid for this operation, and that expected tribute is 2 coin. Do we pay Maha?
From the vaults. Sounds
Yep.
it's my vote.
No reason not to.
So we don't want to get him the book.
Well,
That's
we're giving
somebody
the
else.
gondoliers the book.
That's
No, we have
somebody
to
else,
pay.
Cameron.
We have to pay the hive.
We also have to pay our boss.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that would bring
Yeah,
us
we
down
wanna
to
pay our
1
boss.
coin
We're
in
not
our
big
vault
enough
then.
If our boss.
Yep.
Yeah, so the vault goes down to 1 in the vault.
Okay.
All right. We're at wanted level 0. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heat. So does someone want to roll our wanted level to see what our entanglement is going to be?
Sure.
I'll roll it. Go ahead.
Okay,
Not
so we
bad.
take the 2, and now I will need a 1d.
Fortune roll.
Yeah, roll a fortune roll, and on a 1, 2, 3, it will be flipped, and on a 4, 5, 6, it'll be interrogation.
All right.
Okay.
That's all right.
Roll 0 on that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's already got it. Sorry.
Roll again with just the 1 die.
We get both.
Oh, sorry, because they had said 0 automatically. Gotcha.
A 2. All right, so that's going to be flipped. So one of the PC's rivals arranges for one of your contacts, patrons, clients, or a group of your customers to switch allegiance due to the heat on you. They're loyal to another faction now. I think based on what is happening, you're allied with them. The Skovelander refugees are no longer going to be available to help you. The revolution has been launched, and they are going to be fighting their own battle coming up. So they're not flipped per se. They're still friendly for you, but they're, if I will say, if you use downtime activities to pull them, you still probably could, but it will reduce your standing with them each time you do, as they start thinking, where do your loyalties actually lie? Because as we will see in upcoming things, the fight against the Akarosi
We
has
need to
been.
pick a new cannon fodder faction.
Everyone okay with that?
Yep. Yep. I think it makes sense too with what they've been hearing about me as well.
Yeah, we've been a friend. We just haven't been a friend to the revolution.
Well, Cole has.
Nah,
We all
you've
in a certain sense, we've given them the opportunity,
Mm-hmm.
but we can't pull them away from that now without.
Well, that's the thing, and Nebra and Powell, because he watched the thing, might know a bit of the intricacies thing. But you guys essentially started a war.
Did we
Good
now?
stuff.
And the Skovlanders are looking to be a part of that.
Yeah, we want to make sure we're on the profitable side of that war.
There's
Can't
a
spend your
reason
coin
that
if you're
the
dead.
people in there weren't Red Sashes, but a bunch of diplomats' kids.
Oh, they weren't both?
I mean, it maybe, of like people who hang out with the wrong crowd, but they weren't like made members of the crew. No. It looked like the Imperial Military just busted in and killed a bunch of diplomats' kids, which is exactly what someone somewhere wanted.
Hmm.
Oh my God, Arkesh. Oh my God, that's even better than I thought it was. Oh, the huge William H. Macy energy.
Now he probably didn't know the extent of all this, much like
No.
William H. Macy, right? Yeah.
No, but
He was
that's
a pastor
also
He was
the whole
being
way.
used so
Yeah.
hard.
yes.
And we got the money for it.
Okay. Am I missing anything, or does that lead us into downtime activities?
Do we
Do
do
we do
advance any-
downtime activities before advancement?
I
Yeah.
think we probably should, because we have been saying like things that happen in downtime could be able to click your XP triggers.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
All right, who wants to do a downtime first?
I can start.
Okay.
The first thing Silas is going to do after all this is he's going to go back to Dunridge and Sons and thank them so much for their help and like how much of a success the party was, and get a little indulge himself there a bit on top of that.
Yeah, working now is not his son, but actually Dundridge, who notices your new ink and is like, Lord Eventide, did you get a tattoo? That won't look well with your suit.
Um,
Gloves.
it was of unfortunate circumstance. Hopefully, I can do.
Yes, we were all young ones. A bit too much snips of the old whiskey.
Yes. So I'll have to do something to cover it up. But do you have good suit gloves?
Oh. This is why I bring it up, sir. And he leads you back to the glove collection.
Okay, and I will roll. Ooh, I will bump that up to 4.
Okay.
And I think, unlike before, when typically I can clear all my stress, I'm still a little bit stressed because he even mentioned that mark, and I'm like, shit, this is a problem. And then secondly, I'm going to go to our friendly neighborhood doctor here and get some of that ointment or whatever I need for my disease.
Sure.
Oh, you're still dealing with the...
Yeah.
Ooh, is Reese helping you with that, or are you going to someone else?
I went to Reese.
I swear that thing's gonna fall off you if you don't.
It was the one time. Once.
It's all it takes, lad. It's all it takes.
My my buddy Sawtooth can also help.
Also add +2 to that healing roll.
Okay. +2 dice?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There you go, bud.
A 6, so that fills up 3 segments of a healing clock.
Okay, so I had 2.
So that completes your healing clock.
Good to go,
You're
bud.
cured.
So all your level 1 is erased, your level 2 becomes level 1.
I don't have any level 2.
Then you're
Then
clear.
good to go, bud.
Yeah, I don't take damage.
Finally got all that shit out of your system, buddy.
And that'll be my downtime.
You're reserving your calculating?
Yeah, I'll reserve calculating for because ideally I'd like to use it for selling the drugs, but we'll see what comes for other people's.
All right, I'll go next. So we'll go with that indulge. See how well I do. That sucks.
Did you
Yeah,
overindulge?
probably because like you have such limited supply of it. Like Lord Pandaren would have been able to supply you with the amount you need, but you were just able to grab that little, unless you go back and to the group's drugs.
Well, that leaves me at 6. So, yeah, I'll stay at 6. I'll be fine, I guess. We'll have to figure out what happened to Lord Pandaren later. Well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna start a clock to do that. As part of his downtime, is he's gonna try to track down Lord Pandaren. So let's.
I don't think you'll need a full clock. This would be like a downtime roll, because I'll tell you by next episode that clock might be a moot point. But how about you give me a roll to see what you can find, like a gather information style roll?
So it'd be like survey, you think?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah.
Could
Or
be consort if
I'm
you're
gonna do
talking to other
consort.
people.
Yeah. So I think he's gonna ask around. At least I have something in that. What's my position on that?
It's a risky standard.
Okay.
Because if the wrong people hear you're looking, it could result in some trouble.
They heard about it.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. This'll when I adjust status effects of other gangs, you're gonna take a status hit with one in particular.
Okay.
And yeah, it. No one's talking about Lord Pandaren.
Well, hold on.
It's
Can I spend a coin to make that a success or no?
Not from a 1. It only bumps it by 1. Right?
Like, can I grease some palms?
Yeah, so you could take a failure with a coin, because we're treating this as a downtime activity. This would not normally happen on a roll.
Okay.
But you could increase a failure to a 4-5, right? Which would be
Okay.
a success with a complication. So you could learn a bit about what happened to Pandaren. You'd still take a negative faction hit with a
Oh,
faction.
okay. So I would just get the information. I would rather just. I was more trying to avoid the faction hit, but
That's not going to happen.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna take the failure then. This I've yet to be able to hold on to a single coin. He is a drug dealer or a drug addict. So that's a thing. But
Right.
yeah. All right. That's my downtime.
Well, didn't you? Oh, you didn't do it. Yeah.
No, I didn't get anything, and I
All right.
I tipped a bunch of people off.
I can go. So I'm going to indulge my vice.
And what does that look like, and why is it bad?
My vice. In this case, I think it's going to be going to the theater again, but going to the cabaret essentially. And why is it bad? Well, it's not necessarily bad for Cole. He has a great time. It's not as good as it could be, but I think it's because he maybe sees some Aruvian like folks and has
Bunch
a
of weeping mothers.
little bit, and or like, but they're well. I think because if I had to, you know, jump the shark a little bit there, not actually jump the shark, but if I had to like second guess everything, it's like the Eruvians of the city are probably much like her father said, that it's getting very dangerous to be a foreigner, and so they're starting to move more in groups instead of there are much fewer Eruvian individuals.
Yeah, very animate and angry groups.
Mhm. And so it seems rather it's way so I think Cole ends up being more on his guard than previously, because otherwise he would get to relax, and that wasn't very relaxing. Additionally, I am going to I think I'm going to reduce heat on the crew. And how I'm going to do that is I'm going to go to a local bar and strike up conversation with somebody in the docks probably, and talk about how like I won't bring it up, but when they bring up the fact that the Imperial Military like raided a drug den, and I will go ahead and offer additional things in this kind of like consorting way of you know being like, yeah, I heard it was the Imperial Navy, like their special forces, their subjugation division. Like you only bring those guys out when you're really trying to fuck with people, kind of
Excellent.
thing.
Yeah, let's get the roll. I'd like to RP a bit of that though.
I'm not 100% down. Yeah. Is this is risky standard?
Yeah.
Okay. Ah.
That's fine. We reduce heat by 1.
Yep.
Um,
Go
and I
for it.
think the reason why is uh, when you talk about this, it has almost a like, yes, it shifts some blame from you guys and stuff like that, but it actually riles up the crowd.
Right.
And I think you meet some Skovlanders at the bar who perhaps are some of these guys who have worked with you as part of your Skovlander refugee crew, helping you in the past, and they're like, and not the ones who were on your current mission, right? They were kind of sworn to secrecy, but they're like, yeah, and maybe even Logan Brocken's there too. Like,
Right.
yeah, can you believe the place we were just at? Like, it was hit by these guys, and one of the Skovlander refugees is going to come to you and be like, Cole, you've been a proud part of the movement, uh, with what just happened, with what went down against the Aruvians. They're fucking allies. It's not going to be safe for Skovlanders walking these streets come Volvanet. The time to move is upon us, brother. Can we count on you with us? And he kind of puts his hand to shake.
Let me know when and where you're meeting, and I go ahead and shake his hand.
Yeah, he shakes your hand, and you notice. No, just kidding. And he's like,
Silas gets another mark.
yeah, and he's like, for Skovland, down with the oppressors.
And he just raises his drink and drinks it.
And like from there, talking about what happened in the docks, there's a lot of people like, yeah, fuck the military, and there's, it ends up becoming like, and why the heat reduction was not as successful. It becomes almost like a tavern brawl. Not that people are fighting amongst themselves, but they're just so hyped up and pissed off at Akaros and its institutions that they're like throwing chairs, throwing glasses, like, yeah. It's like, think of like if the Phillies win a baseball game.
So actually, I'm gonna use my calculating on myself here to reduce heat further.
Calculator?
I did as a veteran thing. Uh, it's what I did the previous game that I was. And in this case, I'm actually going to get up and like actually. So he started this thing, and Cole is a little bit of a charlatan to a certain degree, in
You
that,
don't say.
right? Uh, and so sensing that there are folks that are upset and angry and things, he's going to do a little bit of the public house, standing on a soapbox, and start, railing against the treatment of foreigners, and how we need to raise up our communities and live, work together, and that we're blah 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 blah. He's not going to like necessarily preach revolution, but my goal here is to give them something else to get angry, like actually noticing that he can't like draw heat away from people. He's like, if I can direct heat elsewhere, maybe it'll draw away from us.
Yeah, that's fine. Give yourself a +1D for this, because if you're
Okay.
pushing that heat onto Akarosi institutions, they're all ready for that. Like the revolution train has gone off the cliff. Like it's
Exactly.
happening now.
Oh no, it's as soon as the fact that they said we're doing it, I'm like, well, I can't stop you. So
Mhm.
yeah. I guess risky
Yeah, just a risky standard.
standard, but with a +1D on this. So I did get a
5.
5.
So we'll
Yeah.
reduce 2 more heat,
Okay.
taking us down to 3.
Awesome.
And then just real quick, I'm gonna drag us over to our downtime, just because I know
Uh,
some people had some clocks. So
I am gonna spend my 1 coin to sell the guns, uh, and
Spend
I,
rep before coin.
okay. I'll spend a rep instead of a coin.
We're
If
getting
everyone
some
is
money,
cool
but
with
it's
it.
going to be a while before we can afford tier 2.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, we have spent about half of our coin just already in having to pay out everybody. So
Alright,
yeah,
so we're down to 4 rep total.
so I spend a rep and I'm actually gonna go to Silas originally on this, and be like, hey, should so Sarah got these guns. That's my standard is to go ahead and see if Sarah will want to buy them back from us now that they've been used. Probably not get as much as they're worth, but we'll have the things. Uh, or I could sell them to the Skovlanders. Like they're going to be desperate for arms. They might be willing to pay quite a bit more and not really care where they come from.
Absolutely. Skovlanders. They need them.
All right. So then I go and I talk to I don't know. Cole leaves and I think he goes and fights Sarah.
Cole, come on in. How can I help you?
I appreciate the goods you got us.
Yeah, they work out for you, okay?
Everything worked out perfect. I was gonna see if you wanted to turn around and sell them again to somebody else.
You don't need them anymore? Good kit.
It's a great kit, but so I could sell them, sure, but if I sell them to somebody and they get picked up, that's directly led back to us, right?
Yeah, they are hot.
They are, and I trust you and your people far more than I'll put it this way, Sarah. You're the arms dealer. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what. Because in my mind, because you spent the coin, right? I'm saying like you essentially bought them from her for those 2 coin you spent, right? Was it 2 or 3
Three,
you spent?
three.
3. All right. So she is like, I will buy them back at like wholesale cost. So you bought them for 3, I will give you 3 for them, and I will move them because I'm taking a considerable risk because they are hot. But you don't need to worry about them anymore.
Now, can we get our +2 for
For this,
the
no,
bet?
because you're not selling them, right? She's selling them.
Fair. Well, I mean, now we could if they are hot, and I appreciate that. I'm into it, but I don't want to see you screwed on this as well. What if you went to the Skovlanders and offered to sell? I hear that things are getting really hot with them. They might be willing to even go above the price that these are worth.
I'm not sure Skovlanders have that much money to spend based on those I've seen in the city, and I mean no offense to you or yours,
Of course, of
just an
course.
observation. But I could definitely poke around and see if there's someone who could make that purchase.
I'm just thinking if, because I know what they're worth and I know what you got them, and like, I feel like maybe you might be able to get more than even what they're worth right now, even used as they are and hot.
Oh,
And
I definitely have some folks who would be quick buyers.
and if so, then maybe we can. What, pal?
He's gonna sell to the Eruvians.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe if we get that, maybe we can split that coin.
Um, I
We can move them for you, is what I'm saying. We can do you a service.
yeah, if you want to continue holding on to them and just pay me what you get, is this kind of where you're going?
I'm thinking that we will smuggle them, as it were, and that you set up the buyer. You're essentially you're thinking that our cut of whatever it is at minimum 3 coin, because that's what the wholesale is, and then the profit we split 50-50.
Cool. Yeah. So this takes some time, but I think we could say this happens in the downtime. Just real quick. too. So I think you get one extra coin once all things are considered. Once it's all split up,
Sure.
you're able to move them. Because I think maybe part of the reason why, like, they got to move quick. She doesn't want to be sitting on this stuff either, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, instead of 3 coin, you can get the 4 coin.
All right. So I put 2 coin back in the stash, and then I pocket the other 2 coin. Yeah.
It's his own money, Silas. It's
He
Yeah.
put 2 in our vault.
So I took 2 from. Well, yeah. So
He essentially repaid.
I repaid what I took out of the vault, and then I repaid myself for the 1, and then I took the extra 1 that I earned on this.
Even if it's
Oh.
own money,
Oh,
I'm
good.
appreciating his entrepreneurial spirit.
Oh, I didn't realize he had done that. That's very good.
I just appreciate the doing it for the coin. Yeah, the revolution's nice, but the coin.
That's it for me.
Cool. Who's next?
I'll go next, and I'd also like to apologize. I have been trying to mute myself when it is not my turn, but I've been using this, and it turns out for most of the time I have been on the laptop's mic.
Oh, we haven't heard
You
you.
haven't heard anything.
Yeah, so you've been
Okay.
good.
Okay, cool. Hopefully it doesn't mess up the recording. All right. So the first thing the messenger is doing is we are, in fact, going to the Hooded Proprietor, and we're going to do some research there. We're also going to see if we can get access to really good stuff by telling them things about Griggs? Griswold? Griggs.
Griggs. Yeah.
Griggs. Let me tell you some things about Griggs.
I met him in the flesh.
I
He's
have
tall.
met him.
Did you know? Yeah.
He's tall. I think he's Akarosi. He's actually, I talked to him about you, and he told me he doesn't like hugs. He sounds like a very lonely man. Griggs really needs someone in his life, and that's very unfortunate he's not finding that. You definitely should, I don't know, send him letters. It'll be great. But yeah, we're going to the Hooded Proprietor, and we're gonna be hitting that book. The Annals of Apocalypse, was it? What was it?
Principles of Oblivion.
Principles of Oblivion. I want to know what this book is about. I want to know what it does. We'll make a study roll for that separately because we probably get distracted by secrets. So,
I mean, I
Indulging
was going to use a downtime activity to find the book.
Well,
but-
we've already we knew where the book was from the beginning, only the messenger didn't tell anyone else that. Nebra went and found it on her own. Because the messenger totally forgot to mention, oh yeah, we know there's one at the Hooded Proprietor.
Yeah, but we can't take
But
it out of
Nebra
there.
discovered that.
But like Bezobaz
Thanks.
is a member of that cult. He might know where another copy is.
Oh, he's probably been the one stealing them.
Yeah, so like I could do a downtime activity to try to get a copy, maybe not from
well,
that place.
It might end up being a heist. Getting the book is probably going to be a job. But yeah, if you can get it without, that's cool. Anyway, I'm down to 3. Holy crap, I'm down to 3.
Nice. Yeah, so they let you into the good stuff. I mean, they like you. And you gave them stuff on Griggs. And like a lot of them break off to start writing their fan mail. But yeah, they lead you down to stuff and you find some juicy stuff. And we'll go ahead and we'll hit up a study roll for me for what you learned about the book in particular. And we'll just roll this into your downtime, your reduced stress.
So I think that might be privileging the secrets and weird, because does anybody else accomplish things while they're indulging vice? I'm totally down to actually open a clock on researching this book and finding out what it's about and figuring out why people want it.
Yeah, so I guess there's 2 things that can happen here. And the rest of the group can determine how they feel about this, but like you're there, like and as Nebra found out, the book is there and they were easily like, we'll bring it out to you if you want it. It doesn't seem like restricted or anything. So you could take a look at the book, be like, do a quick perusal. That's fine. If you want to know deeper stuff, like what's the importance, yeah, that's more of a larger stuff. But if you just want like all right, like what's the gist of it? What does it say on the back cover? That type of stuff I think is fine to learn.
Okay, yeah, give me that. That's going to be a controlled standard then?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's that study roll.
6. All right. Yeah, so the Principles of Oblivion, they do have a copy here at the Hooded Proprietor, as Griggs assumed. As he said, it was written by Preceptor Dunville of the Church of Ecstasy and a man named Ephraim Shields, a doctor of philosophy, and it details the practices of a cult devoted to the forgotten god known as the Empty Vessel, and the rituals they used in the creation of halls. This book was published a decade ago during a time that Dust Falls Tycherosi inhabitants called the Troubles, where there was a lot of religious fanaticism that resulted in violence against Tycherosi immigrants. Um, Many went missing during this time. Most were presumed dead. Uh, in this, just perusing this book, Preceptor Dunville seems obsessed with demons, referring to them as the purest beings, immortal yet never fading into madness or lustful hungers that rogue human spirits and vampires do. And that is a direct quote from the book. There are several mentions of secret rituals, one of which is referred to as Ascension. The book's acknowledgments were penned by Preceptor Dunville, and the messenger. This is why I wanted you to get this in your downtime, because one of the acknowledgments recognizes the contributions of Casta, known to some as a bounty hunter and to others as a demon hunter.
Ah, fantastic. My rival. My deadly friend with a negative relationship.
And from just the cursor review, that's a lot of information, and that's kind of all you can kind of gather.
Okay, I do want to start a clock on finding out why someone wants this book. So for my second downtime action, I think this would be a study.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound right? How many segments will there be on this clock?
I can't find. Where's your picture, real quick? Characters. Oh, weird. I don't have you. I can deal with that later. It's going to be a 8-segment clock.
Okay. And honestly, I think this could be a group clock. It sounds like several of us are interested in this book.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put it on my page if you'd like, but I was thinking out in the clock space.
Well, yeah, and everyone can help anyone with these clocks that are out here, even if they are personal.
There isn't
so long
actually
as
a
someone-
separation then. Okay.
Yeah. It's just a matter of whether you tell other people you're working on it. Like Silas might not volunteer that he's investigating this guy who's looking into him, right? But
Gotcha. All right, let's see this study roll. And controlled standard or otherwise interesting.
yeah. Controlled standard is fine. A 4.
Not
So
great,
that fills
but
up
not terrible.
2 clocks. So we'll say like those first 2 segments you find are those initial findings you found perusing that book, right?
Yeah, it's about hulls. It was published when Tycherosi were disappearing, which, we didn't like. Dude's obsessed with demons. He probably wants to figure out how to make a hull out of a demon so that he can, put his spirit in that and live forever without degrading. Which, you know what? If you wanted to do that, you should have just been born a demon. Dumbass.
You should have just asked. We're friendly people. Or are we?
So that's 2 for me. We do still have drugs.
We lost, yeah. Yeah, and Silas is reserving a
Yeah, so if someone wants to
is
do that,
calculating. But he also has a clock he might want to work on too, so.
so as far as I'm downtime, I'm not going to worry about that clock for right now. So this will be reserved for someone that wants to sell the drugs.
Well,
Also,
what? what I don't think that my skills are best for selling drugs unless we take the very euphemistic term of finesse, and even then, somebody else has better finesse. So,
I might have contacts in my circle to be able to get them offloaded.
Also remember that it will be 6 coin, and that we can only hold 1 coin in the vault currently.
more than
Well,
that, we
6,
spent a
you,
bit.
No, because I added 2 more back, so we're
Yeah.
back up to 7.
Forgot you did that.
you could
That's a-
just give everyone 1 though. That's an easy
That's
solution,
true.
right?
That's true. You're fair. Yep.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do.
All right, cool.
So you want to use your calculating to sell the drugs, Nate?
Yeah.
That's cool. So you probably use your contacts, the street kids and stuff. You can coerce with a hearty meal or something like that to sell these on street corners. And yeah, it takes like the entirety of the downtime to get the money, but everyone can add an extra coin to their personal.
Cool.
Cool. Don't do drugs, sell
Alright.
drugs.
Shoot.
I'm looking at you there, Reese.
I'm at max personal coin. It takes an action to put it in the stash, doesn't it?
I don't believe it does. It's just taking it out of the stash is at a loss, right? For every you have to take 2 out of your stash to get 1 coin.
Right, cool. That's decisions for later. Pardon me, carry on. I'm so interested in seeing what some of you do.
Yeah, so who do we have left? We have Nebra and the Nighthawk, right?
Yep. I'm willing to go. If you're okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. man.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, my first time action, I would like to reduce stress. I'd like to roll my vice. Recommune with the forgotten god of was it the forgotten god of justice? I think.
Yeah, the throne
Or
of
throne of judgment. That's what it was. Yeah. All right. Indulge vice. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. What do we got?
That is an overindulgence.
That is an overindulgence.
So
Yep.
the Nighthawk, I'll need a 1d4.
I have 5 stress. Yeah. All right. Let's see if I kick myself out of another game. See here. Was it roll space 1d4?
/ roll 1d4. A 1. So you're communicating with your forgotten god, and it is going so good. You can feel a palpable energy entering your body. And unfortunately, that palpable energy of righteousness, of justice, of vengeance is not limited to you. It spreads like a miasma through the city and ends up attracting trouble, in which we roll an additional entanglement. So because this is your stress that is causing this, the Nighthawk, how about you roll our wanted level 1 more time?
Okay. Go back to crew mode or faction mode?
I think it's in crew, yeah.
Crew mode. Wanted. Okay.
Okay, so we take the 1. So I will say we'll look at our heat where we are now. We're currently at 3 heat. So go ahead and do a fortune roll. On a 1, 2, 3, it's going to be gang trouble. On a 4, 5, 6, it's going to be the usual suspects.
Okay.
Okay, a 1. So that is gang trouble. And Nighthawk, I'll let you kind of be in the driver's seat for what happens here, and you can feel free to take inspiration from others. But
Yeah.
this is gang trouble. So one of your gangs or other cohorts causes trouble due to their flaw. You can lose face and forfeit rep equal to your tier +1, which would be losing 2 rep. You can make example of one of your gang members, or you can face reprisals from the wronged party. And again, this is stemming from this energy that is emanating from your worship of the forgotten gods. So who is it? Who's messed up?
What was the second one again?
So you need to choose one of your gangs or cohorts or followers that messed up due to their flaw. You can lose face and forfeit rep. You can make example out of them, which is what happened to Arkesh, and we all know how that ended up. Or you can face reprisals from whoever they wronged. So I need to know who messed up, who did they wrong, and what are you doing about it?
Oof. Let's see. Anyone got a good idea for this one?
You're muted, Charles.
The only gang that we have is the Rovers, right?
Well, this could also, I would allow for the Skovlander refugees, since they were helping with us. I'd even allow it to be someone's personal contact who may have gotten into trouble.
Okay.
Like in my mind, the Skovlander refugees make a clear candidate because they're already kind of rowdy. Like maybe they go off the rails, start assaulting Bluecoat precincts or the military's barracks.
If it's one of our rivals, we can't really do reprisal. We can't make an example of them. We would really just take. If it's one of our contacts, we'd really just take the hit. If we can only make an example of them if it's one of our crew members. I think one of our contacts is more interesting, and I would like to actually suggest my poor spy, because the thing is, spies are always in fairly delicate positions. Like they're kind of depending on a certain amount of stability in order to operate. Stability is in short supply, which is Arkesh's fault. I want to point this out. I think the shakeup could have revealed what Valeris was doing in ways that had nothing to do with what we were doing. Like, she is a busy lady who has business. However, she is associated with us. She's helped us several times. And so when she gets popped, when she gets in trouble, it ends up reflecting on us and we just take the rep hit. Just putting that out there as a possible narrative. Does that hit all the points, Kyle?
Yeah, and I like that because your spy is important in ways that you don't know yet, and
Lovely.
and throwing her into the fire will be interesting.
Yeah, I think the other option, looking at Kyle's idea for the Skovlanders, I mean, if they start getting rowdy, because they are getting rowdy, and they have worked with us extensively, and if we want to push that narrative of that we've had previously, which is that by dealing with the Skovlanders, it's a double-edged sword, because while we can use them and they're easily usable for us as a tool, they can also cut both ways. I'm happy to have them start to get a little too rowdy, where maybe they start assaulting blue coat patrols in the streets, like in some of the poorer districts, and so like those things start to get crazy. And in my proposal would then be that we face reprisals or something along the way from the blue coats.
I have a couple ideas too, but I don't.
Well, you're
like
in the
those.
driver's seat, so you get to determine what happens.
I also wanted to make it. So I have two contacts. One is Harker, a jailbird. Maybe, he didn't have enough justice done to him. The other was Bezo Baz, who my character has had. That person is the person who was blamed for killing Virgil's parents, or initially. Now he got over that a while ago, but maybe this crazed miasma causes him
that
to.
is your rival, though, not your contact, right?
Yeah.
You have a plus and a minus, right? And
right. It can't be a rival. Okay, contact. So it would be the jailbird then, which he hasn't been a really relevant part of the story so far. So,
I mean, you can do
How
it.
would you make him?
Yeah, just
how would you draw him in?
tell the story of how he is. Yeah. What does he do that reflects badly on us?
He could be housing other ex-cons, like for example, the ones who were let out, who did not actually serve their full time, that are causing riots.
Yeah, but how? Again, think about how does this come back on us? We're the ones who are gonna get either a rep hit or have to deal with someone, or how is this bad for us?
That's a good point. How is this bad for us? I have no idea. Would it could lower our rep with the prison, but I don't know if that matters.
Well, so how did like this is your jailbird? Did we use him at any point? Like, has he come up
I
at
don't
all?
think so. I don't think so. So yeah, I think the spy or the Skovlander refugees are probably better. I don't think we've actually interacted with him entirely in any game yet. So
Well, you get to choose which one, Kyle. I'm specifically suggesting something other than not Kyle. Sorry, you get to choose which one, Cameron. I'm specifically suggesting something other than the Skovlander refugees because the Skovlanders are already a very big part of the plot. Like they are very much involved in like where this gang goes and what it does, and we are going to involve them in every step of the way and in almost every job we do anyway. And I'm just like, do we need to keep hammering them, or can we spread the plot out a bit? Is
And-
my argument.
Totally agree. The reason I suggested them is because I think this ends that I think what you just said ends today because they're no longer available to us to use.
where's our? Let me
And
see our
this
reputation.
is an actual. Cameron, I'm still talking.
Oh, sorry.
This is an actual negative that we then feel because of using them, right? Is the way I'm thinking about it.
I think their story will still be a part of our story. Like the revolution happening, and of course, so many Skovlanders in the party having very legitimate Skovlander concerns.
Yeah.
You should have a third page, Cameron, which will show all your rep.
Yeah. Let's see. Because I'm thinking if it's something like if it is this jailbird, that it would be something along the lines of like the citizenry, like this person was either liked or has some respect amongst the people, and the Nighthawks are kick the shit out of this guy for whatever reason.
Yeah, that's fine. But why did we kick the shit out of him? I need to know that reason, like narratively. I need you to tell me the story of what happened.
Let's say I found out that he was also part of this early release from jail program, and he did not serve his full term.
Oh, okay, so you want to make this guy a billhook. I'm totally fine with that.
He's a jailbird, right? Like he's someone who is done time, right?
Yes.
Is that what? Okay. Yeah.
And the
So
guys
yeah.
who were just released were all billhooks, and
Yeah.
and you're saying he was one of them. He is a billhook.
Sure. Yeah.
Cool.
And
and the power of the dark god gets in his mind. He starts getting a bit more aggressive.
yeah.
And then what? How do we get involved?
How do we get involved? Well, he starts getting more aggressive. And as the Nighthawk, as I, have this, am feeling this like spirit of like, vengeance and justice.
Beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, I'm drawn to this. I find him and I just kick the shit out of him. Yeah.
Excellent. So a billhook gets released from prison, starts acting up. You go find him. The Nighthawk is obviously a known element of the Nighthawks and beats the shit out of this guy, which pisses off the billhooks.
Even more, yeah.
I mean, we're gonna be at war with the billhooks now.
I have to look at our rep. That's
Minus
awesome.
2.
Cool, Cameron.
Okay.
You still have one downtime activity left, I believe.
All right. I was thinking I could either up my clock, which I think would be good, but I could and I want to kind of see if I can get a copy of this book from Bezo Baz and learn a little more about his connection to this cult.
Okay. Which one of those would you like to do? Notice, like, you and Bezo Baz do not have the most friendly of relations.
No. Yeah. So
And the way I
would
would do this would be, we have the 1 clock for the Investigate Principles Oblivion. This would be working to fill that up.
Okay, that'd be okay. Actually, then I think I'd rather fill my other clock, investigate the 6 Towers Preaching Watch Commander, because I think that I am like personally more interested in filling up. Yeah. So what do I need to roll for that?
Oh, that's whatever you want. However, you're gathering that information.
Okay. I think I will.
Didn't you basically do that though? Like you talked with the 6 Towers watch commander.
No.
I mean, you found out what happened to the precinct.
No, you talked to Captain Nessa, but there was
Yeah.
someone above her
Ah,
who is probably the one who torched the place, and we don't know
Yeah.
much about him.
gotcha.
He's at the head of at least the conspiracy to cover it up.
Yeah. Okay, I was confused.
Yeah.
But would the conversation with Nessa have pushed that clock forward or no? No? Okay.
Because he
Yeah.
didn't really come up at all.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
okay, makes
doesn't.
sense.
She even if she suspected him, she has no evidence. She doesn't know. She has no idea
Well, she
why.
might. She might know
She
everything.
might. You
but
just didn't
did not
ask.
ask. Yeah.
That's true. That's fair. All right.
She doesn't like vigilantes, so
That's fair. I'm thinking of trying a sway as Virgil to do some talking to some people, some gray coats now that they know, and get to understand the situation a little better, and maybe friends, family, associates, barbecues people went to, parties,
Yeah. Barbecues. Well, they know of one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. So roll sway. Anything about the position or anything, or is it just a roll?
No, just a roll. Doesn't. Risky standard doesn't really matter.
Yeah, okay.
If we take the 4, that fills us up 2 segments. You could spend a coin to bump it up 1 more to 3, or you could spend 2 coin, if I'm doing this correctly, to complete that clock.
I
hour.
have exactly 2 coin, thanks to Nate.
Yeah, or you could
Uh,
wait. I'm not here to try to tell you to spend all your money, but that is something you could do.
I am kind of curious. Yeah, I could spend the extra 2 coin and unravel some of this conspiracy.
Cool.
I mean, I managed to get rid of my stress for the most part, so
Yeah. Yeah, so what you find out about the watch commander. So this would have been Nessa's boss back in the day. A lot of people are tight-lipped about him. A lot of people don't know exactly what went on. But what you can piece together is that he was, in fact, no ifs, ands, or buts, the one who torched the place. There's no evidence to be able to convict him. You can't pin it on him, but like from your research, he was the one who burned it down.
Mhm.
Payroll does lead back to Strangford. Strangford paid him to hide evidence, and specifically his involvement with the people who were working on his key uh, to just get rid of your parents' bodies. Um, uh, he is not someone you can go and find and talk to because he is dead. Uh, the it it uh, it wasn't a big how do you do regarding his death. He was simply at a bar, had a little bit too much to drink. A fight broke out, and he was stabbed to death in an alleyway. Um, it's probably not too far off in thinking that uh, maybe Strangford paid a rough and tumble person to tie up loose ends, but that is what happened to him. Um, his name was Abram Shields, uh, brother to Ephraim Shields, uh, who you find out, Abram is unfortunately deceased. Ephraim is still alive. However, there was an incident in his academic studies that caused some mental distress, and he is currently now being held at Merkwater Sanatorium for both his safety and the safety of others.
Wait, do we know Ephraim? Do I know Ephraim?
He was one of the writers of the book.
Oh. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. So Abram Shields' his brother wrote this book on the principles of oblivion. So it all seems to revolve around this. I mean, and my parents were Hold, so this cult. There's something going on with this cult and this book and what they were trying to do, and my parents' murder.
Indeed, so it would seem.
Yes, that's deep. Yeah, I almost wish I filled up the other clock more now. No, I'm just kidding. That's fine. No, this is good. This is good. This is good information though, because it makes me want to consider getting a hold of Ephraim somehow. But
Well, you know where he is, and
Yeah.
he's not going to be moving anytime soon.
yeah, excellent. I like that. That's good.
Unless Nebra killed him at the hospital when we went there.
I wasn't going to say anything.
I thought about it.
Actually, also dead inadvertently.
Well done, Connor.
And then Nebra gets revealed as the ultimate big bad here.
That would be funny.
All right, cool. So I think that's you done, Nighthawk?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nebra, that leaves you.
Yeah. So first thing I would like to do is to, I guess, start a clock project, whatever you call it. Nebra would like to investigate the whereabouts of Lord Netherton.
Shifty.
Silas strongly advises against it. If you know.
Does he? You want to step out and put your name on that?
Nope.
And you said investigate specifically like the whereabouts of Lord Netherton?
Yeah, that's correct.
That was my father.
I was just thinking, at some point, I'm the Nighthawk.
Or actually, should I be more specific and say Lord Silas Netherton? Because they did give the full name, correct?
They did not.
Oh, they didn't. Okay.
Because they recognized my name though, as Silas.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, you might
just
be able
more-
to put two and two together, but they did not.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, we'll call that an 8-segment clock.
At least it's not 12. I'll give you that.
The end of the world's 8 segments, right? Too.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
finding
so-
Silas's true identity and the end of the world are roughly
Right.
equivalent.
Boom.
Yay!
Yay.
Cool. So go ahead and give me a roll to start filling up that clock. And again, like all other clocks, other people can contribute, right? So long as you let folks know you're actively seeking.
You're like, oh,
not only
I'll help you with that, but then
So actually, I think what Never would like to do is to pay a visit to the Scotland consulate, to see if she can get some info, kind of just like some info on like the brief history, what happened with Netherton, what did he do, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, probably after your internship ends for the day, a lot of weeping diplomats.
Oh yeah,
a lot of
and
tears.
since a bunch of interns just like vanished, like she's taken up all the work of the other interns, so she's
They
like
didn't
swamped.
vanish. They were murdered by the Imperial Military.
Okay,
Everyone
vanished.
knows.
They vanished in blood. Anyways, so
Don't
anyways,
worry, that's not on you. That's definitely on the Nighthawk.
One's on you.
Just- anyways, actually, if it's possible, Never would like to offer either like Cole or Reese, or I guess Silas, to come with, because she would feel a little bit better about having like a fellow Scotlander with her.
How
to,
come
like,
you down
Okay.
there?
maybe do introductions and stuff.
Let
Yeah,
me
anyone of
introduce
you
you
can-
around.
can give a +1d to help.
Sure, I can do that.
I'll go with just to look pretty.
So I would like
I'll
more
go
entourage.
with-
I love
You
it.
probably don't want him.
Well, I don't know that.
You're
Or never does
overindulging
know
right now.
Okay, so yeah.
But we'll
So I
say,
guess.
like,
sorry.
Silas, you were offered to come look into this Netherton, right? As he is a Scotlander as well. So
I decline.
Politely decline.
I got drugs
He's-
to sell.
He's like,
You're probably busy with your
no.
business. I understand completely. No worries.
But good
But
luck.
This
You
is
can
just
find
such a good excuse. You've
It's
been invited to
too-
something you don't want to do.
too-
I have drugs to sell.
your channel. And anyone who does that
Gotta
to
move
fellow
drugs. Hold on.
Scotlanders needs to be dealt with.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, sorry. So yeah. So we'll just head over to the Goblin consulate. I'm assuming there's either like a front desk or some
yeah,
person
it's
that.
much like I mean, it's laid out differently, but it's the protocol is much the same that you've come to recognize in the Eruvian consulate.
Okay. So I guess Nebra will approach the front desk and ask if there's like an archive records room or some place that she could possibly visit to look into like past Skovlin history, like historical documents or whatnot.
Yeah. And I will allow you, because this is taking place in Charter Hall, you can take an additional +1d to this roll if you want, but it will add +1 heat to the crew.
Sorry, I'm just taking a look at what the current heat is.
3.
I mean, if y'all are cool with it.
So I was like, no, we need to eliminate.
Right. I knew Silas would say no, but you know, I'm just gonna offer her as the group.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
You're outvoted, Silas.
Okay. I'll add a heat. I
Mr. Eventide, if
apologize.
that is your name.
So everyone add a heat to your crew sheet.
Okay. And since Nebra will be basically going through records, I figure study would probably be the best role for this.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. So that would be 1d for Charter Hall. And did you
And
also
1d for help from one of the
and 1d
Scovlanders.
from got it. Okay, cool. That works for me. And
A crit. That is 5
Yay.
segments of this 8-sided clock.
Oh.
Do you want to
boy,
spend some of
made
your
this
coin
two-sided.
and finish it? If you spend a coin, you finish it right now.
really?
Yep.
3 segments?
Oh well, no, because it's
You
2
need
more
to roll
segments.
again. I don't think you can bump a crit further.
No, if she spends a coin, she gets an extra action. She
Mhm.
rolls again.
Or
She's
spend
guaranteed.
rep if the crew's willing to do that. Silas. We need that rep to level up.
You are such a source of chaos, Tiffany.
I try.
I'm
Bring
so
the
into it. Spend
noise,
that rep.
please.
Spend that rep.
I think you should spend a coin, but
I was going to say I have enough coin on me that I would be willing to part with one. Like I don't want to touch the rep if I don't have to.
Okay.
I'm willing to do that. Okay.
Roll again.
And the +1d stuff that was only applicable to the first roll, correct?
The +1d from the help of the Scovlanders, if they're still there, that's fine. If you want the Charter Hall bonus again, you'll need to pay another heat for that, though.
Okay. I think I won't do the Charter Hall bonus. I don't want to add more heat than we need to. So, assuming the Scotlanders are
Look
still
at
there.
Nate
Yeah.
Okay,
just
I'll
like
just do the
sweating
one.
bullets over there.
I love it. Okay. Just do one bonus die this time.
Maybe there isn't any info.
That's 3. That fills it up.
Yay.
All right. Nate, what do they learn about Silas Netherton?
What am I required to say based on that?
Well, they finished up an 8-segment clock. Keep that in mind. But
Mhm.
Nate, I'm leaving this up to you. I'm gonna lie back and watch this unfold.
Got my notebook. I'm ready.
It's almost the biggest clock possible. Surely that must be worth something.
I think certainly the big thing is for House Netherton, they get the full dirt that any skull vendor ever knew about it, as far as the working for the Imperium when they started the factories, then switching to the extortion of the refugees, that they also ultimately did fall victim, like every Skullvander noble house, to extermination, but I don't know if it has a full list. I think there are probably several names, including a name Silas, that aren't
Question.
checked off. Like there were confirmed deaths, and there were several family members that weren't confirmed.
Question. Would you be okay with saying that yes, the family was exterminated?
Mhm.
So we get definitive proof that the family is destroyed. So we think this person's dead. But also we get the family tree, including who married who, which Eventide would be listed in as the mother's maiden name.
Oh. Oh, there is a Silas Netherton whose mother's maiden name is Eventide.
Yes.
But that Silas is dead. Confirmed.
Correct.
Yeah.
So so Silas still, and the reason I'm saying this for you, Nate, is Silas still has he can lie his pants off and say, I'm probably related to that family. It's a big family, right?
And so that's the other thing I think too with this is that we're dealing with actual documentation, with like the stuff that like what's his name? What's
Wolf.
yeah,
Wolf
Ulf
Ironborn.
knows is the word of mouth stuff that's like, no, I don't think they were all killed. Where this is just as far as Skullvander Consulate knows, this noble house was completely
Exactly.
eliminated.
My
Yeah,
my
Because
guess
these
is
are
that the
public
Akarosi,
documents, and
Yeah.
we're not living in a time where there's like photographic, like this is what the guy looks like, right?
my guess is that the Akarosi records actually state that the extermination was carried out,
there you
and
go.
these people, and they are dead. Yeah,
But yeah, you'll get the full. I think they have full documentation of like every noble house's family tree.
right. But
Got
it
it.
links, but it has the family tree linked back to you,
That's
or linked back to a Silas Netherton.
Yeah, and I think from the Akarosi perspective, you should also find out that like the Nethertons were working with the Akarosi.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I think
the
that full story.
Akarosi eliminated them when their usefulness was
Mhm.
through.
Mhm.
Okay.
So it links it
Uh,
back to a Silas, but Silas can still lie.
yeah.
And
Does
I
that
think
work for
there is.
everyone involved? Does everyone feel good about that?
Yeah, but I think it confirms the working with the Akarosi, and I think it still also confirms the extortion.
Yeah.
And I'll give you one thing from the GM perspective, Tiffany, that you
Uh-huh.
find out here.
Oh.
Nate, this is related to your clock too, so you're getting a bit of a freebie since you had to kind of flush a lot of stuff down the toilet right there. We'll say the Akarosi kept a manifest of essentially the individuals that the Nethertons were selling into slavery here in Duskfall. Um, we don't know how accurate it is, right? Like
Mhm.
the Nethertons may have fudged the numbers or they may have lied, but this is the Akarosi account. Keep that in mind. And on it is a Marian Ironborn, Wolf's wife, who was trafficked here by a person named Silas Netherton.
Yeah.
Made that journey, did not survive her time as an indentured servant slash slave.
We prefer the term prisoners with jobs.
And the manifest wouldn't have any information on where she was indentured to or who she served. Correct.
We'll say that um, she was indentured to um, the
Sarian family.
Yeah, let's throw everyone under the bus.
I mean, you
Yeah.
gotta fit me under there somewhere. Keep working on it.
Sorry. 1 second here. The Dalmore family. Which Reese went to give the tincture to the Dalmore's son. They were the husband was the executive officer of the Ministry of Preservation. The wife was kind of an unknown. She didn't make it to Strangford's party.
Okay. Sounds good. And of course, I share that with whoever's with me.
Have you shared it?
Cole,
that
Excellent.
Which is why I offered everyone to show up.
All right. So is that everyone's downtime?
I
You
think
have
I
one
still
more?
have one more. Yeah,
Excellent. Excellent.
sure.
Would you like to indulge?
So yeah, I was gonna say after that I will indulge on my vice.
Finally
Finally
have
have
that family dinner.
Yeah.
Finally have the family dinner. Now, see, if I overindulge in this, this would be perfect because of like what has transpired so far in this session. So
Right.
that's kind of why I left it towards the end,
Mm-hmm.
just in case.
Smart.
Yeah. All right. So I'll go ahead and roll. Damn it.
It's a very tense dinner. Your mother like dominates the conversation about like how was the play, how was your time, and your
Of course.
father seems like his mind is elsewhere the entire time.
Okay. So
He
there's
doesn't
no.
engage with you almost at all. Even like when your mother tries, like even when he should, like, did he kiss you goodnight? Where maybe your father might grumble or something like that. Your father's like a space cadet during this dinner.
Okay. And so there's no obvious signs that he may be aware of, like, remotely of what Never was doing.
Roll me something to get
Some-
that
something.
insight into him.
Okay. Okay. Could I offer a role of consort to where like Nebra's trying to like basically kind of try to talk to
Yeah,
him while he's
sounds great.
spacing out? Okay. Is there any sort of position and effect I have to worry about, or
I think
just roll?
this is your family. You're in a controlled position. Your father's a little bit more guarded right now, so I think let's say it's a limited effect.
Okay, that's fair.
You have no idea. This
Yep.
man
Okay.
is stone cold. Perhaps falling on training you didn't understand he had.
Yeah.
He is giving up no information.
Yep. Probably thinking about who he did not snipe. Sorry.
Right. Mhm.
Who said that? I didn't say that. I just asked.
I
if
know,
you
I
could come out of
know, I
lineup.
know, but it would be funny. Anyways,
It's in the notes with a question mark. It says Nebra's dad.
Cole is going to spend 1 coin and indulge again, just because I'm still at 5, and so I'd like to nail it down
Okay.
a little bit. Ugh, what is with 2s on this? But
Yeah.
hey,
Well,
yeah,
since
still very
You
tense.
go see the same play again. It's
Yeah,
equally as
essentially, yeah.
awful.
It's still bad. Yeah.
yeah, and since I'm out a distributor, I can't really do that, can I?
Not the indulge vice.
Yeah,
no.
I didn't think so.
Not until we resolve this situation.
It's a bummer. I didn't even have to overindulge to lose my dealer this time.
Well, that could happen to anyone.
Yeah, it can.
Contacts have lives of their own. So I'm going to move us over to our reputation page, and we're going to talk about what happened with Rep. How do I want to do this? Okay, so first and foremost, we're going to take a +1 reputation with the Aruvian consulate, bringing us up to +2.
Even we murdered everyone?
Yep. I'll let you discuss amongst yourselves why that might be. We are going to take a +1 status with the Lamp Blacks because we killed the freaking leader of the Red Sashes. We hit the Red Sash Vice Den. You just made some fast friends of the Lamp Blacks. You would have gone +1 with the crows. Because of the messenger's actions, you would have dropped some with the crows. We're gonna say the crows stay even. You did them a solid, and that solid might be known only to a few people, but then the messenger seemed to kind of mess things up. Maybe that's something they need to resolve. So we're staying at what we're at with the crows.
-1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm assuming Messenger doesn't share that he offed Arkesh or do
Well,
they
you'll
start
find
a
out. I
snake?
think everyone will find out Arkesh is gone. I don't know if the messenger shares that or not. That's
Okay, got it.
It
Okay.
is entirely going to depend on how funny it is when it comes up.
Okay.
Right.
Because of the Nighthawks action, we take -1 with the bill hooks, putting us at war.
Well,
But
that
we are
got him.
war dogs, so fine.
Yeah.
Bring it.
Gotta,
Because
you know,
of Reese's actions, we take a -1 with the Church of Ecstasy. They're
thought
the ones who you tipped off.
where are they at?
Ooh.
Oh, I see. Well, that's not great.
So we're at -2 with the Church of Ecstasy then.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, where are the bill hooks? I thought they were under labor and trade.
Top
They're
left.
under Underworld. They're the
They're
first
under crime.
Underworld.
Thank you.
We take a -2 with the Red Sashes because of the Vice Den and then the messenger killing their boss. Not quite at war because they don't have the numbers to commit to that yet, but they definitely don't like us. Expect some striking from shadows and things of that nature. We're gonna take a -1 with the inspectors. They're going to investigate this, what happened at the Vice Den. It's going to look like the Imperial Military did it. That's going to be the things they got. But things just don't add up, and that doesn't sit right with them. Something's fishy about this, and it's causing violence in the street. So -1 with them. And then, for reasons unknown just yet, a -1 with the Unseen.
Lots of minuses.
Yep.
Who are the
You
unseen?
killed a lot of people.
They're people you don't see.
They are criminals as well.
Yeah, bottom
Crime.
left of.
I found them. I
Underworld.
just, who are they?
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, we don't really know. They're the Unseen. Rumors, I think rumors you would have heard of the Unseen are like this Kaiser Sose-like force. Like everything that happens in Duskfall, in the underworld, in Undercrime, is facilitated by the Unseen.
They're strong as the hive. That's worrying.
They're also enemies of the Hive,
Oh, all right then.
but they are allied with the Bluecoats, the prison, and such. Or they basically they are the legitimate criminal enterprise.
Yeah, but no one knows. No one's
Who
ever
they are.
claimed to be a member of the Unseen. No one knows their membership. They do have some clocks going. They've been doing some stuff in the city, but we haven't looked into that yet.
Every criminal claims that the Unseen are doing stuff, and that any big job is, of course, credited to them.
Yeah, it's like almost like a boogeyman. Like, yo, yeah, the Unseen, but they're still there. They're still a faction.
Yep.
Awesome. I think that's all of the kind of administration stuff.
We have
We have
advancement.
to do advancement.
Advancement, yes, thank you. We are missing something.
Shall we start
Well,
with crew advancement then?
That was a rough rep session.
Yep.
Is our rep at 3? At what is our rep
5.
at now? 5. Yeah, we're okay.
4 now.
Oh, is it 4? Okay.
4.
That's right. We spent one.
Yeah, we're at 4 rep, 4 heat.
That's
Alrighty.
okay. So, execute a successful smuggling or acquire new clients or contraband sources.
Yeah, I would say
Uh.
we smuggled a bunch of stuff, didn't we? Well, I guess not. We stole it.
Oh, we did. We smuggled it. We also smuggled a whisper. Like the sale did not go through, but that was smuggling.
I was gonna ask Nate, did you tell us that what happened there, or did you just?
And they took her.
All right, cool.
Okay, cool. I think that's 2.
Sweet.
All right.
I told you they didn't pay taxes.
Contend with a challenge above your current station.
They were
Yeah,
a tier
Yeah,
higher
they were
than
tier
us.
2.
Just one challenge.
Mhm.
I don't know. The crows shot at me.
Bolster
The
your crew.
Aruvian military shot at me. Does that count as a second one for us?
No, they'll need to come out against the gang. What happens in your personal time, all of you, that's your own business to handle.
Okay.
I would say, I guess my question would be, contending with a challenge above your current station, getting drawn into, or slowly sounds like we're getting drawn into the Civil War. Not Civil War, but the
I think we'll need
Revolution.
to see how that plays out in other games
Okay.
before
Okay.
we
Yeah.
check those.
Totally fair.
Bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one.
The Lamplacks like us.
That's
Uh,
new.
I do think we bolstered our reputation. We did a very big thing.
Yeah.
We killed the Nighthawk killed so many people by starting that fire.
Yeah, you did.
That's very much in line with our brutal reputation and should bolster that, I think.
Yeah.
Does that sound like 1?
Yeah, I'll give you the 1, and I think only the 1 because there was a
the
lot
1.
to be done to shift blame to others, right?
Uh-huh. Okay, only the 1.
So that's at 4
And then
now.
express the goals, drives, or inner we're 1 away
Yeah.
in crew advancement. Express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew. Okay, we
Inner
had
conflict.
the Skovlander revolutionaries versus general paranoia. No, just the messengers paranoia. We had the Aruvian secret war that no one but Nebra knows has been going on, and the Groot gang has been involved in. The tension between the rest of us and the Nighthawk about his agendas and his secrets. I think we definitely had the crew's goals, inner drives, and essential nature of the crew. I think that's 2. But what does everyone else think?
There was a lot of RP in this game. And there's a lot of turmoil within the crew around some of these decisions, and I would tend to agree with what you had to say there, Powell.
Yeah, so I think I would go with 2, mainly because expressing the goals or drives. We took a job that was for a lot of coin, and we did not ask for a lot of other information ahead of time, and did a lot of the work ourselves, which is very big for us. Like, it's a very normal thing we do.
It's also
And
definitely
then,
plays into our ambition.
yeah. But then also the inner conflict, kind of what you were saying, pal, is that we are a multicultural group, and we are we are a very small tool that is doing a lot of big work.
Yeah, so that leaves us, we advance and we're on 1.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say a really ambitious crew would have killed our cash before they paid him the 4 coin.
Agreed.
Yeah.
That's
If
neither
I had
here nor there.
if I had
I
known about it, I
understand
would have.
the element of stealth that wanted to be achieved.
And failed.
Yeah.
Which, yeah. All right. As for what we get from that advancement,
And remind me how much. So we all go up in stash real quick. How much is that?
3.
That's
It's
tier-
tier
yeah.
plus 2.
Tier plus 2. Yeah.
So
That's
everyone
usually
had
at
3 to your
16?
personal stash.
It should be at 15 unless you've drawn something out of it.
Right.
Okay.
And
So
then how do we want to advance?
I continue to advocate for Ghost Passage because we do handle weird being able to be proof against possession is something that should go along with being weird. But I'd also like us one day to start working towards mastery. Wouldn't it be nice to have 4 dots in something? It only takes 2 advancements.
Personally, I like the idea of moving on to something other than Ghost Passage at this juncture, just because Ghost Patches sounds like something Emmeline might help with, or we could get help from other spooky sources, or finishing the Ancient Gate might help us get there. So from narrative perspective, I would love to tie that in with something else that's happening in the story. But if we really want it, that's fine. We could go there now.
I just
Does
like
Cole
the.
have something on the veteran list picked out?
I don't. I was actually just gonna look it up to see what was available.
We're definitely not getting like part of the family at any point soon. So
Yeah, we really haven't been leading our vehicle very much.
Mm-mm.
I mean, all
Sadly,
hands
yeah.
and all hands is good. I like all hands, but I'd like working toward mastery better. Picking
What do
up
we get from
additional
mastery?
training facilities was
You're allowed to take a 4th dot in something.
Oh, okay.
it takes 4 upgrades, which means it takes 2 whole advancements.
Right.
And then you have to actually get the 4th dot.
So okay,
But
so we
that's
would,
with the crew forever.
so we have 2 dots to spend now, right?
We could spend 2 upgrades, or we could spend 1 special ability. The advancement is either a single special ability or 2 upgrades.
Yeah. So we have two dots to spend if we want, or a special ability upgrade.
Yep.
Okay.
Could take Death Veil.
Oh. Yeah, that's the
You don't-
one where you kill them and there's no ghost.
No
Well,
crows.
no, there's no heat. Because every time you kill somebody, it goes up by 2 heat, right?
That's a
It's an assassin one.
Yeah, an assassin.
Yeah,
one,
but
right?
we have been pretty assassinatey.
I mean, you just
Although-
did a straight up assassination on
Although
on Narcash,
they're piloting the other boat, would I mean if we took like part of the family, that could, I mean
Yeah, that could represent Bear. Yeah.
right, like that's because the boat becomes a character, right, basically, and so like that could represent Bear doing, because like then you could take all hands later and the boat could literally
Let's
be
wait
doing
until
like
we go up a
missions.
Let's wait until we go up a tier.
Yeah, I don't know that more cohorts are going to help until we hit tier 2.
Yeah.
And
I-
to that
you know,
end, we could put another dot in Volt and maybe a dot in one of the training facilities.
just a thing out there. It'd be nice if we had a workshop. You know. all
Okay, a
sorts of
dot in
cool
Volt
stuff.
and a dot in, where is Workshop?
It's under
dot
Under Vault.
It's under
Finishing
Vault.
finishing Vault and getting a dot in Workshop. How does that
Do
sound?
we have one in Vault already?
That's how we have
okay.
more than 4 coin on the crew sheet.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't have it marked.
One second. I'm just trying to look up the rest of the list to see if there's anything else that's interesting.
I like Death Veil, but I am very sympathetic to the Workshop thing.
'Cause I could
But
start.
also like I like training and I mean we could also add training and insight.
We get a +1 to tier when I craft stuff with the workshop. Meaning we could start really building cool stuff to help us out. And
But if we do training and insight, you could get higher tinker and things
Well,
like
I
okay,
that.
cannot
we
get
can also
higher tinker until we get master. I already have 3 dots in tinker. And I'm not the only one who can use the workshop. Anybody can craft. Like Emmeline can use it for crafting with her stuff too. So she can create
She's
arcane
ever
implements.
found.
He's ever
True.
found.
I mean, I think anybody can do spark craft, right?
Yeah, anyone can try. Whatever. It just comes down to
Yeah.
rolls. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
right. So
I
I'll
need
second
some-
for Workshop. And I do think we should put the other, if we go upgrades, I do think we should put the other one in Vault so we can save up for that second tier.
Yeah.
Nathan, do you have thoughts? Oh, sorry,
Um,
you were about to speak, Tiffany.
No, I
Apologies.
was just going to say I was going to agree. I think Reese deserves a new workshop. I feel like that's fair.
Especially since his old
Yeah.
one's covered in glue.
It's all sticky, and I'm
Yeah.
still
Yeah, we got-
gonna be sticky in Ghost Touch for a while because
Oh,
I didn't have a
man.
chance to heal this time around. Well, I guess I
dude,
could spend a coin to do that.
I love
right?
like every time Reese touches something, there's that that stickiness to it. You have to kind of
Like,
peel yourself
Jeez,
away.
Reese,
Yeah.
wash your hands.
Grilled
so
cheese, man.
we could also put a dot in secure. Like we're relying upon hidden, but we've already been
We're at
hit
war with
once.
the billhooks now.
We're at war with both the billhooks, and we're not at war with the Red Sashes, but we're gonna be at war with the
Could
Red
be,
Sashes.
yeah.
It's gonna happen.
Secure might be a good call as well.
Um,
What do we get with secure?
locks. And
Your lair
alarms.
has locks, alarms, and traps to thwart intruders. A second upgrade improves the defenses to include arcane measures that work against spirits. You might
Oh,
roll your
okay.
crew's tier if these measures are ever put to the test to see how well they thwart the intruder.
Secure's not
Well-
great at tier 1.
Yeah, that might be something. to lay
Neither is
down.
hidden, right? Because it's the exact same.
True, but we were already in on hidden.
I know.
And a vault gives us 8 more
Yeah.
Slots for coin.
So-
slots for coin, which will help us get tier 2, where all these things will be more useful.
What's the difference between workshop and tools?
Tools
increase-
are +1 quality for demolition tools and tinkering tools. So that would give him, or anyone crafting or demolishing something, a easier time.
But
I
then a
think that one
workshop,
would just benefit me. I think because I'm.
and then
gonna-
but what a workshop does what?
A workshop, your lair has a workshop appointed with tools for tinkering and alchemy, as well as a small library of books, documents, and maps. You may accomplish long-term projects with these assets without leaving your lair.
I will say that I don't know that vaults is necessary right now, and the reason is that there are 6 people. Each person can hold 4 coin. We have 8. We can hold 8 coin. That means that we can hold 32 coin. Do we need more than 32 coin to be able to level up to tier 2?
I mean, people go missing, man. People got expenses. You want it in secure? I'm not against that.
No,
Workshop.
I'm not-
I'll vote for workshop and secure if that just moves us forward.
But does workshop even gain us much?
Yes, workshop gains us a great deal.
What does it gain
Because
us?
it
We
allows,
just don't
it
need to
allows us
leave.
to work. It allows us to work without leaving, and because we have a space to work in, things created are created at a higher tier.
That's no. It doesn't say they're created a higher
That's
tier.
part of the. It's part of the crafting tools.
Yeah.
Or it's part
That's
of
what
the
the
crafting
tool.
rules.
That's what tools does.
No,
that's
that's what.
nope.
Read the crafting rules, not the entry there.
Okay.
Now,
This is
we
it's a
had that.
summary.
We had the issue earlier where he was trying to craft some stuff, and he needed, I think, to crit and then to pay on top of that to get it to be the stuff he wanted, which was an issue of tier. And those things will become more available with a workshop.
Yeah, it's like getting a
Okay.
boost to your tier for having a workshop.
And anyone can tinker, not solely the leech, right?
Yes,
Just the leech
anybody
may
can.
be better at it.
Okay.
Yes, that means anybody has so like it said, the workshop has
And there's a library of books.
has tools and libraries and maps and all kinds of stuff. So
Alternatively, if we wanted to, I've pitched this way before. We could go in on Patron, and that would mean it costs half the amount of coin to level up each time.
True. But we're not going to be ready to level up next time, and we'll probably advance by the time we are again.
That's totally fair.
And workshop will be useful in the meantime.
yeah, because workshop gives you +1 quality to your crew upgrade, or for you get a +1 quality to crafting.
So, workshop and secure?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Is everyone cool with that?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Are you changing now?
I'm
What
not
do you mean,
committed to anything the whole time. I've continued to offer options. So slippery. When you roll entanglements, you get to roll twice and choose the one you want. And when you reduce heat on the crew, you add a second die. each time.
There's one where you roll the engagement twice and choose to keep which one you want, which I think is much better than slippery. But
No, that's what slippery is.
I thought you said entanglement.
Or sorry, entanglement. You're right. I apologize.
But-
That I thought it said engagement. I think I misread that as entanglement. Or it is entanglement.
But of both of those bring trouble to the game, I think, which makes it more interesting. My
Sure.
take on it as someone who likes
If we
the
would like to
narrative.
cause trouble, I'm happy to start causing trouble. If that's
Like,
the
well,
goal.
I think what
haven't?
Pals is saying, and I would agree with this, like those times where we go in with like we're in a controlled position, like the relative danger and excitement of the game from an outsider looking in, this is like
Mhm.
as a player, not as a character, does kind of diminish a little bit, right? Like I think a lot of the fun of the game, and I could be wrong, this could just be me as a DM, is when we're in kind of those tight spots and don't, oh, we're going by the string of our teeth,
I'm just offering options. If people would like to do what they want to do, then go ahead, and I'm happy to be outvoted.
I mean, I've said my 2 cents, so
Yeah, I'm fine with secure and workshop.
Sure.
Right.
Secure and workshop then. All right.
Sweet.
So do we want to move now into singular player advancement?
Sure.
All right, I'll go first. You address a challenge with technical skill of mayhem. I cracked the safe. I think that's it in terms of. Well, I guess I also helped put out the fire and helped us stay in the building a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that'd be 2. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I'd say at least once for that one. Just with the Skovlander stuff. And you struggled with issues with your vice traumas during the session. I stole the drugs, I guess. So that would be 4. Does that sound good to everybody?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Ooh, that means I could upgrade a prowess ability. So I think I'll do that.
I can go.
Congrats.
Nice.
So I'm gonna get 2 in skirmish.
Oh, just real quick before we move on, Charles, I am adding at the end of the game a +1 tick to that Cole gets picked up clock.
All right, who wants to go next?
I can go.
Sweet.
All right. You address a challenge with deception or influence. I mean, in the beginning, I definitely think when I went as Virgil, making friends with the Grey Cloaks, I feel like this is like Bruce Wayne talking to like Commissioner Gordon kind of thing, versus like Batman, Commissioner Gordon kind of moment. But he's like, yeah, of course, no, totally not interested in that crazy Nighthawk guy. That'd be crazy.
In that bar.
And then I mean, I guess I also I worked to have a disguise for the for the mission itself. So I guess
Yeah, this
I don't
whole
know,
thing was a big deception.
Yeah.
for the Nighthawk. Yeah, so I would say I think that's 2 there. Expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I mean, I think at least 1 for the beginning, talking to the Grey Cloak leader. Definitely had that some drives, background beliefs in there, but not as much into what he maybe truly believes, but definitely some drives and background.
Yeah,
So
and I think you could take another one for sending the whole crew into war with the billhooks over your vengeful vendetta.
sure, yeah, but that could also be struggling with issues from my vice and
Oh,
traumas.
it could. That's true.
And so I guess my question there would be, is that 2 for that? Like, did I
You'd
struggle?
have to choose where you want to put it.
Yeah,
Can't double dip.
yeah. So I think that would be more like vice and traumas. I don't know if I had any other express beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. So I think that's just 1 there. But then struggling with issues with vice and traumas, yeah, I think I did. I think that caused us to go to war with the billhooks, so that's another 1 there. So that's 4. So I think that gives me a player advancement. So I had 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. I can get another ability.
Nice.
Nice.
Toot.
Now you go back down to 0, right?
Mhm.
Mhm. Sweet.
All
Try-
right.
Yeah, oh yeah, let's do it.
So you got payback against someone who harmed you or someone you care about. I don't think there was any payback this time. There's no real vengeance. Everything that the
There was the murder of our cash. I don't know where you want to place that.
Yeah, you've had it out for him for a bit. You could.
sure, but that none of that's vengeance. It's just
Yeah.
he's a fuck up.
Well, so let me pitch you on how that's vengeance, since he reflects poorly on the gang.
Uh,
I'm joking.
yeah.
really
I
bad.
mean, you could make an argument, but that I don't think that's where it's going. But
That's fine.
thank you very much. So you addressed a challenge with tracking or violence. That happened a couple times.
Definitely did.
You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. So the thing with Arkesh isn't, I don't think, paranoia. That's just sort of the absolutist. No, never mind. That's really is paranoia. Beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
Yeah.
I don't know that came up. I didn't really solve problems as an academic. I mean, I did research. Okay, maybe one. Sound good?
Yeah.
You struggled with issues from your advice or traumas during the session. I think that happened a couple of times.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a total of 5, and I think I'm gonna keep them all on the playbook. Thank you.
Mhm. Awesome.
Nice.
I'll go ahead and go. You addressed a challenge with stealth or evasion. Um, Definitely at the consulate when Nebra kind of was listening in on the conversation between her father and Elstera is definitely one. Um,
But I
I
think
could
another is again, like I said with the Nighthawk, the whole operation, while not stealthy, there was that kind of deception stealth component of shifting blame onto the Imperial military. I think
okay,
you could give yourself another one for that as well.
okay, I'm good with that. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Definitely had to deal with parents and trying to sneak out of the house and stuff, and a lot of it's a Peruvian themed score almost. Yeah, definitely. I would argue that would be 2 there. Um, you struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session. Um, I don't know if this would necessarily be the vice, but I know there's the whole having to, you know, kill one of the Ruvian
Well, I think
interns
your
or
vice is your family, right?
right.
And so I don't know if you've already used this one, but like dealing with your father and and all of that jazz could be considered one.
Um, yeah. Okay. No, I'm okay with that. I can't think of another one, so I'll just go with like 5 for that total. And yeah, I'm good.
So
I can go.
Hmm.
Addressed a challenge with violence or coercion. 1 for like charging in for the score.
I would say also the knocking out the whisper. I'd give you one for that too.
It feels like it's the same part, right? It's the same scene essentially.
Well,
You were
there's only
giving
2
orders.
scenes, really, right? There's your play.
Yeah.
There's your before time and our heist time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. In my eye, I think you used violence quite a bit, and so I think that's worth 2 in my eyes.
Sure. I'll take it. I'm not opposed. Expressed beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. this played very heavily on Cole's background, being being an NCO and things, and then beliefs, drives, and heritage. I think very likely to a certain degree, because Cole did a lot in this game, from getting the guns to getting us having the plan for assaulting this place and things. But I also think that we got to see some of his, like I called him a charlatan at some point in there, that he seeing the way the wind was blowing with the revolutionaries, and deciding to rile them up further, and pushing that is interesting. So I would give him another 2 basically there. And I don't really think he struggled with issues from his vice or traumas, with the exception that I tried to reduce stress a couple times and still ended the game with 3 stress, but that is what it is. So 4 does put me at a playbook advancement. I don't know what I'm gonna get. So
All right, Silas.
All right, so let's take a look. So address the challenge with calculation or conspiracy. I think the whole thing basically was conspiracy.
Very much so.
Just from the get-go. Then I think also doing what I did with the weird sisters counts as well.
He literally sold your soul.
Yep. That won't bite me in the ass. Not at all. Express beliefs and drives, heritage, or background. I think for drives, it's certainly, since I am certainly absolutely coin motivated, that's what this all, including selling the drugs and all of that. And then I think as far as I never really struggle with my vice, but using my vice as part of the conspiracy, I think also counts. So that puts me at, that was 4. That makes me advance. And I'll probably put it in another special ability, but I'm not sure which one yet.
That's good. Yeah, I think 3 of you are grabbing special abilities, and we can just, you have till next game to figure out what you guys want there.
You got to find the special ability that means you don't get caught for all the bad stuff you've done.
I can reduce heat better potentially.
I think specifically you don't get caught.
Oh, well, I had one of my abilities used against me today, so I don't see the risk of getting incarcerated. I was thinking weaving the web, which is you gain +1 die to consort when gathering information for a score, and +1d to an engagement roll for the operation.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's like super like team oriented, man. Nice work.
But the engagement roll is what's fun.
That's definitely my claim.
But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, that's my EXP.
Nice.
Right. Cool. So that does clear us up with the administration portion. Let's go ahead and move into rounds and wrap things up.
Alrighty. I'll go first. Okay, so what did Reese learn about the world? Not a whole lot. This is kind of a continuation of the last game. He definitely learned there are worse ways than he's up to indulge, as he saw this sort of like den of druggery. So it's definitely a spooky thought in his head, because he's normally one to indulge privately on his own. and seeing like a whole host of folks, using the same indulgence that he does, in such a manner, was a bit something that he hadn't experienced yet. So most of his indulging is at first was experimental and is now is something he kind of kept close to the vest a little bit in terms of I don't think he would. I think he's only indulged openly once in the open, and that was at the what's the name of that club, Nate, that we went to? The yeah. Anyways,
The
yeah,
Centernalia Club.
Club. That's it. Yeah. Which I might need a
Yeah, I was on Saturday.
yeah, I might need a an escort next time around because I don't have a dealer anymore. So that's definitely like, I think the fact that he's still sitting at six stress makes total sense. That once again he's on the look for somebody to help supply him of his drug of choice, and so that's got him a little spooked. Also, he's a bit worried about, I think he saw some opportunity in the folks that are on the path in terms of advancing his own aims and goals, and the fact that connection may be broken is another thing that's a bit worrisome for him. So that's interesting. We'll see where that goes. In terms of other players, Cole, very fun to go through, do some more battlefield stuff together, and old army flashback type stuff is coming in. I know we fought on different sides, but he definitely respects you as a soldier. I like that whole session where we're charging in and he's on your right flank, guarding up, both of you taking shots at the bartender. I think that was fun. He definitely respects Cole as a military man, and as somebody who would, that even though they fought for the other side, are still very engaged in Scotlander, independence, and definitely sees that as probably an upcoming stress in his life. Is he going to join the revolution? And he's definitely leaning in that direction. In terms of Nebra, you and I didn't really get a chance to interact too much this game. It was interesting seeing you carrying a gun around and being very show of forcey, which is not something you normally see Nebra doing. Nebra's usually just killing people from the shadows, and so being openly aggressive was interesting to see. So yeah, that was good times. The messenger, you know what, like, I don't think I really even saw you this game much. I think we were in the lair together a little bit, but we never really got a chance to talk. I think that Reese likes the messenger and respects the messenger, but is also a little weirded out by the messenger, and I think the messenger's cool with that. Silas, you and I gotta talk, bud. We'll see, man. Like, some shit has come to light, okay? So was outside of that, I don't know if he's gonna put 2 and 2 together on that. I'll see what I think about in terms of downtime on that. He might have some words to say about it. He might have some research to do of his own, but we'll see. But in terms of how the mission went down, seeing you get your hands dirty a little bit and be the first person in and the first person doing the covert work and that's all that sort of stuff. I know it's a little bit spidery, but at the same time it was also very daring to step into the the lion's den, as it were, and kick this whole shindig off. And so he's got some respect there for you. I know you went in there with a big pile of Scotlanders, but still, he has some respect for that activity. The Nighthawk, which is my final one. It was fun getting to help you build something. If you need more gadgets, Reese is down to help you build them.
You got a brand new
We got a
workshop
workshop
too.
now, so if you want to start clocks to build shit, Reese is your man. If you want a Q as a James Bond type, he's your man. I
All
think that was
right.
actually really cool that we got a chance to do that. And I like that sort of. I like teaming up with folks and helping them build things as this character, and so that was a fun experience. Um, you know what? Reese might be even starting to like you now. So, so there you go.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's like, well, maybe this guy's not so annoying. He seems pretty cool, I guess. All right. Moving on. Who else would like to go?
Well, real quick, regarding your vice purveyor,
Sure.
I do want to say that come next game, that might be a moot point. You might get your vice purveyor back, and whatever is happening there goes away. Uh, Conversely, when I roll clocks this afternoon for other factions, a faction might get eliminated with no interference from us. These were two factions fighting it out, and one might be destroyed. And if that happens, and this might be what Lord Pandaren and Lady Pandaren were dealing with and why they were unavailable, if that happens, some folks will lose contacts and you won't be the only one.
Ooh.
But the faction assaulting them could fail their clock, and maybe you guys will be able to find out what's happening and help them avoid destruction if that's something you want to do. But that's what's going on there.
Cool. Who's up next?
I can go. What did Cole learn about the world? I mean, the revolution is on. It's very, very big deal. I think. Excuse me. Uh, Actually, pal, did the messenger tell us that an Aruvian sniper tried to snipe you? You don't think so? You're still muted.
Was double muted.
Nice.
I was double muted.
I did that earlier. I get it.
Yeah, I don't think it came up.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure. So yeah, Cole doesn't know about that secret war stuff, but I think it's very interesting as a player. I think it's really cool. And yeah, it's I think Cole got to experience that it's a much like it's already hilarious that we live in this capitalist hellscape, but post-apocalyptic capitalist hellscape, and yet it gets worse because now we're everyone is extra tense and getting ready to fight over something. Like something big is clearly happening. There's also there's the extra end of the apocalyptic spiral here as the technology we use to keep the city safe is running out. And so that's pretty bad. Um, since Cole has lived his entire life here, except for the years he was fighting, and so like that's very bad. There's no real backup plan. Uh, so you know what is the thing? Uh, so I think Cole definitely is having the thought of like, well, so I have 15 coin in the stash here. Uh, what what should we be doing? Like, how should we be preparing? Like, what is the apocalypse like planning that you can do here? Uh, and as far as himself, um, I think if Cole didn't have the Nighthawks, I think he would be 100% down to go join the revolution fully and commit, and be a terrorist. But because he has the Nighthawks, I think he's a little bit more reserved in that, and so he's interested. Like he'll continue to play the character that is fully committed, but he also is, I think, it's not necessarily that he's I said he was a charlatan, but it's not that he's a charlatan so much as he also recognizes that the Scovelanders don't have a chance in hell right now. They're going to be fighting the Imperial Military, um, should that come up. Like that's that's not even possible. So if for some reason some mysterious thing comes along and all of a sudden they do have a chance in hell, uh, he might change his mind. He might go and lead that. So that could totally be a thing. As far as other characters, yeah, I think Cole and Reese had a great time charging into battle together. Um, I think it was very interesting to have like be part of the, have the Imperial Navy uniforms. It was weird because the previous game is the first one I've missed, so uh, not having the interaction of what had gone on in that game was different. And so then, but I enjoyed being able to kind of contribute with my downtime. So I appreciate that, and I think that's a great modification you have, Kyle, for that. So Nebra, Cole and Nebra, I I think Cole and Nebra are great. I ship it. Uh, it's very funny. The Nebra's mom really liking Cole, I think is good. Um, Nebra's dad, at some point, looking into the fact that Cole isn't registered at the university, could become problematic. And so Cole might at some point decide to go like slip his name into a registrar's office somewhere, just so that way he's technically on the books, um, kind of thing. Like pay somebody that he knows that works there or something along those lines. Um, Especially because Cole can't read. uh he's illiterate. He never had education, so like it's he can talk pretty well. He's definitely a community organizer, but and he can blend in pretty well, but he's not actually an academic at all. But I think it's very interesting to see Nebra continue to struggle with the obligations that she has, and Cole very much was down to help try to make sure that she could take part in these things. So that was very good. Um, Cole still is sad that Emmeline's missing, and would like to pause everything and run off to try to find her, because that's more important than whatever else we're doing. Obviously, we were going to go to war with the Dimmer sisters that one time when they kidnapped her. So I mean, it's same thing is true. Um, but yeah. Nate, for Silas Eventide. Um, I love Silas. I think Silas is a great character. I think I really appreciated actually how much Silas did in this game, where he, yeah, like kind of like Pete said, he got in to the door, like he did the things, he talked his way in. He opened the door, made sure he figured it out, right? Because we didn't have a plan really for how to get in, and so that was very good for us. Uh, and then stood outside and smoked a cigar, right? Like I don't know if he actually did, but yeah, like it felt very much Silas style. He's like, my part in this job is done. I'm just gonna stand here, and then I'll wait. I'll be the one that somebody contacts for how to figure this out. But Silas, I think, does a lot for selling the drugs, doing all of the deals, like really pulling strings. And I think I appreciate your willingness to get found out a little bit, but with some caveats in that technically Silas Netherton is dead. Uh, like that guy died according to the Akarosi military. That guy is dead, and just happens to be that his mother's maiden name was Eventide, and there's also a Silas Eventide. But that fucking happens, right? I can't tell you how many fucking Colburns there are in the world, because it's a fucking name built after, yeah, uh, dang, it's a name built after this fucking town, right? So like, yeah, I think it's a lot of fun deniability there. Um, that can like lead into some suspicion and be like, we gotta talk. but I think you could spin it really in a fun way. With the messenger, Cole and the messenger didn't talk a lot, I think, at all, but didn't have to, right? They were on the same page the whole way through. Uh, you know, they are two sides of the same coin in that the messenger frequently doesn't just takes things upon his own initiative, their own initiative, and figures it out as they go. And Cole, for his part, does the same, but is up close and personal about it. So I think that the two of them is it's a pretty funny like action adventure buddy cop movie maybe, where they are off doing crazy wacky adventures, and one is trying to MacGyver something in the middle of a fight, and the other is like shooting people down as they come. So I think that's pretty interesting. They might even be like a Gimli and the elf. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Um, kind of dynamic, where one is up close and fighting, and the other is just shooting everybody, and way more effective because shooting is just always better. As far as Virgil Kassarian, aka the Nighthawk, um, I think this was probably my favorite game of having Virgil in that I think the previous one I was at, which was not this last one, but the one before that, was where Virgil did a lot, and had a lot of fun, which was really fun. But this one, the Nighthawk, the reason I say it was my favorite game is that I got to see the Nighthawk pursue a lot of his own ends, but he didn't have to become wacky shenanigans that do random things with the crew. And so he didn't like offer up terrible suggestions and things that Cole is like, no, stop, just no, stop talking. Like, I hate this, right? Which happens so often when this 19-year-old kid is trying to pretend to be Batman. Um, and so but it was very cool to see him building his case and whatnot. And then for Cole's part, Virgil just did the thing, right? The four people went in uniform, and Virgil held up his part of the bargain. I was like, oh man, shooting out that gas lamp, not a great plan for us. Gas lamps are very dangerous, but also hilarious. It put some time on it. It was a timed aspect at that point, and yeah, so I think that was really good. And then seeing Virgil like push deeper in and doing taking point kind of thing, I think was great, and so I really appreciated that.
That's good to hear. I can go next if you want. Yeah, so Virgil, I think Virgil is getting further down the rabbit hole in this finding justice and getting the vengeance he desires. And it's not looking good for Strangford right now. Not looking good for Strangford. It's like, oh, he might, it's like after this game, I feel like the Spark Rights might be delayed. He might be the last hope for the city, and the Nighthawk might have to put a bullet in his brain. But I mean, we'll see how that goes. But no, I think it was really good to get some of that information, kind of do those investigations, but also then part of the crew getting this assignment done, getting this mission done. I think I definitely had a moment trying to determine how the Nighthawk feels about guns, and I think he is okay with them. I don't think he's like Batman in the sense of no guns, because like his parents were like holed and thrown into a river, so it's like it's not like a gun killed his parents. Weird magic and other weird shit did. So if anything, like it's not like that's something he has an explicit problem with here. And so, plus, I think if there's any character that he's probably more comparable to, it's probably actually closer to like a more like a Zorro-like character than Batman. Rich guy who is sort of fighting, against a oppressive regime, but not necessarily. But also has his own interest for his own class as well, maybe in mind. But yeah, But like, so yeah, I don't know, I think it was really good to get to see some of those like ideas evolve a little bit. The score was, I think, very intense. There's a lot of double crossing, and like everyone was playing everyone. We were being played by our cash. Our cash was getting played by someone else, and like, yeah, like we gained and lost a lot of rep in places we don't even know why yet. So that I feel like that there are like at least two places where we're not exactly sure why we lost rep or gained rep. That should concern us about us making ourselves known in the city and who's playing who against who here. But I like it. I like the intrigue. It's really cool. You know, for the other characters, I think Virgil and the Nighthawk definitely. I think getting to work with Reese was definitely something good and less antagonistic than usual. I think it's good to finally like kind of fall into a little bit more of a working relationship. I think the first time the Nighthawk talked to Reese was just like, "Well, like, go fuck off." It's like, okay, just ask you a question, bro. Like, but it's good to hear that now there's a bit more of a working relationship. And for Silas, yeah, I'm kind of interested. If I got my player advancement sooner, which I was thinking of getting bodyguard, that could have been interesting to see about your character reveal or whatever. But I don't know if I'll take that or not for this particular player advancement. I'm still trying to decide on that one. But yeah, hearing about your true background, I guess we can discuss offline whether I knew that or not, because I did eventually wanted to talk with you because I feel like there is some like I knew something maybe, like it's like, why do you work with this guy? Why did this guy? Or it's like somehow I know something, or you needed me for some purpose in the early days, and I know that. Well, we can figure that out later, but I do think it's interesting to know some of that secret. A lot of that secret's kind of out now. So we'll see how they deal with that, because I mean, I think some of your people might not be super thrilled, and rightfully so. The messenger, we didn't interact too much at all, actually. I think because I think when I was at the lair, you were out, and then for most of the mission, you were on another floor. Yeah, I don't think we had too much interaction. It'll be interesting to talk about the book and Bezo Baz with you at some point, because I feel like I don't know what the messenger's overall goals and agendas are, but if the messenger thinks Bezo Baz is a problem, I think the Nighthawk might not necessarily have a problem with that. And that could be kind of a fun intrigue element in the future of, hey, let's go rough this guy up for some information.
Way to be like, do you have a problem with this guy? No, he's fine. I think you have a problem with this guy. Let me tell you why you have a problem with this guy.
Yeah, he knows something and he's keeping a secret from you, and you should go talk to him. Yes. Yeah. And then Nebra, I think, I mean, it was really good. I mean, I love that Nebra did the most like awful thing. It's like, yeah, like the fire and burned everybody, but then like never shoots this guy, he dies like bleeding out on the floor there. Like, but I mean, gotta ring those bells. Gotta ring the bells. Although I am kind of like, especially like the interesting intrigue with the Akarosi, not the Akarosi, the Arubians, and what is going on there. So I did not spoil from the video, spoil from the video, but I have some idea now what might be going on, and it's yeah, it's rather complex and not necessarily. It's like, oh, we thought there was only one like revolutionary force or force trying to take over the city. Well, maybe there's a bunch more, and maybe they're even closer than others are. Scovelanders aren't even on most people's radars comparatively, compared to what some others might be planning. But yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that evolves. I don't think he knows too much about that. You know, I think he just sees you coming along and being just getting better at what your skill set. Although as Virgil, what he's seen of you, he definitely knows and respects your ties to your family and whatnot. I don't think he has any idea though, not yet. It'll be interesting when that comes to light. Although, yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't think it's going to be a bad thing necessarily. It'll just be interesting, as I don't think Virgil's investments and what he is passionate about necessarily go completely against that. Although he is Akarosi, that is sort of his city. That might be a problem depending on what side people are on that. As for Cole, I think it was good to fight alongside Cole. Actually, it would have been like it's one of those like I feel like last game would have been also kind of fun because there was some good chances for that too, and this game as well had at least we got to actually like take some people down, like get a score, and that was fun to finally like get in there and get some action because he is the Nighthawk, and although not necessarily completely built for it, I mean he should be able to rough some people up, crack some skulls, shoot some junkies. In this instance, but yeah, I think this was a fun score. And it was good to get that squared away. Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with Emily when Emily gets back. I think that's everybody.
If she comes back. I
Ooh.
do want to just throw out there because it's been a couple games since we learned this, and this was something Nebra learned specifically. But like when the messenger went to get the information about where this place was, the coded phrase was, "I'd like to place a large bet on Bright Harbor," which he realized was not a dog that was racing. And Bright Harbor is the Aruvian city that apparently the Akarosi Navy is going to attack.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. So someone bet on Bright Harbor actually dealing with the attack. Bright Harbor versus the Navy. Well, I look forward to hearing how that goes.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
I'll go next if that's all right. So, what did the messenger learn about the world? There's a Ruvian military in Duskfall. That's odd. In uniform? Why would they be in uniform? Also, they shot at me, and I don't like that. I mean, they didn't just shoot at me. They shot me. I don't like that either. Like both
they
of these
were legit trying to straight up kill you. Like
there's
not even a
an
warning
escalation
shot.
of sins here. But lots of people are trying to kill me. Like, and I'll get all of them. But like, he shot me. What did the messenger learn about the world? Well, there are messes you can clean up, and there are messes that just seem to get bigger. And boy, they knew Arkesh was the latter one. Really just should have taken him out earlier. Everything else was kind of normal. The dog races are interesting. This is a pursuit the messenger wasn't familiar with before, and may want to look further into. Ought to look further into. But okay, stone floor. All right, that was a problem, but we dealt with that. The smoke. I don't know what that was about. There were a lot of bells going off, which may have been the plan. Yeah, that was probably fine. Lots of money came in. This is good. And we got a workshop for Reese now. Yeah. What the messenger has learned about the world is that the messenger is right. Should have gotten rid of Arkesh earlier, and non-Tycherosi are up to some weird stuff. Very unpredictable. Not normal at all. Most of what the messenger learned about other people is going to come like when they tell them about it. So, yeah, the messenger here saw them suited up. We all traveled together. The messenger went off to try to do their I'm going to do Overwatch thing, and it didn't work out. But Silas did the thing with the door, got the door open. The four of you went in, solved problems. You got the stuff, you got the money, you got out. There was a body count, but that was... And the fire... So that's on the Nighthawk, and you guys could have stopped it if it was important. So obviously that's fine. Does this mean the Nighthawk has a larger body count than Nebra? I don't know. We'll have to wait until Kyle figures it out. Yes,
There
Kyle is
were
not.
8 bells. I think Nebra is still ahead, but the margin has drastically shrunk.
Take it. I don't I don't need to be in the lead.
Right. 8 bells plus the other people who got shot early on.
I did intentionally kill 7 people though.
Okay.
True.
Those should be better points. Yeah. So Reese is going to be an ever more proficient gadgeteer, and had some gadgets that worked out here. We could have used an automated stone cutter, so maybe next time we'll be able to get something like that from him. Really like how that comes along. Of the 4 that went in, like all of them did what they needed to do. Reese took care of stuff. Reese did not, despite having a problem with Quicksilver, he did not get distracted in there. He just took care of what needed to be taken care of. The messenger kind of assumes that Reese sampled the drugs that we collected and figured he probably has enough and wouldn't have minded if he had, as long as there was an accounting, right? But like, it's fine. The Nighthawk took care of problems there, can serve in multiple functions, managed to find a thing that like addresses his strange taboo on showing his face, which whatever, it's not like you guys look all that different. I don't know what the big deal is, while doing the in uniform thing, so that's great. And like, he's able to prioritize and able to solve problems. Cole is Cole in there solving problems with violence, got things done, got people ordered around, eliminated the various threats, and yeah, Nebra got us out of there, I think, right? That end on the prowl was Nebra leading us out, I think. Was Nebra's
I think that was
sixes?
Silas, actually.
Yeah, I think it
Well,
was
Silas led, but I think it was Nebra's 6s that actually were the ones that counted to getting us out. And Nebra was willing to kill other Aruvians, which, like, I don't know if Nebra has mentioned that she knew these people, but like, there's only so many Aruvians in town, right? Virgil, the messenger knows a fair number of Tycherosi. The odds are, probably. Didn't let her stop it. Or she didn't let that stop her. And Silas. There's an awful lot of interest in a different Silas that people have. Which, yeah, that could be him. Not sure what we'll do about that if that turns out to be the case. Sounds like it's going to piss off a bunch of Scovelanders, which, like, what are they going to do? Rebel? Again? Oh, they're already busy doing that. Surely they don't have enough time to fail at killing Silas as well. It's all right. Not a worry. Also, he came through with the Spirit Bane charms, which the messenger hears were very important. I think that touches on everyone.
All right, I'll go. As far as the world, I think Silas's big concern, even though he didn't really address it or talk about it this game, really is the end of the world prospect of, there's no point in being rich in a world where it isn't anymore. So he'll probably want to find a way to help Leviathan hunters get what they need or see what he could do. But again, he still also needs to work with the crew, and if he's only got so much time left, he might as well make money doing it. As far as himself, he is worried about the information finally seeing light of day in ways that he doesn't want to. I think I thought of ways he could have talked his way out of the situation last game, but it was definitely one of those things where Silas was probably indulging in his vice, and all of a sudden, with the drink in his hand, was like, "Oh, that's what I should have said," but wasn't there. And so he'll probably be more on his toes this time because he knows they went to go find it, and he knows they're going to go find something. So he's just going to have to deal with that when he's confronted with it, and hopefully he can talk his way out of it. There was something else. Yeah, and he's got this thing on his hand now. And like it seems like okay, you just have to stay alive. And if the world ends, also that's not gonna matter either. But again, best stay alive as long as possible. But he thinks also in the back of his mind, if I'm dead and I don't end up in their hands, what are they gonna? What could possibly happen to me anyway? So I think he'll likely not tell most people about what happened, just so that if he dies, like there's not a guaranteed chance that he ends up with them. He'd break the contract, but if he's a ghost, what'll that ghost like that? That'd suck. So for others, first for Emmeline's probably the one that he would actually talk to about this ghost contract that he's suddenly indulged in, especially given it's with the Dimmer sisters. And he probably would still be forthcoming about it, but isn't sure right away how she'd feel about it because he probably wouldn't be cool with what I did. With the terms of the contract, he is concerned and does want to find her, in general anyway. Yeah, and he won't tell her what happened to that other whisper. That's just no one needs to know about that. No one needs to know about that at all. For Cole, again, Cole is the one he trusts the most fundamentally because if Cole if all the actual information comes to light, because right now there is still some plausible deniability, and if based on what he chooses to believe, fundamentally, if he ever finds out entirely the whole truth, I'm just dead. Like there's not going to be a discussion. There's not going to be a torture. There's just going to be he's dead. We're going to leave him dead, and that's what he knows. He also likes the fact that, and this is something also for Silas himself, is that there is this revolution going on, and Silas wants to be on the right side, but also on the most profitable side of the revolution. And right now, that's selling weapons to Skullvinders. But again, as it progresses, will they continue to be the better side to be on? But now, given this new information, he can't really. His hands are almost tied at this point. But again, he'll back up Cole in any way he needs to for his fight in this. He can rely on Cole to go in there and kill everyone if he needs to. Yeah, and is willing to also help him learn pleasure in more formal settings still, even though that didn't happen this particular time. As far as Nebra, you need internships? What? Like, you're getting actual money here, getting real world experience. Know what the value is in an internship, especially. I mean, there must be something because you killed all your competitors. I don't know that, but you did eliminate any competition for any position academically. You should just go all in. Like he's knows
Never is ruthless.
He knows that you did, and like you should just give up this academic crap. Like what it's not giving you any value here. Like you are gonna have a better life from this, and doesn't really know anything about Eruvians or your family or anything like this. It's about the money. You should focus on the money, and I will help you. The messenger, I think was probably an interesting discussion that was had, even though if it wasn't actually RP'd, was when I was like, oh yeah, we could have all them and the messenger go in, and the messenger being like, no, I can't fit those uniforms, and suddenly that like dawning on Silas, like, oh right, you don't fit in those uniforms, and it like I feel like there was a point where the messenger had to point that out to him, but and he didn't, if the messenger did, I think the best thing he could do for a job like this is he does things and we don't see him. We don't know that he got seen, but like deal is he did his tasks without needing to have anyone see what they did, and so it works. And he's a very reliable member of the team as always, or they are. And yeah, he is perfectly fine with having this weird Tekarosi on the team, and Tekarosi and whatever you call it. You do your thing, and it's all good. Reese, you're another one where you helped me with my problem, my my little problem. And I trusted him to do, like, I trusted him to deal with it. Like, no, I'm not gonna, you know what? I'm willing to come to this guy, drop my pants, and be like, hey, there's something wrong down there. I need help. But also, he's one where, because I saw what you were willing to do to someone that you felt wronged you, and like, so if you believe any of this stuff that could be about me, and I can't sway you away from it, like, I'd rather be the slave to the Dimmer sisters, I feel, at that point, than what you might do to me. So we're going to have a conversation, as he put it. We're going to have that conversation.
It ends up being you're out.
The Nighthawk also, yeah, so I do think there is some backstory there. I don't know what it is, but it is there, because I'm not sure how concerned the Nighthawk would be about any of my backstory. He does seem to be out for, justice and the like, and I don't know how that would apply to me or how it would have at the time when we initially met. So we'll see how that expands out. Yeah. Oh, also one thing I think Silas did is that when he went in, did the thing, went back out. If there was with the cigar, if there was any point where there were any flames that had gotten outside of the building before we cleared the place out, that's how he lit his cigar. Not with any personal liability. He's like, oh, okay. While he's sitting there next to the building as it's on fire, just doing his thing. And that's Silas.
Okay, I guess that leaves me. So what did Nebra learn of the world? Everything's just going down, like, right now. Like, everything she learned about, like, the Skavlander revolution, everything she's learning about the Eruvians and that whole plot. Apparently all those things are kind of starting now at the same time. I don't know if that's planned or not, but it's Never's going to be busy with that stuff, I guess. Who knows? There's going to be a lot of stuff happening. Oh, and then End of the World also. Just to add on to the shit pile that's happening right now. What she's learned about herself. Yeah, I guess for like most of this campaign, Nebra's been trying to um like impress her parents, her father especially. Um and she's also trying to prove to him specifically that she can be trusted. Um Especially after learning about what's going on with like Elstera and stuff. Like she feels like she has this huge obligation to live up to like their standards in terms of like what a good Eruvian should be. Um so that's partially why the internship is a thing. So unfortunately, Silas, like she's going to be continuing school in the time for the time being, but at the same time, it kind of seems like she's already been helping the Eruvian consulate out on her own with just doing all the scores that the crew has been doing. So maybe she doesn't have to try as hard. Like she's already doing it, I guess. Um but that's not going to stop her. She's going to keep going. Is there anything else? No, that was fine for now. So for the other players, for Cole, in character and outer character, I was not planning on any sort of like romance at all, but if this thing develops, I'm in. I'll I'll go all in on this. Like, this was not unexpected, but you know what? I'm not going to say no. We'll see how this goes. And maybe things will happen before the end of the world. Who knows? I'm open to it. But yeah. For Reese, yeah, I guess out of everyone, like Nebra really felt like she needed to tell Reese what she learned about this Lord Netherton guy. Like she felt like this obligation, except it's an obligation to a Scotlander who's had to go through so much in his life, and then he needs to. I don't know. Maybe there's some closure into that. Who knows? But at the very least, she felt like she needed to share that information, and what he does with it, she doesn't need to know. Like just do whatever you want with that. That's fine. She has her plans, but just she's totally fine with whatever Reese wants to do with that. Evelyn, please come back. That's enough said. So for Silas, yeah, it was definitely on her bucket list to figure out who this Netherton guy is. And actually, it's been on the list for a while. It kind of got moved up a little bit higher on the list once everyone met the grinders and all that got revealed. So now she's got the info. I don't. She's going to try and not give any impression that she knows what she knows to Silas. Like she's going to keep that to herself, but um she's going to be a little more careful around him. If that makes sense. Um yeah. Sorry, I don't know what else to say beyond that. We'll see. For Messenger, didn't really interact too much this session, but that's totally fine. I think I mentioned this before, but Nebra trusts Messenger as a fellow academic and also trusts them as a overly paranoid person that's justifiably paranoid, and everyone should probably be a little more paranoid as well because there's things happening and we should probably be more aware of that. I guess other than that, maybe there can be something that we can work together on in terms of like finding out about Lady Ankayat and like Tykeros and stuff, but that might be more of a long-term thing. I don't know if there's anything that we can do immediately at this time, but yeah, she enjoys the Messenger's company, what little there is. And then the Nighthawk, I think again we didn't really interact too much, but again she doesn't mind the Nighthawk. It seemed like, at least especially for this session, like the Nighthawk has been more useful. He's been pulling his weight, I guess, if so to speak. So he has nothing against him, though, and maybe this is something that we can talk about offline, but I don't believe Nebra would actually share the information she learned about Silas to Nighthawk, but because she kind of sees Nighthawk as Silas's bodyguard. And I don't know if that was on purpose, if that was the Nighthawk's intention, is to be the bodyguard, and nothing wrong with that specifically, but she's probably going to be a little bit more wary of the Nighthawk as much as she's wary of Silas. And yeah, and Virgil, the longer Nebra doesn't have to see Virgil, the better. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Awesome. Quick question. Did you mark off load for all those pots you were stirring tonight?
I
No,
went
I love
heavy.
it.
I went heavy for a reason. No.
And I dig, I will say too, like how your obligation vice not only impacted the relationship with your family, but is also bleeding in to the interpersonal relationships of the crew. As you said, like, I feel an obligation to tell Reese what is happening with Silas because he might have been wronged by that. I think that's super cool. And something to remember too is you're thinking of like XP on your character, right? Of when your vice is messing with you.
Right. Fair.
But yeah, I want to thank you all for joining me today. It was great seeing you. It was great playing with you all, and I had a good time, and hopefully you all did as well.
Yeah.
Great to
Yeah,
spend
thank you
time
very
with
much.
you all, and thanks
Good
for
game.
making it happen, Kyle.
Good game, Kyle.
Mm.
Yeah.
Have a good time. See you all
Alright.
later.
Yep.
See you later,
Later,
guys.
guys.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.